Hey everybody, it's me, Koizatsu. And today we've got a great idea. People have been telling me, some people, vaguely, might have mentioned, in passing, that, React videos are a pretty good way to get content, but you gotta keep the content short. The modern viewer does not like long engagement. And yet some people still make long-form content. For example, the creator of today's React made a very long video. It's six hours. And so I'm going to react to that because I think listening to what other people say is kind of dumb at times. So we're doing a 6-hour Let's React to Down the Rabbit Hole's video. I have a bowl of popcorn, got some water, got some soda, and we're just going to react to this fucking thing. I could have started with something smaller, but I don't have a big enough community to ask them to recommend me videos for a Let's React stream yet, so it's down to what I find interesting, and what I find interesting is this. Let's fucking learn about EVE Online. I know a little bit from some friends I've had over the years who might have played the game a little bit, dabbled in the economy. But let's see all about this giant-ass game that's somehow managed to remain within the cultural zeitgeist for ages and ages and ages. His opening's gotten a lot better over the years. I remember when it was a still.
For over 20 years, the simulated world of New Eden has run in near perpetuity. While information about this world is readily available, much of it is indecipherable to the outside observer, replete with jargon and references meaningful only to those who have spent years in the community. On occasion, mainstream news outlets will write articles about the results of battles involving thousands of players and virtual assets valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars, massive exchanges in wars fought for arcane reasons between belligerents with convoluted backgrounds. People who spend their time in New Eden will begin to discuss their experiences in the game and their participation in historic events, but their gravity is often difficult to fathom for those without the same knowledge or experience.
I do wonder how the new player experiences for this thing. It's gotta be rough trying to get in.
Such as harrowing acts of subterfuge and its ever-shifting borders and alliances. Many who hear about this world agree that, while fascinating, they would never attempt to join it themselves, citing its complexity and depth.
Yep.
And so, for most, a single question remains. What is EVE Online?
What's their player base look like, to be honest? I'm kind of wondering, how big are they? Let's do a little check on my other browser window. Damn, daily player cap of 200,000? That's pretty insane. Upper limit of 9K, 10K players? Shit. That's actually gigantic. Like, a lot of games barely scrape by on 5 digits regularly. Oh god, those take me back.
During the early 1990s, software developers were exploring the possibilities of the internet, a relatively new invention at the time. Interactive online spaces such as multi-user dungeons and forums were shared by millions of people, but it was clear to everyone using and creating these spaces that there was much more potential. Internet technology was rapidly improving and changing, and developers had to make certain that their creations could keep pace. Even more difficult, however, was balancing the ever-changing needs and desires of users with the services being created.
Yeah.
As personal computers became
like
more
the desire for someone else in your
and
house to make a phone call while you're using the internet.
Developers grew more
Hey, yo,
and more
dial up.
interested in simulated, three-dimensional environments shared over the internet as the natural progression of forums, and of these developers, there were few as ambitious as the Icelandic company Oz Interactive and their creation, Oz Virtual. During the preceding decades, cyberpunk novelists had envisaged immersive, multi-sensory virtual experiences.
Snow Crash is a really good
enabled
book.
by
You should
powerful
read.
computers networked with one another, and software developers
Neuromancer was
had
cool
used
too, I
these
just didn't enjoy it
stories
as much.
inspiration to create worldwide web browsers that allowed users to explore websites in 3 dimensions, utilizing a coding language called the Virtual Reality Markup Language, or VRML, as opposed to the hypertext markup language, or HTML. Founded in 1992,
The overall key plot elements in
Oz
Snow Crash is a little
Interactive sought to
dumber
expand
than what a
upon this
Neuromancer is, but
concept
Neuromancer is like a
and
very
offer VRML
dry.
web browser that
It's
allowed
a bit
users
dry
to
and small
interact with
scope for a lot of the
other
stuff it
users
does
who
that
were
really should be
visiting the website at
branching a
the
little
same
higher, and
time,
while
with each
focusing on
person
lower elements of
represented
society is a
by
key
their
part of
own
cyberpunk,
3D
it just
avatar,
wasn't as
and even
interesting. It
allowing
never,
for
it never had the
simultaneous
it never had the
voice
juicy
communication,
bits. It
a
was never that
remarkable
speculative.
progression for the time. However, their location made development difficult. Iceland's internet was connected to the rest of the world by a single modem, and the country would turn off this modem during the night when few people were using it. Still, development would continue for the next 4 years until 1996, when they finally launched the beta version of Oz Virtual. Soon, other companies began forming partnerships with Oz Interactive, including Time Warner, Ericsson, the Van Gogh Museum, and Atlantic Records, to create bespoke worlds within Oz Virtual for them.
That's
Most
pretty
notably,
diverse.
Intel cooperated with Oz Interactive to recreate a New York nightclub in Oz Virtual, then utilize a motion capture system on the performers at the club to host a party in both the real and virtual spaces simultaneously.
Ayo, early
However,
VTubers,
the
early
company soon
VTubers.
realized that the concept of Oz Virtual, like many others of its ilk, was a product developed too early for the market, and a small group of developers and artists, as well as a single historian, left Oz Interactive to found their own company in 1997, which they named Crowd Control Productions, or
Ooh.
as it is commonly abbreviated, CCP.
Ooh, that's an
Where this
unfortunate
small group had
acronym.
once spent their time developing
That
tech
means something
demos,
else.
they were now interested in creating a finished product, and so they decided that they would develop something remarkably different: a board game. Leveraging the design experience of its initial members, they quickly constructed their game, which they christened Hættuspil, or Danger Game. Produced in conjunction with Alcoholics Anonymous, the game saw players fighting against one another and occasionally making tenuous alliances as they attempted to break the cycle of addiction to various substances. Core to the game's mechanics
seems weird that
was
that's
focus on
a
sharp
competitive
consequences
game.
for failure and the ability to
Like,
interfere with
I
others'
must
play.
to become
In
to
the
become
game
the
design
winner of
documents, the
non-alcoholism.
first line
Only
read,
one person can
"Death
by
is
killing
a
everyone
serious
else.
matter." Hættuspil was
yeah.
widely successful in Iceland, and soon it had sold a copy to 1/8 of households in the country, bringing this small, independent
1/8,
company of
that's
designers
an
a
insane ratio,
significant
even for a small
influx of
country.
capital. But rather than continuing to make board games, the company returned to the concept that had driven them to work together in the first place. While the design and technology they had made for Oz Virtual was produced too early for its initial purpose, they envisaged a game made with the same concepts and some of the same technology. And so, in 1999, using the money they had earned from Hættuspil, they began work on a space-themed massively multiplayer online game. At first, the designers attempted a two-dimensional style, but the team decided quickly that they wanted to create something more reminiscent of a movie, and soon they settled on a three-dimensional style that placed the player in a ship out in space against a backdrop of planets and stars, and they began releasing trailers in the year 2000. Publishers were initially unwilling to believe that the graphics in the trailers were rendered in real time, but after they had been convinced, CCP
I gotta
was
say
able
though,
to
3D
secure
for
the
space
funding
games
they
always feels
felt
great. 2D is
necessary
just
to make the game
doesn't
that
understand
they
the way you can
wanted, which
move
they named
freely. It's
EVE Online,
pretty rare to find a good
the
3D
second
space game that
Genesis.
doesn't
Their
move like
ambitions,
ass,
however,
or
were far more than
treat the
graphical.
Z-axis
Supporting
as
the
just
core
like
gameplay
up and
would
down
be a
only, no
complicated
dynamic
system
turns.
of
Woo!
economics described as
Your
hyper-capitalistic
ship's always flat,
by
it
its
can't
CEO.
turn, and the
All
relative gravity of your
resources
ship
available in
versus
the
the
game
free
would
gravity
be
of no
gathered,
space is
traded,
never addressed.
processed,
Woo,
and
yeah!
utilized by players.
Yeah, that's pretty
with
cool,
little
though.
management from the company. Like their board game Hytespiel, the first line in the design document read, "Death is a serious matter," and, invoking biblical language, this game world was given the name New Eden. When development began in earnest, the company had approximately 20 people, most of them from Oz Virtual, while most others were direct contacts of the initial members from Oz, including some whose relationship had been made by playing Ultima Online with them,
Hey,
another early
Ultima Online.
MMORPG. One of the most challenging aspects of creating EVE would be its scaling. Rather than splitting the player base into multiple different instances to reduce the load on servers, the team decided that they would place everyone in the world onto a single massive instance, or game world, with thousands of stars, using different servers for different in-game regions.
Oh, that's
In
a
an
clever way to
interview
do
with
it.
gaming magazine IGN, the lead designer and art director, Rainier Harderson, said, quote, "I would say the hardest thing to implement must be the server backend. Apart from that, the biggest challenges in
But yeah,
doing
having
EVE would
using
be
the
that there
sense
are
of
so
scale of
many
a solar
things that
system
we are
for
doing in the game
justifying
that have
separate
never been
servers
done
to spread the
before.
load is
This
actually pretty
means that
clever.
there are a lot of conceptual
It
problems
means you don't have to
that
deal
we
with
have had to
building the
solve
same
without
places over
having
and over
any
again.
reference to in previous games. For instance, when we started out, the only third-person space game we had seen was Homeworld, and that was a real-time strategy game. So that meant that we had no reference whatsoever in how to navigate spaceships from a third-person viewpoint. Another example are uncertainties that rise due to the technical limitation of being a massively multiplayer game. How is collision detection handled on the server? How will the physics model
That's a
run?
good
Will
question,
real solar
actually.
system sizes work in the game? Yes, they do, to an accuracy of 30 centimeters.
Shit,
Million
really?
security issues,
That's
etc. During
insane.
production, the team decided upon an iterative
That's
process
a really
which,
massive
while
scale. Like
effective,
solar
was
systems are
arduous.
huge.
Early on, we
Like ships
saw
are basically
immediately
like
that
grains
this
of
couldn't be
sand in the
done
ocean.
one go. So
If
we
you're making it a real
decided to
big
do
scale.
11 games, basically. We would do EVE 11 times over, each version progressively moving forward to the main goal, but not try to do EVE in one step. So the first step was very simple, just get the basic client server architecture up and running, and then we moved over to having a 3D client, and then we added all the content which had been created, and then we sort of added on and on. Probably did a total rewrite 5 times, and partial rewrites about 6 times. And for each rewrite we did, there were always some components which were good enough to make it across the rewrites. But the first 5 versions were almost rewrites from complete scratch.
Still, the developers determined that they would be able to overcome this and every other challenge in due course and with
Hey,
time
look at the
to
fishes in the
spare.
back.
Their confidence, however, would prove misplaced. At first, the team at CCP believed that they could deliver the game in late 2001 or early 2002, but as the date approached, the conclusion quickly became that they would need twice as much time to complete the first iteration of EVE.
Hubris and
With no
design
other
and a game
reports
design
in
lead up time.
mid-2002,
Can't be
CCP
real.
called a company-wide meeting and informed their staff that there was no more money remaining and that they were unable to procure any further investors.
Damn, look
for
at
the
that old
moment.
Alienware.
Despite this,
You
driven
sometimes
by
forget that
faith in the
company's been around
project,
forever.
Some of the members of the team stated that they would continue working to finish EVE. According to Hilmar, quote, "There was a turning point, I think, around the time the company was running out of money, which I think gave people this belief. We kind of had this feeling, whoa, we might actually pull this off. Of course, we believed, but there's a difference between believing and hoping, a turn from hope to belief." End quote. This team would continue work while management scrambled to find more investment money. After
It's
3
probably a
months
testament to the
without
leadership
pay,
there that
the
they saw
company was
running
able
out of
to reach a
money
deal with
as the
Simon
point
and
of, no, but
Schuster,
we're so
a
close we
publishing
can
house
actually do it,
primarily
because
known for books,
these days a
who
lot
was
of companies have
attempting to
such shit
expand into
management
the
and,
field of
and morale
games.
that they see
This
that point as
company
like, no,
offered
we're
to
just going to
provide the
bail as we
funding
get close to
necessary
running out of
for
money.
CCP to finish
They
their
really must have had a
game,
really
but
good
the
culture there,
development
where all the
speed
people really
necessary
genuinely
would
believed in
be
the product to
extreme.
push that
For
hard on
nearly
it.
a year, the
For
employees
zero
would
pay.
all work brutal
Especially in the early
hours,
days where
sometimes
payment for
100
games was
hours
garbage
a week, desperately
and the industry was
attempting to
midgety.
finish the game before the money ran out again. It was during this period that a small cadre of players were able to test a limited version of the game for the first time. For many, the concept of Eve and its simulated world of New Eden were a dream made manifest. While Eve promised many possibilities, there was no prescribed definition for success, leaving players to define success and failure for themselves. Eager to explore this sandbox, space game enthusiasts congregated online to have a chance at testing the game early. Game development is often divided into 3 phases: an alpha stage, where the developers are still experimenting with mechanics and features; a beta stage, where the game's core mechanics have been determined and the developers are seeking to refine their game; and a final release to the general public. Some
I wonder how well
studios
word of
allow
mouth
and
worked at the time when
encourage
this thing came
prospective
out.
players to have access to the game
Because
during
online
the alpha
communication
and
wasn't
beta
really as big, so
stages
you'd really
to
have to be
test
relying on like
features and search for bugs
on some
in
sort of
order
like
to,
newsletter or something to get the word
theoretically,
out,
have a more polished
or
release.
actual
And this
newspapers or
practice is
magazines
especially
to
common
spread it.
for space games, whose players are
This is when things like
particularly
Game Informer had so much more
enthusiastic,
power
often
in terms of
spending
advertisement,
significant
because you could
amounts
just
of both time
you
and
got to
money
actual
on their
thousands and
hobby.
thousands and millions of
here,
people
the space
by
game
selling
enthusiasts
information in the
found a
magazine rather than
system ripe
internet, because
for
there was no like
and
good forums to
experimentation.
find out about
The
this
first and most
easily,
important
unless you
aspect
really
of
had your
each
ear to the
ship
ground of
was
the
its hull,
community.
which conferred different benefits depending on its size and specialization. Among myriad other smaller factors, each hull
It kinda
also
looks like a
had its own
gun.
capacitor, which, like mana or stamina in other games, would be depleted as the ship performed actions, such as firing weapons, repairing allies, or mining
Oh,
asteroids.
that's the
But in
front,
order
not the
to
back.
perform these actions, the ships had to be equipped with components, and each hull had a certain number of slots for these components, which were divided into 3 types: high power slots, mid-power slots, and low-power slots. The high-power slots were typically where the most defining parts of a ship were located. Here could be found every kind of physically damaging weaponry, such as lasers and projectile turrets, as well as logistical components which allowed ships to repair one another in the middle of combat. The mid-power slots were where ships received much
wonder
of
if
their
physical
utility.
rounds exist in this
For
game.
example, most ships were
'Cause
fitted with propulsion
A lot of people
modules,
in
which
in
consumed
science
power
fiction
in
think
order
of
to
lasers as the
drastically
future in
increase
space
speed.
purely from
The tools to
the
ensnare
logistics of not
targets were
having to
also
carry
placed in
physical
mid-power slots,
physical
including
ammunition that
stasis
occupies
webifiers and
limited
warp
space and
disruptors,
storage that a
which were
ship can have,
necessary
because
for preventing an opponent
spaceships
from
kind of got to be as
escaping.
efficient as possible.
Low-power
But
slots were
I do
usually
wonder if
used
the
to help
game's far enough in the
support a
future
ship
whether
in
the
its
idea
given
of
role. For
3D
example, a
assembly
cargo
or
ship might have
manufactured
fitted
printing
inertial
like Star Trek
stabilizers in order to
popularized
travel more quickly
to
and
turn
evade
random space
targets,
debris
while
into
a tougher combat ship would fit
ammunition would
components
make
to
that
further
work.
strengthen its armor
I do
or
wonder.
actively repair itself. Many mid and low power slots simply offered passive benefits to the ship, such as reducing incoming damage with no capacitor cost. However, each ship also had power grid and CPU limitations, meaning that a player could not simply fit the most powerful components. Rather, they had to carefully balance the different components to create the most powerful combinations for the lowest cost
Curse
possible.
you, opportunity
Once
cost!
completed, flying the ship
But for real,
itself
opportunity
was
cost
a
is great.
relatively
It's great
simple
game
matter.
design.
Nearby objects could be selected
It's all
in a
delicate
window on the
balance.
screen, allowing them to approach it, orbit it, keep it at range, or target it. Targeting a ship allowed the player to attack, heal, recharge, or disrupt it with whatever modules it had equipped. In order to use these ships and modules, the player's character would need the requisite skill points, which could only be gained passively over time, even when the player was logged out of the game, ensuring a more even distribution of progression for players.
Does that mean you have to have like
Numerous space game
several
enthusiasts
active people at
petitioned
the same
CCP
time to
for
help you
access,
pilot a ship, or
and
can
those
you
who were granted
make
their
multiple
request
player
began
characters
probing
and have
Eve
them
and
act as a full
making
crew?
plans for when their friends,
Because if you can
clanmates,
crew as
and
yourself, or
companions could join
be
them
forced to crew
and
as like 5
multiply
dudes
their
on a single
strength
ship,
upon
that
the
could make
launch of the
a real
game
difference
world.
in terms of
Eve
piloting the
had
big
not
ones,
yet
huh?
been released, but already the struggle for dominion and survival in New Eden had begun.
I mean, yeah. To quote the sniper, as long as there's 2 people left on this planet, someone's gonna want someone else dead.
Despite Eve's unwelcoming nature, the promise of such a cinematic multiplayer experience was enticing
God, what is
to
that
a
villain
wide
face,
breadth
though?
of players and drew a significant audience long before it had been released. Starting on October 24th, 2002, a blurb appended to news releases would proclaim that the game would, quote, allow up to 100,000 gamers to compete simultaneously across a full 3D galaxy of 5,000
Ooh.
solar systems. Currently,
100,000 is
EVE
pretty big.
Online is in Phase 3 of beta testing, with thousands of gamers playtesting the game daily, trading more than 300 fan and player corporation sites. To date, there are more than 80,000 gamers signed up for the beta test, and at least 50,000 are estimated to participate before the game is
Those are
launched.
those are
Just like in the
insane
real
early
world,
2000 numbers.
Money will be the commodity of choice.
Like, those are pretty
Players
decent
can earn
numbers
cash
these
by
days for an indie
accepting
game,
work
but like
from non-player
back in the day, that was like
characters who will reward
gigantic.
gamers with cash, which can be traded for goods or other items. Also, gamers can earn money by working for a corporation. These corporations are comprised of gamers who have pooled their resources and are working together to dominate the universe.
Ah,
To
yes.
date, there are more than
That's
200
part of the meme.
corporations
Playing
already
Eve's like having a
established,
9-to-5
even though
job where you
EVE
work for a
Online
different.
has
You
not
work
yet
in game
been
for in-game
published.
money for your
These
in-game dude.
corporations have elaborate web pages detailing infrastructure, location, business models, and mission statements.
Oh my god.
End quote. While this blurb emphasized
I don't even want to imagine what those
competition in EVE
websites looked
Online,
like with
many
early
were
2000s
more
web
excited
standards.
about the concept of participating in a perpetually running economy where the goods that they harvested or created would be actively used by other players.
It is really free form. You can choose from a lot of possibilities.
That's probably the
Maybe
Randian idea, like
a market,
the fruit of your own labor, the free market. You can make whatever you need. Rely on nobody but yourself. Senator Armstrong would probably love playing EVE Online. He's like, I'll fund a war economy by my own sweat, and I'll commit voter fraud on my fellow players to win it.
And the current games sort of more focus on having people going up against monsters, maybe in small groups, whereas EVE sort of focuses on building
A society of people want to
and
murder each
supplying
other.
the tools and the rules to operate it.
At first, these news releases announced that the game would be launched in March of 2003, but again, the studio needed a delay. In a press release, the art director Rainier Harderson stated that, quote, "We have always stood firm on the commitment to release EVE only when we felt it was time. Although the game is nearly finished, we felt it would be best to hold off an additional 6 weeks. This will allow
Okay, that's
us
a
to
small
fully
delay.
optimize the performance of our new server cluster, implement features we have promised, and continue testing to assure
If it was
the
another
elimination
year delay
of
there, that'd be
bugs
pretty
that would
insane.
interfere with the player's ability to enjoy the EVE experience to its fullest potential." End quote. These delays likely made prospective players nervous. Space games at the time had a notorious history of ever-extending
Battle
delays
Cruiser.
and under-delivering on promised
I don't remember
features.
Freelance, though.
However, the iterative nature of MMOs such as EVE meant that any missing features could be added later, and because many players
This
were
was the
able to
beginning
test
of
the
games
game
as service.
early, they could see how many features were being tested and what would likely be available.
This
As
looks really
promised,
good
the
for early
team at
2000s.
CCP were able to meet their release goal and had sent the client to be printed by their partners for physical release in late April. And
Oh yeah,
finally,
that's
on
the
May
other thing,
6th,
isn't it? You had to buy your games
2003,
physically back in the
players
day.
were able to play
Go and
the
download this on
final
Steam.
release of the game, which featured a total of 5,201 star systems. But those who
Shit,
had
that's a
participated
lot.
in the alpha and beta were not novices. Their months spent testing the game
right,
had given
skill
them
difference.
significantly more knowledge and experience than those entering New Eden for the first time, and they had spent months strategizing with one another to decide how their first hours, days, and weeks would be utilized in
Yeah,
order
that's
to
a
make the
concern you
most
always have to
money
watch out
and
for, isn't
establish
it?
their presence
If the
most
knowledge gap,
solidly.
if the
As
knowledge
a
gap gets
cheeky
too
nod to
big,
their home country, the
it can be
abbreviation
pretty
for
bad.
Icelandic kroner and the game's currency, interstellar credits, was the same. ISK. Many of the most organized groups scattered away from one another and prepared
why it's
to
called
lay
that, huh?
claim to their own territory. However, they could not simply do so anywhere. Eve's star systems are connected in a web-like pattern with stargates, which may be used to traverse from one star to the next.
Did they ever explain
In the
who made the
center of this
Stargates, or was it
vast
just like
web
ancient
is
alien
Empire
civilization or
Space,
something?
An area controlled by the non-player empires where people may fly their ships in relative safety. The safety afforded to players is determined by the star's security level, given a rating anywhere between 0 and 1, divided into 3 basic categories: high security, low security, and null security, or as they are typically called, high sec, low sec, and null sec. In high security space, the
Kinda surprised it's
Empire
null
police
sec, not
forces,
no-sec.
named Concord,
This
would
seems like
intervene
slightly
in any
shorter.
aggression between players, affording some level of safety in these areas. In contrast, aggression would not summon protection in low security space, but the offending players would be granted a suspect status that would make them a target both for players and Empire forces.
Red player
However,
status.
for the groups looking to establish their own presence in space, the most tantalizing area was nullsec, surrounding Empire space in a large
So much
ring.
larger, too.
Here, there were no laws, no rules, and
It is weird
no
that the map is a
protections
2D
other than
map.
whatever the players
Considering
could
space is
enforce,
three-dimensional,
and
so
many
it's
were eager to
borders in
establish
borders in a
themselves
solar
this new
empire would
and
be
vast
are very
frontier,
hard to figure out,
rich
because you'd
in
have to have
most
like basically a
valuable
literal
resources.
sphere of
But
influence.
holding on to these regions would require work and coordination. And so, the corporations that had organized before the release of the game began to establish themselves in particular regions of space that they found enticing. The factors involved in these choices varied from proximity to Empire space to what resources were available. First, though,
The real
the
limit's how
corporations
much you guys
would
can have online
require
at all
ships,
times, huh?
And to buy and
Because
equip
people
these
can be awake
ships,
24
they would
hours
need
and you can't.
resources
So
and money.
if your team's
While
all
the
based in
Eve
North America,
developers
you might
wanted
be
to
destroyed
provide
by
a
someone
world
in
where the
China
trade
who's,
of goods
you know,
was
just
managed
awake while
almost
you're asleep,
entirely by
and vice
players.
versa.
They realized that in the early stages of the game, no player economy would be established yet, and so they allowed non-player characters to buy and sell some of these commodities in order to stimulate the player economy. This provided an early revenue stream to players, who quickly devised a plan to make significant
crafting.
amounts of capital during this crucial
Commodity
early
trading,
stage.
yes,
This
let's go.
plan was based around the daily server downtime, which occurred at 11 a.m. UTC. Andrew Groen detailed what he called the merchant races in his seminal work on the history of New Eden named Empires of Eve. Quote, "Back in the earliest days of Eve, one of the best ways to make money was by buying and selling commodities in different markets
Yeah,
across
let's
the game.
go.
Later, Eve would
Control
place all of
supply,
its
control the
emphasis on a
demand.
player-controlled market,
You controls
but in
the spice,
early
owns the
days,
universe.
Players could buy items and wares from characters in stations all over the game and then
Because
sell
they had
them
limited stock,
elsewhere.
didn't they? Because they wanted to
What
simulate
resulted was
realism.
a daily series of early morning races along the most profitable trade routes. Merchants would log in as quickly as possible after the server came back online from the daily maintenance shutdown and fly down the trade routes to the most profitable destinations." End quote. Trading was far from the only profession that players were looking to exploit. The factories
Warlord.
required to build ships
manufacturing,
in Eve
never
were a
mind, never mind.
limited resource, and so, upon the release of the game, players scrambled to buy these factories as quickly as possible.
Seize the
However,
means of
there was
production.
an issue. Due to its worldwide release, players in the UK were able to purchase the physical copies of the game before anyone else.
Whoops.
And therefore, they could buy the factories much earlier than anywhere in the
Oopsa-doopsa.
world. These buyers were more than just hopeful industrialists.
Yeah.
Many of the factories had been purchased
Iron
by real
grasp.
estate speculators, hoping to sell these factories for a higher price with no intention of constructing ships. According to early player
Ooh, that would
Ramin
really
Shahrazad,
stymie
quote,
growth.
"Within days of the retail launch, all factories have been bought up and idled by speculators who were charging $300 to $400 per factory without any way of knowing if they really
God,
owned
this
the
really
factory
was
or
just the
not."
Wild West of finance,
quote.
like the real
If
world.
speculators were idling the factories, then that meant fewer ships, restricting players from accessing the core mechanics of the game. This illustrated two challenges that the developers of EVE now faced: managing a complicated economy to keep the game fun and interesting, and struggling against the black market. Black
Yeah,
market
that's an
economies
endless
for
struggle,
MMOs
isn't
like
it?
EVE are not only common, but inevitable.
Although if I remember right,
While
doesn't Eve have
developers typically will
official
include
RMT
clauses in their
transaction?
terms of service that stipulate against it, players are usually undeterred from trading in-game assets for real-world currency, and the consequences for doing so only tend to involve an easily circumvented ban, which is only implemented if they're caught.
It was a lot harder to
And
IP ban people
many
back in
of
the day.
Factories intended to fabricate ships for players remained dormant upon the release of the game. But this was far from the only problem that new players faced. Those who purchased EVE Online with little foreknowledge were met with a game full of promise, yet strangely empty.
I wonder if that
Played
meant that people
primarily through various
who
menus,
did
it
seize
was
a factory that were
difficult
willing
for
to
new
manufacture
players
ships
to
could make a ton of
decipher what
money
their next steps
selling
would
ships
be.
instead of selling the
What's more,
factory,
the game world
purely
was
so that they
almost
could enable people to
preposterously
buy
massive,
ships.
especially for the time,
Like, you don't need to sell
and
the golden
players were
goose, just
spread
sell the
thinly
eggs,
across New
right?
Eden. But according to Hilmar
Although that
Pedersen
would mean you
in
have to
an
play the
interview
game,
for
wouldn't it?
DownTheRabbitHole,
And
this
the people
was in
speculating
part
probably didn't
by
want to play, they just
design.
wanted to make fucking cheap
Quote,
money quick.
EVE is about people sailing into the starry night in ships. That's sort of the inception story of Iceland, Vikings escaping taxation from Norway and hoping that there's a new land somewhere. You can just imagine
I wonder if that meant
being
that
on a
there was
quiet
a black
ocean in the
market
night,
economy
looking at
for
the night
buying a
sky,
ship in the early
sailing
days.
on a Viking ship.
Because theoretically, if you
EVE
manufacture
definitely
100
has those
ships for
kinds of
$5 or
feelings. You can
$10,
look
make
up and see
twice the
Milky
amount of
Way,
money
and so the
as you would
inception
selling
of
the
game
entire
and the
factory to
country
somebody.
are not far apart. Iceland is this place that really wants to kill you. You get the very distinct feeling of that when you're a child growing up there. There's volcanoes, there's lava, there are earthquakes, there are freezing gale winds unpredictably any month of the year. It's a very hostile environment.
Yeah, plus it's also cold, which is
EVE
pretty
is like
pretty
that.
meh, if you know
It
what I
has the
mean.
toughest environment,
come on.
but to some extent,
Go
the
to
nicest
Florida or
people.
something.
People in Iceland are nice because we've been forced to learn how to cooperate, because the people who didn't cooperate are already frozen to the ground. EVE is
Yeah,
kind
it's
of like
true.
that. It forces you to cooperate with others because alone
Well,
you
about
can't really
that.
achieve your full potential in EVE. It pushes you to connect with others. There are aspects of the game that almost intentionally make you feel lonely when you're alone. And that creates the foundation of the friendship machine, as we call it, this forced cooperation due to the hostileness of the environment and, later on, other players.
He says that like it's
has
going to force
created a
everyone to be
very
working
strong
together, but
bond between people
I
that
think
play
what it's really
together
going to
in the game.
force is a lot of people to
End
form
quote.
smaller groups to
This
steal everyone
forced
else's food.
cooperation manifested as new players quickly gathering together for safety in this alien game world. While numerous small corporations endeavored to eventually take and hold nullsec territory, it was much easier in this early stage for players to base their operations in Empire space and venture out into nullsec to gather valuable resources from these unprotected systems, then return with a haul and sell or utilize what they gathered. But with so many players traveling through nullsec, a clear method of generating profit emerged. One that played into
Hunting
the
other
fantasies
players,
of
isn't
many
it?
science fiction enthusiasts.
Banditry!
Pirates.
Banditry!
Traveling together in
Yes!
small bands,
Yes!
pirates began
Yes!
roving the common lanes that miners and traders would take from Empire space through nullsec, seeking quarries. To do so,
It took you
pirates
10
would
hours to
designate
harvest all
one
this
or more
gold.
of their group
So weird,
members
it took
to
me
act
10
as a
minutes to harvest it
tackler,
from you!
tasked with ensnaring their target. To do so, they would outfit their ship with specific modules. First was the stasis webifier, which, when applied to a target, would reduce their speed, making it nearly impossible to evade weapons fire.
Yeah, and then your
Second,
friends who
and
don't
most
have that
important
use the
in a pirate's
guns.
arsenal was the warp disruptor, which, true to its name, would prevent a ship from entering faster than light travel and escaping. Both of these components would be placed in the mid-power slots, making the tackler more vulnerable than its compatriots, and so it would rely upon its allies while engaging
Yeah,
a
you gotta
target.
teamwork that.
This, however, would often be unnecessary, as traders and miners were frequently unfamiliar with combat, making them easy
Oh, right,
prey.
yeah.
To
Early game.
counteract this,
No
these
PvP
more
knowledge.
peaceful players would chart new routes and learn tricks to evade pirates, initiating an ever-evolving game of cat and mouse.
I do wonder, when does the
recounted their experience
when do things
on their
involve
first
the
trading
merchants
run,
taking a little bit of their
goods that
profits
they
to
had
hire
bought with
muscle,
weeks'
and the
worth
real
of
battle
risk.
begins?
Quote, at the time, I naively believed that any security rating above 0.0 would be safe because nobody would be ballsy enough to dare provoke the wrath of the 5-0 in space.
Yeah, that's
I
false.
turned out to be wrong. I knew that something was wrong when my ship started to beep and a red target mark cursor appeared
Deathbringer
on the
with no
horizon
A,
with the
let's
name
go.
Deathbringer. The
That's a
beeping
classic good
accelerated,
name.
And a red square appeared around my ship.
Strange.
Since I hadn't even bothered trying to fight a training pirate yet, I had no idea what the hell was going on. He sent a message to me, 250k or die. I responded to him, okay, the sweat dripping down
And then he
my
shot you
armpits
anyway,
past
didn't he?
my side and accumulating in a little puddle at the edge of my shirt. 5 or more seconds must have passed as I fumbled for the micro warp drive hotkey, and just as they started to warm up, the
Yeah,
first missile
pirate
slammed
knew you
into
weren't
my
gonna
ship.
do it.
The warp gate was 15,000 meters away. I had to be within 800 meters to pass through it, and I was currently flying at about 300 meters per second. A second missile exploded against the hull.
Yeah, that's
bringing
50
down my
seconds.
shields
Hey,
and
Koi,
tearing
what's
apart
up?
my
We're
hull.
doing
I
a
knew
react
that if
stream to the
one
EVE
more
Online
missile hit
video.
me, my ship would be
It's a
nothing
long
more
one, it's
than
gonna be
space
fun.
debris, and this who couldn't even spell death correctly would have access to all I had worked for.
Now, you know the guy was called
Come
Deathbringer
on,
to
you
piss you
pieces
off
of
specifically
I
like
shouted at
that.
the monitor. My dog started to bark in the background. but I could
A real
barely
heated
hear it.
gamer moments of the
only
early
thing that mattered
2000s.
was the gate, because I knew that if I had lost that cargo, all my week's worth of hard work and all my finely tuned bullshit would be down the
Oh yeah,
drain.
because you lost your ship too,
Whoosh.
and you can't just get
I
him
hadn't
back
used
easily.
the micro warp drives since the night before and forgot about just how powerful they were. I was now shooting toward the warp gate at 3.5 kilometers per second.
Oh, so
and
missiles
all
do cost money.
Deathbringer had to account for his 2 expensive missiles
Versus
was a
lasers.
trail
So that's
of
the
dust.
difference.
If you're reading this right now, Death, I'd like to give you a hearty f*** you. I arrived at the specified starbase in the Galente region, my ship battered and bruised, and my ego several sizes smaller. I sold the computer hardware for a total of 3.7 million credits. The hull repairs amounted to 100k. I felt my heart with my left hand. It was still pulsing rapidly, and the realization that I had netted 600,000 credits in 25 minutes, along with a healthy dose of action, sent it shooting up even
Yeah, the
further.
risk makes the money
I did
worth it.
several more trade routes that morning, and by 9 a.m., my credit count read 5,780,000
Hey, Goose, how's it going?
credits.
We're reacting to EVE
No
Online
matter
by
what
Down the
tricks
Rabbit
were
Hole.
discovered, however, piracy remained a lucrative trade due to the heavy traffic in the lanes used to haul ore. Because of the distances
I do
involved
wonder,
in
though, if the
transporting
early-
ore from Nullsec to Empire Space and little safe
You know,
way
we
to
might have- I
store
might
it
have to
during
start
the
doing
process,
this.
a mining operation would often consist of one mining ship to pull the ore from the asteroids and 5 or more transport ships to haul it back to Empire Space.
I do wonder if that meant that finding people mining was the real money, because selling the information of where the trade route would be to pirates would probably net you a lot of money off them as an information broker. It's one of those little positions people don't really account for, is being the one who sells the information, not the one who does the dirty work. Just taking a cut of it both ways, played the middle. No one ever suspects it.
All of which were easy targets. Soon, piracy was lucrative enough for the first pirate gangs to lay claim to territory in Nullsec.
Ooh.
Outfitted with various combat ships, they moved into the most valuable star systems, seeking flighty mining and transport ships.
It is interesting
On
when a piracy
occasion,
group
groups of
becomes big enough
pirates
to have an
would
official
find trade
faction,
routes
because
frequented by the more
it means you
economy-minded
become a
players
full
and
target
perform
for
one of the
everyone who
most
hates you
feared
because your
and
one
most
job is
obnoxious
fucking everyone else
practices
over.
to those in Empire space.
I
Fleet
wonder.
Essential for transit between systems, stargates also acted as choke points for players to exploit, as there only ever is one linking two systems together, and so pirates would often wait at these combined
I guess that means you
ingress and
just
egress
can't
points in
transport
low-security
the hard
space,
way by going
waiting
like
for
the
unsuspecting
long,
players to
slow
appear
route of manually
and
going
destroying
between
their
space.
ship, sometimes
Unless they're using
before
like
they
real
could
fast
even
and light
load the new
methods,
system.
and it's like, yeah,
Eventually,
light years is too
CCP
long,
were
2
forced
years
to
real
add
time to
auto
travel
turrets onto
hard way.
stargates to prevent routes from being blockaded for long stretches of time.
Hey, that's good.
In the months following the release of the game,
So,
CCP
I guess the worry
was
is you just
also
have to
able
make, like, an
address
even
the
bigger
issue of
cordon
those who
around
had
the
bought
point.
factories for resale by a relatively simple method. In order to keep a factory, the player holding it would be forced to pay a regular maintenance fee for it, relative to the amount of money that could potentially be made from its output. In essence, a land value tax. Just as in the real world, this made the factories a significant financial burden to speculators who weren't using them, leveraging the speculators
That's a clever
to either
way
begin producing
get 'em.
ships or sell the factories to someone who would.
Although,
In
it really
short
does
order,
bring the
the
question up of
factories
like
were serving
why people
their
weren't doing
intended
RMT
purpose.
transactions
The
on
game
selling
hadn't
ships
even
from the
been
factories
live
in the
for
early
3
games.
months, and already CCP was being forced to adjust their game to contend with the space game enthusiasts, notorious for exploiting any system that they could as a part of their fun, while simultaneously attempting
That's not
to
space
complete
gamers,
the
that's
systems
any
that they had
gamer.
intended for the game. And
That's
these
anybody.
new systems promise to create even more unforeseen and perhaps unmanageable problems.
I wonder what that could be. Let's go silent. Oh, yeah, it was silent for a bit.
Over the following months, the more adventurous corporations began to establish themselves in Nullsec, and already the diplomatic situations in
Nullsec's the
different
full
regions
PvP
were
zone, by the way.
developing in distinct
There's no,
ways.
there's
These
no
early groups of
interstellar
players,
empire to
typically
protect
no
you.
more than a few dozen people, would form the first alliances with one another to stave off competition, typically naming themselves after the region of space that they inhabited. In this early stage of the game, there was no way for players to officially lay claim to territory, but over a decade later, Andrew Groen would resurrect information that had largely been lost.
It is
by trawling
weird you
through
couldn't, like,
long-abandoned
officially,
foreign threads
claim
and
'em.
speaking with numerous leaders from
You
the
would have figured,
time,
like,
and by
territory
doing
banners are
so,
a
he
built-in system to know
managed chart
things.
early Nullsec. To the southeast was the pirate nation of the Curse Alliance, who
Damn, that's
frequently
big.
warred with the rigid and authoritarian Stain Alliance. To the west and the north were the Fountain Alliance, the Coalition of Free Stars, and Venal Alliance, which boasted more democratic systems of governance between their constituent corporations.
That's a hell of a large buffer zone between Curse and the other one. I really wonder if there was just like a real, if this zone in the middle here was just perpetually a DMZ of warfare, or if the border was just constantly shifting back and forth. Because it feels like you could make a pretty decent like position if you occupied this as a third party, just restricting trade. Although I guess that means you'd get clobbered by both sides in the conflict if you tried to hold your position. So that might have been difficult. We'll find out
While
more
a
in the future, I
significant
think.
contingent of players sought to take and hold territory in Nullsec, most made their home in Empire space. Though maintaining
safe
a
zone.
Nullsec presence was lucrative, it was also difficult and time-consuming, and for most, this was a distraction from the more specific activities which drew them to EVE. This also meant that much of the money within the player economy was held in Empire space, and so, even Nullsec powers would have to enter this safer territory and trade with the players there, though many Nullsec dwellers found them tepid. For the industrialists, trading with
yes.
Empire space was not
Those
only
fucking
efficient, but
wastelanders
necessary.
murdering each other
While the
for
most
money. How
valuable
could they?
materials were in nullsec, the basic materials required for all ships could only be found in Empire space. And so,
Oh,
it was
that's a
impossible
weird
to
balance.
maintain a nullsec presence without some sort of supply line.
That's a
high-sec
really
and
weird
low-sec.
decision.
This meant that these two
I guess it does
worlds of
encourage
Eve,
permanent trade,
while in
huh?
most ways separate, were fundamentally tied to one another. And while the flow of resources between the two was imperative, the most stark example of this interplay was illustrated in the mercenary corporations. Varying widely in terms of background, these mercenaries would take contracts to harangue whatever target was desired, and during this early
Now that's
stage,
the best
their
position, isn't
prices
it?
were often cheap, with the thrill of the fight being a part of the reward.
Until
The
they
people or
realized that it was very
corporation
lucrative
issuing the
to do it.
contract could also be kept secret at their behest, and in this way,
Cost more money, I
competitors
bet,
could
too.
be weakened or eliminated without any fighting on the part of the buyer.
Proxy
Pirate gangs
war,
were eager
proxy
to loan out
war.
their services for interstellar credits, but many of them were unaccustomed to attacking targets that fought back, and so a niche began to develop for players who had experience not only
Oh, so the
trapping
paper
vulnerable
tiger
targets,
versus the actual
but
PvP
engaging in
enthusiasts.
proper fleet-based combat. As the demand increased, various new mercenary groups were beginning to form, often out of ragtag clusters of players who were more familiar with the praxis of combat than theory. But sometimes it was simply enough for a player to be familiar with combat to disrupt the supply lines of more economy-oriented corporations and allow their competitors to surpass them. Such aggression meant that most every corporation needed to be prepared for a fight, and so they began to learn the methods by which to defend themselves, along with hiring their own mercenaries to protect their ships, meaning that anyone paid to disrupt another corporation had to expect pushback. While miners often weren't familiar with the finer points of combat, many
Now, see, that's a big position that takes a lot of balls to take. Is saying any mercenary that harasses us is gonna get pushed, because if you start doing that, you're gonna isolate all the mercenaries against you, and that means you won't have access to all the extra muscle. You sort of gotta let mercenaries exist in this sort of thing, because the big issue is, while they're never going to be aligned against you until you mess with them. If you start messing with them, they'll all band against you, and getting a blacklist by mercenaries means you'll basically get out muscled by them at every opportunity, because they previously wouldn't have any reason to hate you or raid you if you yourself are willing to hire them from time to time. But if you make an enemy, well, now they've got an enemy that they're just willing to hit. You're no longer neutral. You're just a target. And what are you going to do? Hire mercenaries? Because you just said all the mercenaries can go fuck themselves. And those guys like each other for the most part. They might fight, but if they realize one guy ain't willing to play the mercenary game, you get one against you, you get basically all of them against you. It's a really bold decision to say no mercenaries. And the thing I was going to say before that is that a purely economic guild and this sort of thing probably only works if you're in the safe zone, and only for a limited time, because the way corporations work in the real world is they rely on the fact that the state has a monopoly on violence. And so, since no one else can simply commit violence to raid them and take their profits or seize their factories, they can do whatever they want economically. But in this sort of game, if you can just seize someone else's assets, you gotta have the muscle to back yourself up, because money's cool, but it can't stop you from getting torpedoed or space lasered out of existence. It's freezing. Let's go back a second though. Let it load.
that anyone paid to disrupt another corporation had to expect pushback. While miners often weren't familiar with the finer points of combat, many already had the most important equipment necessary to participate.
Money.
A battleship.
Oh.
During this time, there were no ships dedicated to mining.
Oh.
And so, miners chose the ships with the most available hide slots
that's
for
kind of
mining
funny.
lasers.
Yeah,
A
we didn't
particular favorite was the
pickup
Apocalypse,
trucks yet,
which
so we're just gonna have to
boasted 8
use a
hide slots
tank.
and a large capacitor. All the miners had to do was trade their mining equipment for weapons, and they were ready to defend themselves in a minimal fashion.
Yeah,
What had once
balance.
effectively been paid piracy was more and more becoming obsolete, and in its place was mercenary work.
Yeah.
Among these early mercenaries were a few corporations
Buccaneers
that attracted attention.
is the real term.
Unparalleled
And this kind
were
of
the
mirrors what happened in
Masters
real
of
life,
Ownage,
where
or
a lot of
Mu,
pirates
who
weren't
had
just
become
randos
infamous after their
stealing
gate camp
things.
in
It
Mara
was,
and Kasari that
It was a
shut
lot of
down
people who were
trade in the
paid by
north
other
for
countries
weeks.
to specifically
But there
raid
were
other
a few
countries,
smaller corporations
especially
that were
during the early
beginning to
days of the
gain a
America
reputation,
discoveries, where you'd raid
namely
Spanish ships for their
Body Count
gold.
Inc. This group, led by the charismatic Celine, was one of the first to dedicate all of their corporation's time to handling mercenary contracts, and while they accepted
That sounds
paltry
cool.
sums to begin, their fees grew as both the demand for mercenaries and the demand for Body Count Inc. increased. But as mercenary corporations fought one another, there was a surprising effect. Since warfare never resulted in the permanent deaths of any of the players, it was possible to fight against particular enemies repeatedly, and as they did, they grew familiar with one another, especially those who could fight exceptionally well.
grudges.
Such exemplary pilots would sometimes impress their enemies so much that they would be invited to join those they had fought. And so, a core tenet of EVE Online was discovered. In the words of Celine, quote, "The best way to recruit people is by shooting them." And so, the best pilots in
that's
the
cool.
game began to conglomerate into groups and charge hefty prices for their services, prices that corporations were more than willing to pay in
And
this
more than
key
willing.
moment in the
More than
history of
willing,
the
they say, as
economy
if they
of
didn't
EVE.
have no
During the
choice.
production of the game, one of the envisioned roles
Because if you
in
don't
EVE
hire the best
Online
ones, you're
was that of a
fucked. You can't
trader,
cheap out on
traveling
that.
from location to location in order to find places to buy goods low and sell high based on an asymmetry of information.
Commodity,
Players would only be
commodity.
able to see the goods on offer in their current region, and then they would have to travel to the station where the good was being sold. But as players traded with one another and the player economy began to establish itself, the need for a centralized hub of commerce grew. In order to maximize visibility and convenience,
And I wonder
many
how
chose
how
one
big
particular system from
interplayer
which to base
leagues
their
were,
trade.
because if you had like 20 dudes in
UI.
different systems, you could
UI
probably
was a natural
figure out
choice,
where
given
things
that it
were
was a high
and have a much better
security
view
system
because you
with
know
the
more
maximum
people.
value of 1,
'Cause the limit-
meaning that trading
Because the limitation on player communication in-game might exist, but meta communications or communication outside the game, if you were in like a server, like a mod or a small forum, you could probably share the information pretty quickly if you had a dedicated group of people with one account in each star system. So you'd always know where the giant map of pricing was laid out. Oh, but that makes you wonder, like, were the early limitations of early internet communications preventing that sort of meta communication becoming dominant? Because nowadays it's easy to think like, yeah, I'll just make a Discord server, I'll just go on Twitter, on Facebook, I'll make a Facebook group and just talk to like 20 other dudes, make some alt accounts, we use our multiple monitors to like hook it all up. But back in the day, like you couldn't exactly multi-monitor that easily, the forums to exist to talk to people were a lot poorer, there was a lot less people on them to begin with. So the meta limitation on communication technology probably influenced the rate at which you could use meta communication, like talking to more people, to gain a monopoly on information of in-game stuff, because, like, hell, even wikis weren't that complete back in the day. All the stuff we take for granted now was things you just couldn't back then, so people actively making this sort of in-game thing was probably a pretty big deal. I'd imagine some of the players involved probably got a lot of extra in-game advantage from forming the network, because while you are doing it for the sake of everybody, well, you mean you're gonna, like, you know, maybe delay letting people know that this commodity is jumping up by, like, I don't know, an hour, so you can take advantage of it with your friends, insider trading style, you know? It's always nice to speculate on where the corruption of people doing it creeps into these greater good projects and free MMOs, because, like, You know
Hidden
people are
there
gonna
was
dip in. There's no
remarkably safe,
what's
but
the
more
government gonna
importantly,
do?
it resided at the
Something?
precise
There's no
center of
government in this
Empire
game. You can do
space,
corrupt
making a
corrupt
trip to
trading every day of the
Uli a
week.
reasonable distance,
It's
no
an
matter
economic
where
student's
a player
dream,
was.
learning how to do
Soon,
Ponzi
all
schemes on
manner of
idiots.
players were traveling to Uli in order to buy and
Ponzi
sell
schemes.
goods.
God, I
Almost
knew.
anything could be purchased there.
Sorry, another aside. I knew somebody who did an MMO Ponzi scheme. They were a RuneScape gold guy. They made like a few hundred mil off doing that in RuneScape. Like a few hundred mil gold in RuneScape, not like real money. They were. It was kind of lucrative though. And it was pretty insane how people were so unaware of how a Ponzi scheme worked. Even in reality, they just kind of fell for his in game. It's like, yeah, just invest with me. I'll do some stuff. I just need a little financial credit to get off the ground. You see, guys, you know, just a little bit of money to get started and get the gears of my financial machine working. But don't worry, once I do it, it's free money for everybody. And he made a lot of RuneScape money off that. It was kind of insane how some people just don't know enough about basic economics and fall for that sort of specific scheme in MMOs. So if you ever do play a big MMO like one of these ones, I'd recommend like just looking up how basic financial schemes work, because you might be surprised how often you can just like trick somebody. Like, hell, I don't play big MMOs a lot, but I play Warframe, and you can trade platinum, which is real money currency, for in-game items. And the amount of times I've lied to people, like, hey, can you just like increase the price by like a few more? I need to like buy an item and I'm just a little bit short, to like wheedle out extra platinum, or straight up lie to someone like, yeah, someone else is offering me like 20k more. If you can match them, I'll sell it to you because you're my first offer. But like, if not, I'm gonna just sell it to the other guy. But I want to let you know because I'm so nice. Like, it's very easy to be a bit of a clever bastard in these sorts of things, and just, you know, get a little bit of extra profit through a bit of inscrutable action. So you gotta be careful when you play these sorts of things with trade, because people might say things are working one way, but if you know a little bit more about what's going on under the hood, they might be lying to you.
This posed a problem. So many players in a system taxed the game servers heavily, and if
yeah.
too many people began to use Uli as a trade hub, then the servers would be unable to accommodate them.
I wonder
But
if this is where they
soon,
introduce
an even
backup.
greater existential threat to the game would appear.
Oh. Yep. I don't know what that means. What is it? Stop keeping me in suspense. I'm not Han Solo. Suicide rush in the safe zone?
Toward the end of 2003, the deal that CCP had made with its publishing companies was concluding, but Simon & Schuster had no intention of renewing the deal, and so they reached an agreement that would return the publishing rights to the game developer. And while they had no infrastructure or connections to print physical copies of the game,
that's an issue.
CCP had another plan. On December 3rd, 2003, CCP made an announcement on their website. Quote, CCP, the developer of the highly acclaimed MMORPG title EVE Online, announced today that it has regained the publishing rights for the title worldwide and will start distributing it as a direct download from the internet. We are very pleased to be in a position where
that
we
was
can
huge.
contribute equally to both development and
back in the
publishing,
day, being able to
Chris
early
Jansen,
game on that,
CEO
that's
of
pretty good.
CCP. We have reached
Because
an
cutting the
agreement with
logistics
Simon &
on
Schuster
physical discs
Incorporated and Vivendi
was a huge
International
boom
regarding
to smaller
Canada and
companies,
North America,
because it meant you
as
didn't have to
well as
rely
the
on so
crucial
much
limit
money and
for
physical
Europe. We
infrastructure,
expect
dead
the
stock,
downloadable version to
like
increase
paying money
global
for something that
sales
does
sharply.
nothing.
Our player
Or hell,
base
even
has
wasting
been
money if you have to print
growing
like,
steadily
if you
since
print a
the
few
launch of
100,000
Online in
discs,
May.
80k of them go
Our game
nowhere,
servers are in
you've
good
wasted a lot
shape,
of
and we are
money.
technically ready
Warehouse
for
space to
much
store
faster
them,
growth
store
now, said
distribution.
Gilmar V. Pedersen,
Digital is such a
CCP's
boon
chief
to people that they don't
technical officer.
realize. Like,
The player community is
indie
a great
games would
source
never
of new
have
ideas for
gotten
the
so big
future
without places to
development
sell
of
them
the game.
online, like
EVE
Steam.
Online is an evolving,
It's kinda
living
like,
game,
even making
and we
20k
can't wait
discs
to
would
see
probably
how the
bankrupt a
players
smaller
will
one.
react to some of the new stuff we will be adding in the future. End quote. But this optimism was undermined by the problems that Uli now presented. As mentioned previously, the game's server architecture was designed so that each region in the game world was managed by a different server. However, the newest processors at the time proved to be suboptimal for CCP's purposes, and so even the
Intel.
latest CPU technologies wouldn't help to bolster their servers for the influx of players, specifically the growing population in ULI.
So does that mean they just
Theoretically, this
dedicate
could
another
have been
server to
solved by
Uline, or?
changing the regions that each server managed and perhaps utilizing a specific server for ULI. But with the volume of players that ULI threatened to host, not even a dedicated server for that star system would be enough.
Shit, could they have
What's
linked two
more,
up?
Players were beginning to discover exploits that threatened their faith in the game to
yes,
function
hacking.
as it was intended.
Whoops,
On March
infinite money
3rd,
glitch.
2004, a corporation named Zombies Inc. descended upon ULI with a single Apocalypse battleship and a bevy of dedicated logistics ships, parking themselves near a Stargate, approximately where players would arrive when entering the system.
Did
or
they
approaching the gate
did they
to leave.
out-heal the gate damage?
Apocalypse was equipped with a special kind of weapon, a smart bomb. When activated, this niche weapon would deal massive damage to everything within a certain distance of the user, whether ally or enemy. As soon as
It
ships
is.
appeared, the pilot of the
It
Apocalypse
is.
activated his smart bombs, and his targets were instantly destroyed. As ULI was a system with a 1.0 security rating, Concord appeared almost instantly in order to destroy the offending player, but as soon as they did, the logistics ships began repairing it from just outside of
Yeah,
the
they
radius of the
did.
smart
They
bomb.
out-healed the
Concord
they
ships
out-healed the
approached
police.
and were destroyed
So
in a
the in-game
successful
system couldn't do it.
blast. Now,
Yo, could you harvest?
not only were hapless
Yo, could you
players
harvest
being
money off of
destroyed in
killing
ULI,
the
but
official
so were the
Empire
game's
ships?
NPC police. While Concord attacked the Apocalypse battleship, the logistics ships were entirely ignored.
Oh,
This
'cause
was
they didn't
due to
provoke
an oversight
aggro.
that Zombies Inc. had discovered.
They
While
don't provoke.
attacking
They don't
another
provoke
ship in
aggro.
Empire space would grant the player a wanted status and summon the police, repairing another ship would not, even if the player receiving the
Clever,
repairs was
clever,
wanted.
clever.
Having estimated the damage output of Concord's ships, Zombies Inc. had brought just enough logistics capability to outpace the damage that Concord
Now,
could
see, that's
deal,
fucking clever.
making the Apocalypse practically invulnerable. Any players attempting
Now-
to intervene by attacking the logistics ships would, in turn, be destroyed by Concord, since
Right, because it's PvP too. Oh, that's ingenious. So now I wonder, what do you think the solution was? You think they made it so you could escalate how the amount of Empire Enforcer ships would escalate the longer they got destroyed? Would they invent a new category of ship specifically for the NPCs to always win? Or do you think they made it so that healing enemy ships would mark you as an enemy as well? I suspect it might be the latter, but it's always a worry when you implement the former, because if you make it so that the in-game police just keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger, you can wind up with some other issues where people will like deathball them. And like just have a bunch of like really high level swarms of NPC police chasing you and then engage in PvP with someone else, and they engage in PvP and the enemy swarm will just take you out.
by the game's definition, they were innocent.
Yep.
And so, they were able to continue their slaughter in ULI for an unrecorded period of time.
That's pretty
Victims of
insane,
Zombies
though.
Inc. went to the forums to complain.
I wonder
and
how much
soon,
money they
even
made off
those who
that.
hadn't encountered the small fleet were complaining to the developers that trade through ULI, and therefore in much of the game, had been brought to a halt due to an exploit. CCP's game masters contacted the perpetrators and instructed them to cease. Zombies Inc. declined. A post made to the forum by the game masters describes the incident in full.
Please, will you
Quote, as a lot of you
will you please stop? No. Shit. Oh well.
are aware, a certain corp willingly exploited a fault in the game mechanics and managed to kill over 100 people in the supposedly secure ULI
Whoops.
system last night.
Oops
We
a
have
doops.
decreed that those who were the recipients of this heinous crime will be fully reimbursed for their loss. If you are one of those who lost your belongings and still haven't petitioned us, please do so and we will see to it that your possessions are returned to you. The exploiters have received a ban for their efforts, and anyone thinking of following their example should be aware that the same fate awaits them.
Now, does
The
that make
GM
people
team.
stop permanently
quote.
doing it, or just
While players were in
stop doing it
general glad
long
to
term,
have
but still
the
doing it
UI
short term?
system cleared, this set a new precedent. With pompous rhetoric, the game masters declared that they would not allow players to bend the rules farther than CCP dictated, but how much was too much was left
Yeah, that's always the
unspecified. In this case,
thing.
a
It's like,
rule was
what if we just do it
codified
for
and
less than an
enforced
hour
as an
and
event
do it?
was taking place. Namely, that players were not allowed to survive indefinitely against Concord in high security space. Anything that allowed them to do so would be considered an exploit,
But what
and
about
therefore
temporarily?
a bannable offense. However
That's the
necessary it
concern.
may have been, and however popular the decision may have been with players, it established the company in an adversarial role to many of its players, especially the ones most interested in experimentation. Though trade could once again travel through Uli, this did not lead to the rise of any powerful high-tech corporations due to a particular mechanic. While players were safe from wanton attacks from other players in high-sec space, and players in low-sec space were risking their lives by attacking other players, there was a way for players to attack one another safely, even while Concord was present. A war declaration. Like paying a fee every week, a corporation could
I see
declare
how it
war
is.
against another and be granted the right to attack any of their ships on site, often referred to as bribing the police. This meant that
I mean,
whenever a
that's not
high-sec
wrong,
corporation
man, to be
became
honest.
powerful enough, other corporations would band together to check it and prevent it from becoming too powerful.
But does that also
and
mean that
affecting a
big
monopoly.
corporations
Even
can
so,
beat up
there were
smaller
enough
ones?
individuals and
Because if you
small
got the money to pay
corporations
off the
trading
police
out
more
of
often, you
UI
can
that the
declare a lot more
servers
war.
began to lag. This was not a difficult threshold to reach. Despite boasting about high potential player counts, EVE Online required less than 100 players to be present in the system before problems began to manifest. But as Crowd Control Productions was contending with Uli, the initial powers of nullsec were beginning to fracture, and
Oh?
soon divisions would spark conflict that would push their server infrastructure
New
to its
powers?
limits.
New people moving in, or just conflicts in groups? Or did one guy call someone else's girlfriend fat and that caused the entire group to splinter? MMO guilds are pretty mercurial. It could take, like, very little to make them start hating each other.
To
Like,
the north,
you know,
bad
what if some guy
blood
just
born
keeps
from
using
the early wars
too
over
often in conversation
sovereignty
on
was
mic and
beginning
you just
to
hate him?
heat. Due to the global nature of the game, CCP realized that implementing a fair method of territory control would require something more complicated than a simple attack and hold method. Otherwise, a corporation could simply attack another group's territory during their off hours, and then
Yeah.
a counterattack could be launched, enacting a never-ending back and forth which would discourage any sort of decisive conflict. Therefore, they designed the reinforcement system. In order to
Okay.
capture a starbase, a faction would have to attack it twice. The first time, they would simply be able to reduce its hull to 25%. Upon reaching this number, the starbase would enter reinforcement mode, during which it could not be damaged for a length of time contingent upon the amount of strontium fuel with which it had been equipped, with more strontium
So
meaning
an
a
artificial
longer
time gate
reinforcement
to
period.
enforce that
Most importantly,
the owners would be able
since
to get
strontium
online in
gradually was
time.
depleted, the amount could be manipulated in order to bring the starbase out of reinforcement mode during active hours for the defending alliance. In
Okay.
this way, holding starbases was feasible without always having players online. But these stations were more than just static buildings. Player-owned stations, or POSs, were designed in such a way as to allow a defender an advantage. Most immediately, a station could be equipped with automatic weapons that required
yeah.
no player
Or guns on
input,
it.
adding firepower to any defensive endeavor. Even unequipped, however, the stations still boasted a wide shield which could only be passed if the player had the correct password. While the station could be attacked from the outside, any ship within the shield could not, but similarly, any ship inside the shield could not attack any ship outside of it.
Oh, so it wasn't a
granting
one-way
small
shield.
armistice zone to which a defending fleet could retreat during a
Not a
battle,
one-way
and
shield is pretty
placing
good.
an onus upon the attackers to either focus enough fire on the station to reinforce or destroy it, or destroy any damaged ships before they could retreat.
So you
to
do have to
safety
risk
of
your
the
own
shield.
ship
Extra
to fight
ships
back.
could be stored inside of
That's
these
good.
stations as well, allowing players to
Because one-way
re-equip
shields are fucking
themselves for
miserable.
combat if they
That's a
lost
big
their ship.
that's a big
In order
fucker of
to
a ship.
claim the
Look at that.
system,
Look at that
all the
large lad.
corporation had to do was own the majority of starbases. Now was a key time to claim and capture territory before anyone else could lay their own claims and force their opponents to wrest control for them. As
So
well
the
as
splintering was a
starbases
result
being
of making it
constructed,
easier
is
to claim them.
extremely
People
vulnerable.
fought over it.
Mercenary Coalition even posted a video to the forums of the time they were hired exclusively to stand as bodyguards for an infant starbase, which they affectionately referred to as an egg. Once claimed, the owning faction could place an outpost in the system.
It does look like an egg, though.
As opposed to posses,
Look at that overly boy.
outposts were indestructible, making goods stored there much safer. But they also acted as places where
could you
goods
seize an
could be
outpost and
listed
take
for
the money?
sale. Anything bought or sold there, or any minerals refined there, would be taxed, with the money being placed in the bank account of the corporation. Taking territory now
yeah.
before other alliances could place their starbases and claim control over systems was vital.
So it was a
and
land
would
rush.
lead to a
The land
war
rush
that
flat
the
fractured
servers of
people.
EVE Online could scarcely handle. The opening engagement of this first large-scale war of EVE Online was described by Andrew Groen in Empires of EVE. Quote, "Both sides opened fire, unleashing a stream of missiles, railguns, and laser munitions, the sheer number of which had never been seen before in New
Damn.
Eden. With
300
nearly
people was a
300
lot?
people in the battle, the EVE
Damn,
servers
knowing how
strained
big
under
this
the
game
weight of
got
this
in
enormous
20 years?
cataclysm, and
That's like a
strange
baby
things
number.
began to happen.
Like, big for the time,
Missiles
but
disappeared
damn.
out of thin air. Ships exploded
Oh.
seemingly without having been touched. Pilots were kicked offline without warning, then reappeared in a different part of the solar system and in a different ship." End quote. Such conditions were unfavorable for
Oof.
either side, and fleet commanders eventually learned to ration their pilots and limit the size of engagements in order to manage lag and prevent battles from escalating beyond
But
the
did they also ramp
capacities
up
of
the servers?
servers. A frustrating, yet necessary decision. But nullsec wasn't the only place where these limitations were manifesting. For months, the central economic system of Uli in Empire Space had been growing, and as it did,
How long
the
was
servers
this time?
were struggling.
Like, was that
Crowd
a few-
control
like, are we talking
Productions
months
had
a year
little
later or years
ability to
later?
control the movements and actions of
I
the
kind of wish we had a
people
little
operating in
timer on the
nullsec,
bomb to know what
but in
year this
Empire
was.
Space, they had far more options, and here they took drastic action. Uli was a popular trading hub due to its centralized location, which boasted safe passage from all corners of space. And so, the company took the simplest option.
2
They
servers?
severed most of the connections.
Oh!
In short order, the
bold.
traders had scattered. Without a central hub, trade quickly was redistributed into quadrants of Empire Space.
Oh, that's a
loosely
bold
based on
decision.
The 4 different NPC
Cutting off
empires,
Stargates is pretty
further
insane.
destabilizing a market that already was facing the destabilization of vital resources from nullsec due to a war
Oh, yeah, 'cause the
raging
violence.
in the north. Without the relatively safe routes through Uli, Empire Space was severed in 2 by low-security choke points through which traders had to travel.
Ooh.
Choke points that could easily be exploited by pirates, further segmenting
Now see,
the economy.
this
But
was
soon,
probably...
a new strain would be placed on the servers. In
Now, see, this was probably not a great time to be playing the game, but it seems like a really interesting time to have been playing the game. I know there's an expression people use, may you live in interesting times as a curse, but from an outside perspective looking in, this seems like if you're playing this game as a newer player, this seems like an insane time to get in. The big central thing broke, you can be a pirate, you can prey upon the separation of the market, you can speculate on resources more easily, there's no big monoliths to take in the way. That seems like a pretty swell time to start playing.
early 2004, the main competition for EVE Online
Get in the game.
Earth and Beyond was ending. EVE had already enticed many of its players away in the beta stages of its game, And now, as Earth and Beyond was closing its servers,
Rest in
a
PCA.
sizable portion of its players were migrating to EVE Online. While
Ooh.
CCP's digital distribution method was a gamble at the time, and it could easily
Oh,
take over
we're-
24 hours to download the game with contemporary internet
Oh,
speeds,
no.
it meant that those moving from Earth and Beyond to EVE Online could easily download the client for the game and join relatively quickly, attracting a massive influx of players.
Oh no.
Recognizing how many new people were joining, and also recognizing how impenetrable their game was, CCP set to work making their game as inviting as possible for this flood of players. Working with IGN and GameSpy, they cheekily offered
they
what
had to increase their
called
servers,
an
right?
upgrade for Earth and Beyond players to EVE Online, including a personal guided tour of the game. In a public release, they stated, quote, "The upgrade program will include a no-obligation free
Upgrade
trial
from a
of EVE
different video
Online
game to
and a
this one.
walkthrough of the game by a member
That's
of the
ballsy,
EVE
I'll give you
volunteer
that.
group. The EVE volunteer
That's real
will explain to
ballsy.
the user the differences between the two games and ease the transition into
That's
EVE
pretty
from Earth
ballsy.
and Beyond." End quote. These new players were entering the game during a time of extreme instability in the in-game economy, and only a few months after these new players joined and were attempting to establish themselves, nullsec was fractured. The offer that CCP had made to Earth and Beyond players proved to be a resounding success. and
Oh, it
many
was just
groups
more
in the dying
new
game
factions
moved
entering the
wholesale
game.
from one game to the other, providing them with an immediate
So that's
source
the
of
instability.
manpower. However, those more aimless players coalesced into a new corporation which they named Celestial Horizon. With thousands of players,
Was that
the
an Earth or Beyond
already massive
reference?
Celestial Horizon had a far larger population than the vast majority of other corporations
Yeah,
in New
it
Eden.
was a new
And
guild.
even though they were inexperienced, their numbers alone quickly made them into an industrial superpower who spent their early months in Empire space stockpiling liquid assets, their size making them largely unassailable. This chaos meant opportunity for many new players, and some of the loudest were the Goons.
Hey, I
is
know
an
this name.
epithet worn proudly
I
by
know
the
this
early
name.
internet users posting on the Something Awful forums, a group known for their irreverent,
And those guys still
provocative
exist
manner.
too, huh?
As online documentarian Bernie notes in his history of the site's operator, even the name Goon originates from the letter of an angry web admin who had been featured on the Something Awful website and subsequently harassed by its forum members. Noticing the extremely accessible method of distribution that CCP had adopted, some members of the board began posting threads encouraging other members to download the game and join.
Oh no,
However,
another
due to their
big new
inherently
faction.
chaotic nature, it was difficult to wrangle them toward any common goal. And over
That
the
sounds
months,
about right.
numerous goon-led corporations
Yeah, that sounds about
congealed
right.
and collapsed due to petty infighting. Andrew
Yeah,
Groen chronicles
yeah,
the early
that's
months
about
of the
that,
goons'
ain't-
presence in
ain't
the
it?
game, where, after numerous attempts, one leader was able to coax enough of them into a single corporation, which was named Goonfleet.
Those
Their
guys still exist, I
capabilities,
think.
however, were obviously lacking, given that almost every single player entering the corporation was entirely new to the game, with their only qualification being that they were a
Hey,
member
Hitchhiker's
of
Guide to the Galaxy
Something Awful
reference.
forums. They even paid to have banner advertisements displayed on Something Awful, encouraging members to join Goonfleet, hoping to
That's
attract
kinda
a large
funny.
volume
That's
of
kinda
players,
funny, though.
regardless of skill.
They
When a
paid
new
for
member
online
joined Goonfleet,
advertisements.
they would immediately be given a ship and a personal lesson on how to play the game.
Yeah, I remember
But
that was
even so,
that was the big
they were
incentive of
woefully
free ship.
ineffective.
That was the thing.
This
They were
was
like,
a
yeah, free
feature
ship,
that
free
they
ship, let's
owned and
go.
incorporated into their fleet tactics. Rather than trying to field effective ships,
They just
simply would
swarmed.
outfit themselves
old
in
balls
some
of
the
death,
cheapest
right?
ships and modules that the game had to offer and swarm their target. The majority of the time, this would end in failure, but because so little capital had been invested, the losses were never substantial, and so they would
Yeah.
throw themselves wantonly
That's a real
into
risk you gotta deal
battles,
with, huh?
declaring their motto in the local chat: "We're terrible at this game." Their practices, however, gave them a
You kind of gotta
particular
like, you kind of gotta
reputation with
root
the
for that,
rest
huh?
of
It's
New
like,
Eden.
yeah,
Only
we're dumb,
those
but
who
we're
had an
doing our
active
best.
account
Like,
at least 3
yeah,
months old on the
that's
Something
that's
Awful
fun.
forums were allowed into the corporation, but those who applied weren't always simply rejected. Responding to a thread from someone looking to join a corporation, One player said in the EVE Online forums that, quote, "Goonfleet don't recruit in-game. Any advice you get to the contrary will be from a goon trying to swindle you out of your assets. They'll charge an
Yep.
application fee or some such.
God,
Then
classic
when you are
scams.
successful, they will offer to courier your ships down to nullsec. After you hand over your property, you will not hear from them again."
Yep.
End quote.
And people would,
Another
I can't
player
believe people would
responds,
fall for that.
Quote, "If by some
Yeah.
strange and bizarre miracle you do get into goons, you will be forever shunned by the rest of the EVE community. Once you join goons, that's it. You can never leave to join another corp or alliance. You simply cannot be trusted in any other corp or alliance. You might as well just delete your character and start over if you want to leave goons."
Yeah.
End quote. While this
That's kinda
was
funny.
somewhat hyperbolic, it captured the general sentiment of New Eden. There were the goons, and then there was everybody else. While their money wasn't
I
boycotted,
do like how this
few
point in
wanted
time is all
much to
3-4
do with
ratio
them
video
besides
because that's the
trade.
monitor size
As
of the
nullsec
time.
grew more
We hadn't developed
competitive,
wide
it became clear
yet.
that the goons would need allies, and so they created a larger alliance under which all goons and those corporations within
Hold
the
on,
game
I think I
who wanted to
recognize that
join them
emblem.
could participate. Goon Swarm.
Yeah.
The history
I know
of the
these
great
guys.
empire of Eve, an outsider's perspective, speaks to the reputation of the goons. Quote, "To best understand Goon Swarm, you must first understand goons. The goons are not native to EVE Online, but rather are a form of invasive species. The defining psychology of the community is that there is us and there is them. Non-members are inferior
There's also a
to
$10
members,
entry fee,
and
apparently.
many goons delight in the misery of non-members, or pubbies. EVE Online is not the first game to be visited by the goons, nor will it be the last. The goons move like locusts between online games, establishing themselves quickly and attempting to
don't
conquer
think
the
they
game
ever
in order
left
to inflict
Eve, did
the
they?
most misery
They just
for all
took
those
over
not
and they
part
took
of the
over,
swarm.
occupied a
Almost
section,
every
and just
major competitive
exist.
online game has a clutch of
Right?
goons,
Like, I'm pretty sure they're still
deconstructing
there.
the game and their enemies. End quote. These alliances that established themselves
Also,
were taking
for the
advantage
time
of
when the Something
final
Awful
period
forums
of
were still
time in which a
gigantic,
new alliance could feasibly
2016.
capture and hold territory
Although that was the
for
beginning of
years
it starting to go
come,
down,
and the
wasn't it? I
radical
remember,
shifts
I
in
could
the
have sworn they started going a
fundamentals of the game would
little bit
establish what would
smaller after that
become
point.
The first great empires, bending their industrial might for control over weapons that could decide an entire battle with the press of a single button.
Oh, is this the big ships?
On June 29, 2005, CCP announced a bevy of updates, most important among them being 2 new classes of ships. Dreadnoughts were a specialized class that wielded weaponry designed to
It
attack
is the big
stations
ships.
that had become vital for warfare.
It is the big
Controlling
ships.
a station allowed the fighters of a defending or invading force to shelter in a safe hub from which they could launch their fleets, and dreadnoughts wielded the firepower to
I think this
assault
is a
such
lead up to one of the
bulky
really big
emplacements. Much larger than
conflicts.
battleships, formerly the largest class of ship in the game, dreadnoughts could enter siege mode, which would render them entirely immobile but grant a significant firepower increase. Constructing a dreadnought, however, was a massive undertaking, requiring new starbase modules
Yes.
called capital ship assembly arrays.
You did need to make
Rather
a factory
than assembling
bigger.
the dreadnought in full,
I
there
remember
were
that.
multiple parts, each of which had to be fabricated separately.
And
then
rating these
combined
things
to
before
create
they
the
made a dreadnought
completed
was like
dreadnought.
key.
In order to move the massive amount of materials required for such a ship, the second class that they announced was the freighter. Significantly larger than their older counterparts, these freighters were capable of moving materials.
It's kind of
on
wild
an
it took so long for them to
unprecedented scale.
add
But
freighters.
while they were typically
'Cause
well armored,
as we learned earlier,
obvious
miners were
targets for
apparently
pirates
using
and
like
saboteurs.
battle cruisers because they were just
The
the
implication
biggest
was
ship.
clear. In order to project power
And as I said
and
earlier,
protect what territory
basically the
they
equivalent
had,
of, we don't have
alliances
pickup
now were
trucks, we're
forced
just going to be
turn
using
inward and leverage their
was like-
economies into production. But the dreadnoughts
the lack of freighters earlier was basically the equivalent of, we don't have any pickup trucks, but we have Sherman tanks. So we're going to be using Sherman tanks instead of cars because they hold more. But now we have pickup trucks, and apparently they went from pickup trucks to 18-wheelers. So, damn. Pretty big jump pretty quick.
were eclipsed half a year later with the release of ships that would dwarf
Hey.
all others. on December 16,
Super Dreadnought?
2005,
Super Dreadnought?
CCP released an expansion entitled Red Moon Rising. This time, 3 new ship classes were released. The first was the Carrier, a massive ship that relied on clouds of fighters to perform combat for it, intended as support for a fleet of smaller ships.
Sounds like a
On the
goon
release
swarm
page,
ship.
CCP explained that, quote, "The Carrier is an affordable capital ship,
Affordable.
and most major corporations are expected to fund and deploy
Yeah, I don't know
at
about
least
that.
one for their engagements." End quote. The second was the Mothership, a larger
Ooh,
variant
that's
of
fancy
the more
looking.
affordable carriers. But these 2 new ship classes were eclipsed almost entirely by the ship that would come to be synonymous with the game, the Titan.
Dun,
The
dun,
sheer
dun, dun.
immensity of a Titan was
Look at that
difficult
thing.
for players to conceptualize when it was announced. For the first 2 years of the game, the largest ships were the battleships, whose volumes
Oh, we're gonna
hovered
see a
between
scale?
450 and 500,000 cubic meters. The largest Titan, in contrast, was an utterly massive 155 million
Bro.
meters cubed, well
thing
over
is-
300 times
That is
as large. The
gigantic.
capabilities wielded by a
Look how
Titan
big
were
that is.
commensurate with its size. The first key feature was the ability to open a jump bridge. While
Oh?
Titans were able to utilize
Huh?
the traditional Stargate network outside of HiSec, they also could be used to coordinate massive fleet movements. If another specialized
Oh,
ship
can they
could
turn it
light
to
a
portable-
cynosural field, then the
Can they
Titan could use
they
it
create
as a
portals?
beacon and jump directly to its location, whether in
Oh,
the same system
they can
or
just-
not,
they can just big
bypassing
teleport.
the Stargate network entirely.
That's insane.
As long as the stars were close enough.
That is
This meant
insanely
that,
strong,
although
isn't
the
it?
Titan was a ponderous ship, it could still rapidly relocate with proper coordination, sometimes directly into a fight, suddenly shifting the balance. of
Damn, that's
power.
really
What's
insane.
more, other ships could
There's gotta
join
be a
the
way to
Titan
stop
in
the
this
flare,
fight,
right?
Meaning that
Oh?
it could be used to move an entire
Oh,
fleet at
damn,
once
that's-
between stars
that's
in great
wild.
strides, without being
That's
forced
like
into the
huge.
natural choke
By
points of
itself,
the
it's it, but,
Stargate
like,
network.
Small
But the more
gates
tantalizing
is pretty great, because you
capability
could
of
like
the
leapfrog,
Titan
couldn't you?
was the Doomsday device. While CCP was mum about the
What?
specific damage numbers, what was known was that a Doomsday device would inflict massive damage in a 500
Attack its weak
kilometer
points for
radius,
massive
centered on a location of the Titan's fusion. What's more, the Titan would not even need to be present in the fight to launch the Doomsday.
Oh,
Another
that
ship
can't
could
be
light
good.
the cynosural field, then the Titan could fire its
So it does the
Doomsday through
StarCraft,
it,
the
as long
StarCraft
as it was
Ghost
still
nuke.
within the same star system. Many suspected that the first alliance to field a Titan would wield unprecedented power
Yeah,
and
probably.
become nigh unstoppable. Due to
That
its
is a-
area
that
of
is a
effect,
paranoia.
The power of a Doomsday
A paranoia possibly born from people watching too much Star Wars. It's like, yeah, the first Death Star will destroy it all. But I don't know, like depending on how big the game is, it might be possible to like spread out your assembly on a counter Titan to be built across multiple star systems and assembled remotely, because there's probably a limit to how quickly you can find where they're being built, right? I can imagine.
scaled
I don't
with
know.
the number of fighters on the battlefield, and over time, battles involving hundreds of players had become more and more common, further emphasizing the imminent importance and dominance of the Titan. Beyond these more immediately impressive features, the Titan also served as a mobile platform from which war could be prosecuted. Players who died could
What?
respawn inside of the Titan. And
Oh my
take a
God,
new
that's
ship
insane.
stored in its hangar to
So it's
join the
so it's a
fight once
carrier,
again,
a big
meaning
nuke,
that
and a
player whose
teleporter?
pod was
Jesus.
destroyed would be able to rejoin
can do, like,
combat
anything, huh?
immediately, as long as supplies were available. But before their incredible might could be wielded, one would have to be built.
Oh,
Much
yeah.
like the dreadnoughts before them, the different parts of the carrier, mothership, and Titan would need to be constructed separately in different
On
capital
another
shipyards,
factory
then brought
benefit.
together and assembled.
So
No
yeah, just
power based in Empire space would have the resources or capital required for such a massive undertaking, and even if one did,
so now that's it. Now here my question is, could you steal pieces of these? Like if you see an enemy faction just transporting their Titan engine, could you say just fly over with your buddies and just blow them all up and steal the part? Like, 'cause that'd be pretty insane if you could. Like, you don't build your Titan, you just You just fight the guys trying to transport the parts and steal all the parts and build your own Titan out of the random bits you steal from other people. You only need to do it like 3 or 4 times, right? It's only like a 4-part ship, so
They would have war declared upon them immediately, and their capital shipyards would be divested from them.
I
But
wonder.
even in Nullsec, Andrew Groen notes that there were only 2 alliances who could feasibly produce the first Titan, and they
So it's a race.
happened to have laid claim to territory immediately next to one another.
Oh,
There were a band
no!
of brothers who had earlier crushed the
Oh, no.
alliances in the north, and the overwhelmingly massive Ascendant Frontier, consisting of former players from Earth and beyond.
Ah,
Of
yes.
these 2, Ascendant Frontier had the clear advantage. While skill and coordination could readily win a battle during this stage of the game, there was no way to outproduce a group with so many members. As Groen notes,
yeah.
quote, Ascendant Frontier was not focused on expansion or military endeavors as Band of Brothers was. Ascendant Frontier had come to own a huge swath of territory in the south, but its members' true passion was industry. Ascendant
Yeah, that's a
Frontier
hard thing to
wanted
fight if you want to
create
make a big ship.
prosperous hub of trade and
Because
commerce in
if your
Nullsec.
weapons tech
Was
is
working,
better than
too.
somebody, you could
It
probably
was
build
pumping
enough
out space
things to
stations,
compensate for your lack of
outposts, and
power.
capital ships at a rate many times faster than the next closest industrial powers of the era. End quote. But to accomplish this feat, they would have to overcome a new hurdle: espionage. While often
Ooh.
neglected in the first few
Meta
years of Eve
communication,
Online,
meta
its growing
communication.
operation of large alliances had increased, as had its notoriety after a particularly high-profile case. While most
Oh, I
mercenary
know this
groups
story.
specialized in combat, another corporation named the Guiding
I think if I remember the story right, there was one guy who started playing the game and he got blown up by a dude repeatedly. And so he vowed revenge on this like older player. So he infiltrated the guy's corporation over the course of like years. He got himself up higher. He got his hands on like a lot of the keys, and then he just stole like most of their ships and most of their resources across like 4 or 5 sock puppet accounts that he just bot controlled at the same time to leave. And he blew up the guy as he left. He's like, "This was me. This is my revenge. I was the guy you blew up years ago." It was like a 3-year like revenge plan. It's insane. Oh, you can look up that story on your own, but it was kind of wild how that was like. That's a story you hear about Eve a lot.
Guiding Hand Social Club would instead perform contract work for clients looking to subvert their enemies. Sometime in late 2004 or early 2005, an anonymous client approached the Guiding Hand with a contract and
What
a
an
massive
ominous
sum of
name.
ISK, hoping to buy their services to target Ubiqua Serif, a large corporation of the time. They asked that Ubiqua Serif's coffers be ransacked and their communal hangars emptied of ships, but the contractors would be allowed to keep all of what they pillaged. The only object that the client wanted was the corpse of the CEO, Miro. The leader of the Guiding Hand,
Damn, that's pretty
Isvan
petty.
Shogatsu, was similarly disinterested in the spoils, though he accepted these terms all the same. The Guiding
Damn, these
Hand
faces look
spent
kind of fucked up
months
though.
infiltrating, earning
Character design
positions
probably
of
wasn't the
trust and
high level
authority. They
thing,
were
wasn't
more
it?
successful than their client could have dreamed. Multiple members found themselves entrusted with much of the corporation's assets.
Oh no.
One agent, named Zemdal, found themselves as one of Miral's lieutenants. Istvan explained, quote, Arenis Zemdal is what we call a Valentine operative. Essentially, his job
Yo,
is
you
to
want
seduce
some fuck?
and entice an objective into a state of trust
E-flirting.
and confidence.
Never
As such,
trust an
all
e-flirt.
Miral's
It's always
relationships
they're
between
always out
moments
for your
before the
money.
strike endeared. End quote. On April 18th, 2005, the
Look at the guy,
code word
though.
was sent to every agent. Nicole. Immediately, the corporation was drained of all of its liquid assets and much of its stores of supplies, and Zemdal collected
Damn.
the CEO's corpse along with a squad of Guiding Hand members who had rendezvoused to help deliver the
It's kind of
killing blow.
insane.
Istvan made a public announcement shortly after, with characteristic flair. Quote, Greetings, everyone. It has been some time since I last stood behind a podium and made a public announcement, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm somewhat out of form. The reason I stand here before you is to announce that my mercenary outfit, the Guiding Hand Social Club, has completed its most ambitious contract to date. Our
That's
target
kind of
was assigned to
wild.
us many months ago. Mural of
Not even
Ubiquitous
years.
Eric.
It only
Our
took
task
months to
was
social
carry
engineer
out
their
that
way
which The
in.
Guiding Hand Social
Bruh,
Club has
it's
now
kind of
become known
wild.
for, to utterly demolish Mural and bring all who followed her to their knees in one fell swoop. For those many months we toiled, secreting our operatives among her ranks, steering
Insane.
her organization through a number of
Insane.
insidiously engineered events meant to engender trust and divert their attention from where it should have been. Early this morning, our hard work bore fruit. Executing a meticulously planned, thoroughly flawless concerto of simultaneous corp hanger heists, attacks in open space, and facility invasions, the Ubiquitous Seraph came to know the wrath of the Guiding Hand Social Club firsthand. The result shatters any previous records for sheer scale of such an endeavor. Our net gain from this massive heist is roughly estimated at over 20
How much was that in
billion
real
ISK.
money?
Total damages inflicted are estimated at close to 30 billion ISK. Thank you all for your time. End quote. This would be far from the
Hold on a second. Let me look that up. 20 billion? How much ISK is that? How much is that? How much is EVE Online ISK worth? Oh, no. Can you look up how much that was worth at the time? 1.5 billion to 20 USD.
final major
So that's like, quick math, 10 times 200 bucks. 200 bucks plus, what? 5 makes 55. So $200 and $300. It's kind of like, that's kind of a lot of money, actually. That's kind of not actually that much money, but it seems a lot bigger in ISK because it's a billion time multiplier. It's like, yeah, $300 worth of stuff got stolen. It's kind of funny.
End quote. This would be far from the final major act of the Guiding Hand Social Club, though they would be more covert from this point forward. This level of metagaming, however, wasn't shared by all people. Most role players, for example, would attempt to play the game as a character within.
Does the Guiding Hand Social Club still exist? Let's find that out. I haven't heard about them in years, and somebody has responded about that. This is a post from 10 years ago in 2013. Does the Guiding Hand Social Club still exist? I haven't heard much from them. And someone said, I haven't heard quote response. I haven't heard about them in years. That's part of the plan. Yeah, that probably is. They probably stopped being as public after the one big heist. I mean, they might genuinely have just dissipated and stopped existing, but at the same time, like after one really big public thing, I'd imagine they'd become a lot more subtle. Because you can't exactly be like the public secret society and still like infiltrate people, because it's a bit of an oxymoron. If everyone knows you exist and you knows you can be paid, like, and your members become more known about, like, it's a lot harder to infiltrate because they recognize you in voice chat, they know you by text, like. Plus, you got to keep training up like new agents. It probably takes ages to do anything.
In the game world, but those who didn't roleplay often regarded them with derision and saw them as potential targets, either for ridicule or aggressive action.
Imagine
While
LARPing in an
discussing EVE
MMO.
Online for her
Wild.
podcast, This Game Changed My Life, Aoife Wilson posits that, quote, the people you're talking to don't know that the talking part is a game too. You're going in, you're making friends, you're gaining their trust, you're spending a lot of time with them. They're being nice or whatever, and you know you're lying to them to the point of screwing them over.
Whoops.
To which her co-host,
Social
Julia
engineering.
Hardy, replies, quote, when you play a game, you are aware of what the structure and the rules of the game are because everyone's playing by the same rules.
Yeah,
That's how you
social
know it's a
engineering ain't
game.
fair ever.
But then, if someone comes in and completely changes all the rules, but no one else is aware of the new rules, then it just doesn't seem like a fair game. End quote. These early years began to establish the rules by which people would play EVE Online, Where other games of its ilk were played mostly within the game world, and this was generally respected by the other players, real-world duplicity was gradually becoming a normal, expected part of New Eden.
Meta manipulation's never gonna not exist.
Many of the
Gotta
first
keep your internet
ships were destroyed
identity
before
secret.
even being completed, thanks to the spy networks and scouting work from rival corporations. But finally, on September 25th,
like I'd imagine like there was probably a lucrative black market on dropping intelligence if you're one of the less serious players. If you're like, hey, information broker man, give me 30 real world dollars and I'll drop the dime on where they're building the Titan. And they're like, yeah, shit, 30. I'll pay you $30 as this other group will pay me $35. I'm making a $5 profit on this information. But hey, if I sell this information to 2 people, I'm making $40 profit. Sell to 3 groups, 75. It's all about economy on scale and information. Like, and if you're willing to be a bit duplicitous and use an alt account and obscure who you are, like, counterintelligence will really have to start coming in when you start lying to your active guild members about where you're actually building the damn thing. Oh, that's gotta be so stressful if you actually care about this. It's like, I gotta lie to my people. I have to be spy.
Frontier completed the first Titan. Triumphantly, their leader, Sivok, flew it into the capital system of the Alliance, allowing everyone to marvel at the finished Avatar-class
To look at the
Titan,
size of the
which
girth.
is Steve. The origin of this name is
Yep. Yep. That's peak online gaming. You name it something fucking stupid. You didn't name it like the Majestic Celestial Destroyer or the Annihilarg. You know, you name it like Steve or Joe Bibbidi or Small Boy.
contention. Most sources believe that it was named after the late Steve Irwin, who had died earlier that month.
Oh,
but
that
Andrew
was
Groen
topical,
recalls
huh?
that Sivok attributed the name to a scene from the animated film Over the Hedge, released 4 months prior, in which the squirrel character Cameron comedically proposes naming the massive, newly erected hedges Steve. Whatever the origin of the name,
Oh
the
my
completion
god,
of
it's
Steve
great.
heralded war. Immediately, their enemies and band of brothers invaded, but the power of Steve the Titan blunted their advance simply with the threat of its presence until December 11th, 2006.
They made their
During
own.
a large-scale battle, Sivok unleashed his doomsday safely through a cynosural field, then jumped to a safe point 20 systems away. But what happened next would change the paradigm of players.
Were they
for
lurking?
years to come,
Were they lurking
and
where
would
he was going to
pit
teleport
band
to?
of brothers against the rest of New Eden. More importantly, though, it would also begin a process that would sour the relationship between the developers of EVE Online and its players.
What could it be? I'm in suspense. Did they realize they made the Doomsday weapon too strong? That might be it.
Game development in the early 2000s was significantly different than it would become 2 decades later. Developing a game typically took only a few years at most, and once a game was completed, it was common for the studio to immediately begin work on something new. MMOs were no exception. Most of them would run for a few years, then die as the player base moved on.
Look at those screens just dying. It's like, ooh, yeah. Who likes epilepsy? I hope you don't have it.
And the developers all expected that EVE would suffer the same fate eventually, as a matter of course. But as the game approached the 4th year of its lifetime, it seemed that it was only growing.
Damn, 4 years at that point is pretty cool.
Created plans to continue adding features, and what's more, they were preparing to launch the game in China, a massive new market, though China would have its own instance separate from the rest of the world.
Yeah, the great firewall once again striking.
Many of the original developers were beginning to grow restless.
So this is like 2007, isn't it?
Work on EVE for more than a few years, and a number of them were looking
suffering from success.
Something new. While CCP had plans for other projects within the EVE intellectual property, they were in need of new developers, and so they decided to hire some of their staff directly from their player base.
Oh,
in many ways, this was a logical decision.
This was a terrible fucking idea. Like, I want to say for the record, that sounds like a fucking awful idea. You have a 4-year MMO with vast invested interest from people. Do you really think there won't be conflict of interest between the guys you just hired and their factions that they've been playing with for years, their buddies, and like, no, our guys just got the thing, we can't do it, we gotta nerf the thing, or the other guy's going like, our guys don't have the thing and the thing's too strong. Like, oh my god, this won't end well. Like, this is a conflict of interest. This sounds like a fucking terrible idea on paper. This does not seem like a logical conclusion. I'm just saying.
Hiring players meant that they were passionate and knowledgeable about the game, and they would be conscious of concepts and problems of which an outside hire might otherwise be ignorant.
But like,
it also
no.
Would need less training to learn about the intricacies of EVE. Besides technical know-how, these developers would typically continue
this
to
ain't
play
gonna end
even
well
after being hired.
Yep.
That they were passively listening to the information that flows through the undercurrent of New Eden in the form of mouth, rumors, and propaganda.
This is not gonna end well.
They could adjust the servers quickly to anticipate battles that were about to take place and reduce the effects of lag, as well as gather information for balance changes.
Or just have better ways of patching server controls, I know.
But these new hires created unique problems. Those players willing and able to accept work at Crowd Control Productions were often among the most dedicated and active. And EVE had become a significant
conflict of interest.
Deliberately
conflict of interest.
So that they were able to add their firepower to important battles and assist their corporations and allies. Real friendships were frequently formed and broken.
This is not going to end well at all.
While some were burned for in-game advantages. For these players, the boundaries between EVE Online and the real world were either blurry or non-existent. When these players became developers, they gained access to the dev tools and commands. Power was too tempting for some, and they began to utilize these permissions to their own ends.
Actually, no shit, Sherlock, though. Come on. Come on.
Creating rare and valuable items
oh
for
my god.
And alliances.
Yes.
For example, blueprint originals used for building ships and components were in extremely limited supply. So new ones could be made. And so, most people had to buy copies that would be consumed after only a few uses. Using commands, these player developers could create brand new blueprints for their corpmates and themselves. Hilmar Pettersson, CEO of CCP, noted during an interview for Down the Rabbit Hole that on 5 separate occasions, the problem had become so bad that he had to invite the offender into his office and offer them a choice: stop playing the game or stop working at Crowd Control Productions. Twice, the developer chose to leave the company so that they could continue playing. So great was the role of the game in their lives. It was with knowledge of
and he said 5 times it got so bad he had to call them in? That means that there was a lot more times than that where it was just happening on a small scale. God, what an awful idea.
Of these bad actors that, as Groen wrote years later, Sivok, leader of Ascendant Frontier and pilot for Steve the Titan, accused a Band of Brothers member of malfeasance. In an interview for a Swedish radio program translated for Empires of Eve, Sivok said, quote, "Suddenly, one of the CCP Interstellar News Corp ships just appeared out of nowhere and started to orbit my Titan. 2 seconds later, I was bumped offline, a total coincidence, I am sure, and about 3 seconds after that, so was my alt." End quote. Those who are more dubious of Sivok's
actual
claims
docs.
noted that after a recent patch, it had become much easier to scan for Titans, and so, while finding Steve chance was unlikely, it was still technically feasible.
I wonder how getting
What
ambushed in a
precisely
Titan
happened
works.
is contentious, and no definitive proof has been released. But however the location
'Cause,
of
like,
Steve was
ambushing-
defined, the leaders of Band of Brothers received word that Steve the Titan had been discovered, and they immediately gave the order to mobilize. In a matter of minutes, a cynosural field was lit at Steve's location, and the entirety of Band of Brothers' fleet jumped in to see
Yeah,
Steve
that's the thing, is like,
alone,
because stations
inert,
can't
and
be
inactive.
stopped, but this
Immediately, the
can.
dreadnoughts went into siege mode and unleashed
Oof.
their payload into the hull of Steve, which could only wait placidly for the end.
Rest in
Steve
peace,
the
big
Titan
guy.
exploded and was reduced to rubble. The first Titan to be built was now the first Titan to be destroyed.
That's gotta suck
The
if you spent
members
months
of
doing
Band
it.
of Brothers were ebullient, and soon the loss of Steve became common knowledge all throughout New Eden.
Now,
To
did they roll
honor
it
its
back?
death, Steve's ruined
Or did they
corpse
just
would
make it
remain
stay?
in the system of C9N TAC CC, where it was destroyed, so that players may still return to it and
Oh,
pay
that's
their
cute.
respects. The death
Permanent
of
graveyard.
Steve had made many players suspicious, but soon an event would occur that would unite all of New Eden against Band of Brothers, and more importantly, alter the relationship between the players and the company on a foundational level.
What could that be? We'll find out in a minute, because I need to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be back soon. And I'm back. Welcome back. I hope everyone else had a good time getting a drink as I got mine and, also use the bathroom real quick. Now, here's a question I was wondering as I thought about this, and it's going to require a bit of knowledge about how EVE Online works. Is what happens to your ships when you log out? Do the ships stay in game like the Titan apparently did, or is that only if you go AFK? Let's look that up. What happens to your ship when you log out in EVE Online? When the timer runs out, the player's ship is removed from space. Oh, so this was... Now see, this makes me think it might really have been a Doc's job, because if there's according to this, there's a timer that occurs after log out or leaving where your ship is removed. But you can, to prevent people from just, logging out and having their ship be indestructible, because when they log out, the ship's gone. But if the Titan was still destroyed because of the margin of when it was discovered versus when the guy got kicked from the game, that definitely seems like a Doc's job, because they relied on having the people in position to teleport to the Titan as soon as the guy was AFK to destroy it during the window where it would not despawn after the guy left the game. So this definitely feels like it was a fucking setup job, if that's the way the game mechanics worked. Because it means that they were definitely relying on the mechanic of the ship not instantly despawning when the guy got kicked to blow the damn thing up. And I understand why that system exists. It'd probably be very bad for the game if you could abuse like in iframes on your ship still being immortal if you get AFK, because, you know, people would start just fucking flipping their modem anytime they started getting near death, just to give their ship, you know, invincibility from the connection going to shit. Because, you know, people do that. That's why online games always err on the side of fuck you whenever you lose connection, because there's a lot of people out there who would abuse it a lot more than the amount of people who probably have, you know, internet issues. But if that's the way it worked, it does kind of sound like this might have been a setup job, because while finding it was not the concern, the fact that both of the guys' accounts got delisted while he was getting bombarded, that sounds like he got definitely set up hard. I also got a banana, so I'm going to be eating that real quick. Gotta get a little bit more food in my body.
In January of 2007, a hacker responsible for releasing private information on Goonfleet, going by Kugutsumen,
actual doxing,
offering to hack their enemies for free after his client from the Coalition of the South refused to pay him for his services. Among those
a tale as old as time itself. Imagine paying for services for spying, but just saying, fuck you, I'm not gonna pay you, and assuming the hacker wouldn't get you as well. What a fucking idiot.
Targeted was Band of Brothers, and included with strategically important pieces of information, he
proof of the Steve the Titan
that one of the members of Band of Brothers was a developer and was granting his alliance rare goods. While some were dubious at first, CCP later confirmed that, indeed, the accusation was true. Hilmar Pedersen wrote on
Did they resurrect Steve because of it?
Letter with dramatic prose. Quote, "Throughout our history, there have been a handful of cases where our employees or members of our various volunteer and partner programs have taken advantage of the proprietary powers they are granted through access and knowledge. These cases have been investigated, prosecuted, and judgment rendered. Usually the punishment has been quite simple: termination of employment. A pivotal case was uncovered last summer during a routine investigation of developer accounts. Unfortunately, CCP did not act with the same decisive consistency we have used on previous occasions.
Oh, that's
Those left at
sad.
the helm chose to react cautiously, as sometimes is appropriate under these circumstances, leading to more leniency and understanding than we are
big mistake,
used
it
to in these
seems.
matters. This particular case, involving a single developer, underlined where improvements needed to be made, and we have since focused our efforts on reinforcing rules and processes so that consistent ruling is assured. It is no trivial thing when corruption takes place. In our case, it's no different than the injustice of public servants in the real world feathering their own nests rather than ensuring the prosperity of the many. Living in a country of a comparable population as the world of Eve, Iceland only has
That's kinda
300,000
wild.
inhabitants, I sure know how it can feel when
It's kind of
government
wild
does
to think
not
that EVE
balance
Online's
and
got like
feeling
7
powerless to
times the
stop it.
population of this country
Certain
now.
that members of the
It's
EVE
like 2
community
million.
are now going through similar emotions. I am sure that we all appreciate that it is no coincidence that Dante reserved the lowest level of hell for the worst of those who betrayed their benefactors. In
Also,
our
'cause
case,
Dante had a
I would
fucking
regard
personal
the EVE
bias on the
community
Inferno.
as our benefactors. We are not the gods or the masters of
Like, if we want to talk about classical literature for a minute, Dante, writer of Inferno, the classical piece of seminal literature used to reference the way the 9 hells of Christian mythology work, that man was kind of the original guy who wrote the people he didn't like being in hell getting stabbed repeatedly because of his fucking grudges. Like, he wrote so many of the people he didn't like: his landlord, his relatives. Like, man fucking hated people and was more than willing to just be like, and this is where they're gonna be ending up, in hell, getting their nuts stabbed repeatedly, or frozen here. Here's Nero, and you know who's next to him? My mother, because she also sucked. He didn't actually write his mother, and I think he liked his mother, but Dante wrote in a lot of people from his real life into his hells. He had a massive personal bias and a grudge. And he was kind of the original person I hate gets in the bad place in book I wrote dude, or at least one of the big notable guys.
EVE Online or the EVE community. We serve the community. You have entrusted us to safeguard your
It actually,
hard
you know,
work."
it actually also kind of reminds me of like the Sistine Chapel. Because if I remember correctly, there's one guy in, there's like one or two guys in the Sistine Chapel who Michelangelo just put in as just people he didn't like being tormented in hell in the Sistine Chapel. And the tour guides will make note of it. It's like, yeah, that guy was his landlord. This man who you probably no one will know in history from any meaningful role. Like, he was just a guy who was a bit of a dick who owned like the room Michelangelo rented from, is now immortalized in the Sistine Chapel as guy number 12 being tortured in hell. And everyone knows him as a guy in that painting is a real person because Michelangelo told people, yeah, that's him. And people noted it. They're like, yeah, that is his landlord. And so this man has acquired a small piece of immortality on classical art simply by just being enough of a dick that Michelangelo painted him there. And we don't know what the majority of people at that time looked like, but we know what this fucking random landlord looks like because Michelangelo was like, fuck you in particular, I'm putting you on the wall. Now people will know you were a bad person. And nowadays we're like, yeah, he might have been a bad person, but we sure have heard of him compared to like everyone else in the city at the time, besides like the 5 or 12 important people. It's kind of wild. If you ever go back in time and want immortality, I guess just be a dick to Michelangelo and he'll paint a picture of you on the Sistine Chapel getting tortured by a devil. It's a real life decision. Now, why is it lagging again? Oh, I can't do 720 normal. I don't want to do 480. Yeah, let's let it load a bit. Was doing a 6-hour video a mistake because this load issue whenever you pause the video to talk about side tangents like Michelangelo and people getting stabbed in the nuts? Yeah, probably. But I don't care.
Or the masters of EVE Online or the EVE community. We serve the community. You have entrusted us to safeguard your hard work. End quote. The death of Steve the Titan had raised suspicions before.
Yeah.
And now,
Oh,
those suspicions
justice for
had
Steve!
proven
Justice for
correct.
Steve!
Band of Brothers were cheaters. Many
Dun,
in
dun, dun,
Nullsec
dun,
had
dun.
long hated Band of Brothers for various reasons, chiefly their imperialist aims and elitist attitudes.
So
But
they were
now,
dicks, too.
All of New Eden had been granted a new ideological casus belli. While exploits, glitches, and unintended mechanics are common in games such as EVE Online, this was different. A developer was deliberately abusing his authority and privilege
Casus belli, by the way, is a justification for war.
in order to
Just to
aid
give people
his
a little bit of-
allies.
little bit of
While Band
information.
Brothers as an alliance had already been diplomatically isolated for much of its lifespan, they had now been made a universal
Everybody,
target. Players
the
all
everybody
over
hated
New
that
Eden
classic
were
meme.
enraged, snidely calling them Band of Developers. Even though most
That's a little
players
harsh
present in
to the
Nullsec,
delves.
estimates state that over half of all players somehow participated in the war that would become known as the
Jeez.
First Great War of EVE Online. With the majority of players in New Eden choosing a side in the war, propaganda became more vital than ever,
Ooh.
and the precise
More
truth was
meta
becoming
communications.
more and more difficult to ascertain, altered with flowery embellishments. In a blog post from October of 2007, EVE blogger Nate Combs writes that, quote, "The propaganda machinery of the coalitions play a vital role in keeping players informed of the big picture. The little guys struggle one ship, one system, one corporation and alliance at a time, and read the cues and spin from the mouthpieces up high." Of this recent Band
Talk
of
about
Brothers
prosaic
fashioned
writing.
A very slick propaganda video.
Oh, we're gonna
spinning
see the video?
retreat in heroic terms, in contrast to a more prosaic reality. Endy provides detailed analysis for the game world students of these things. Despite its production polish, one will note that its audience is crisply targeted. It makes little attempt to reach more broadly. The important takeaway for a general reader might be this. How would the foot soldiers in a large-scale, information-complex, distributed game spanning the real-world globe and 24 time zones have any clue how their system-by-system struggle fits into the big picture, were it not for, well, something like
yes.
Online Alliance propaganda network?
Doing research versus listening to
For
YouTubers
CCP
react to
games,
news.
War meant fun for the players, and fun meant more subscribers, which meant more profits.
Yeah,
And while
fair
EVE
enough, fair
Online
enough.
certainly had a larger audience than many other games, its subscribership was
I guess we don't get to see the Brandon Brothers PR video.
The ability to easily practice a technique known as multi-boxing. While
Ooh.
most who play massively multiplayer online games tend to only play one character at a time,
Yeah,
others
okay.
will
So you
sometimes
can
have
pilot a
multiple
ship with
accounts
multiple
that they will
accounts.
run at the same time in order to fulfill multiple roles at once.
Aha, so you
Compared to other
can
games,
solo
EVE
pilot a
Online
big
was
ship.
particularly well suited to this method of play, since many of the most important functions, such as firing weapons and movement, would continue to run once activated and only required interaction
Yes.
when changing this function. Even if a particular character underperformed, it was almost always worthwhile to have multiple characters, rather than only one in any situation.
Plus, characters level when
This
you
gradually
spend
became
time in the
vital
game,
for
so it's pretty
professions
good to
such
have
as
multiple
mining
ones at the
and
time,
industry,
isn't it?
whose activities were much more passive than combat. Mining and related professions mostly entailed approaching a resource node, pressing a few buttons, and
Riveting gameplay. Riveting gameplay. Actual riveting gameplay.
The way to scale was simply to have more ships, which meant multi-boxing, and so it was common for players to have multiple windows with the same game open, each window running a different character.
Yep.
Even if a person could have
Exciting
multiple
gameplay.
characters on the same account, each account was limited to only one of its characters being used at a time.
Oh, okay.
Subscriptions would be
Yeah,
necessary.
this seems highly
meant that
profitable
some
for
people,
for
rather
EVE
than only
Online.
Giving $15 a month to play, were instead giving many times more.
Yeah.
Some of the most dedicated.
Yeah, that's probably
players
good for you as a
would
corp.
And do run over 10 characters simultaneously.
Jeez,
Given the
that's
dedication
insane.
of space game
That's, like,
players
really
and their
insane.
relatively higher age bracket, the proportion of multi-boxers was likely much higher compared to other MMOs. What's more, word of the war was continuing to grow the player base, and CCP's business prospects were looking better than they ever had. While the precise player count is difficult to ascertain, the total numbers of subscribed accounts had, according to the company, surpassed 300,000.
Ooh, that's
Rather
really
than
good.
Only pushing money back into the game, they
That's the
began to
size of their
build
own
their
country.
company out, anticipating further success.
That's
While
a good
everyone
move.
involved with the production of EVE Online had believed in the potential of their project, it was still difficult for many of them to believe how successful their game had become.
Yes.
But the executives at the company wasted no time looking for ways to grow the IP, both to capitalize on the success of the game and grow the resilience of the franchise to compete with other MMOs. In 2004,
What are those space MMOs were
World
at the
of
time?
Warcraft had been launched by Blizzard Entertainment, developers of numerous well-regarded games such
yeah,
as
wow.
StarCraft, the
That game
Warcraft
was
series,
gigantic.
and the Diablo series, and much like their other titles, World of Warcraft, known as WoW in shorthand, was a massive success upon launch, and even as the years wore on, its subscriber count was only growing. There was some speculation about whether or not WoW would swallow the entire market. The
And it
foundation of these
almost
fears
did.
was dubious. World of
It almost
Warcraft
did.
and EVE Online occupied drastically different niches.
God, WoW
is
got
what is
so
now
big.
known as a theme park MMO, guiding the player through a series of set pieces in an expected sequential order and progression.
On the
EVE,
crack.
in contrast, is known as a sandbox, granting the player a variety of tools and the decision of what they wish to accomplish with these tools. Similarly, while players of any particular character level in WoW will typically only be seen with others of the same level bracket, it's commonplace for a fleet in EVE to be comprised of players with widely different character skills accumulated. Still, there was a significant fear that the harsh and hostile nature of EVE would push players into the much more inviting World of Warcraft. The dedicated EVE player base.
I mean, I guess we know that it
referring to
didn't, because
WoW
Eve's like 20 years old at this point.
An oft-repeated insult was that an EVE player leaving for World of Warcraft increases the average IQ score of both games. But soon...
Okay. That's a good one. That is a good insult. Yeah. That's good. That's good.
Crowd Control Productions would begin competing with Blizzard in an entirely different way. In 2006, CCP announced a new collectible card game named EVE: The Second Genesis.
That didn't go anywhere, did it?
Game on launch. During this time period, many creative companies were looking to emulate the success of such properties as Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh!, and the developers of EVE Online were no exception.
God, that was a time to be alive. Oh, I remember the early 2000s card game boom. There was so many bad card games, like the Harry Potter trading card game that existed for like a few sets. There was Lord of the Rings. If I remember right, the Lord of the Rings is where we got the whole Ponder the Orb meme. That's from one of the old Saruman cards, where you're just pondering the orb. Oh my god. Oh, these cards look so cheap too. They didn't understand how to text the line that well. Oh, it's just... Oh, damn. Damn. Oh my god. I wonder if anyone still knows how to play this game. I'm always interested in trying out something once.
Hoping
you never
to build
know.
excitement, Crowd Control Productions organized a 128
But
player pre-release tournament
as many people might realize by the fact that you've never heard of this game, most card games that weren't Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, or Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of fucking exploded. Magic the Gathering survived by being like one of the most solidly put together and the earliest, so it had the age benefit. And Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon had the benefit of being tied to giant media franchises that encouraged people to play. And Pokemon survived, mostly also, because it really didn't need to be that profitable compared to the other two. Because Pokemon has always made its money off of the massive margins on merch. Like, the video games are fine, the anime, it's fine, but those don't really make the money. Like, video games are expensive. They have terrible margins. You know what has the best margin for a company? If you produce something for like $1 and sell it for $30 or $20. And you know what does that? Plushies. Pokemon makes the most money on plushies, shirts, plastic figurines, mugs. Oh, the margin on their merch is insane. Like, the video games maybe making like, if you're lucky, like maybe $10 or $15 on profit, and even then that's very dubious. Like, I don't even think it's 15 anymore. They have to rely on the economy of scale to make millions, and even then it doesn't really make much. But merch, like, you make like a few hundred limited edition Pikachu plushies. They cost you a few dollars to make. You sell them for 50 per. You're talking about like hundreds of times in return on your investment. It's lucrative. 100% times. Gen Con still exists, by the way. Oh my god, on the WoW card. Those both died.
World of Warcraft trading.
Oh, none of these are. These were.
2006.
None of these card games would survive the winter. Oh, they were all doomed for failure.
Less than a month after the launch of the card game, Crowd Control Productions announced that they were acquiring White Wolf Publishing, a prolific and well-established publisher of tabletop RPG games, including the popular Vampire the Masquerade. In
White Wolf still exists too,
2005,
I think.
CCP had quietly approached White Wolf, looking for assistance creating
They're like a
a
big
collectible
D10
card
system, I
game
remember right.
based on EVE Online.
Oh no.
Later, in an interview with Shack News, White Wolf marketing director Kelly Barnes-Herman stated that, quote, "Because of our history in managing the award-winning Vampire: The Eternal Struggle collectible card game,
Oh my
White
god.
Wolf was able to
Award-winning. And
make
I don't
suggestions
think
and
that
provide
survived
some
either.
initial guidance to CCP in the first stages of the game launch, and now we are
Yeah, it
looking
didn't
forward
survive.
to working on the first expansion set in 2007.
It did not survive
End
the
quote.
winter.
CCP had gone from making their own board game to buying another company
To make more
tabletop
board
games
games.
for them.
That's kind of
CCP
funny.
also announced that it would be publishing new games based on intellectual properties owned by White Wolf, including their World of Darkness setting.
Oh, were they the
called
guys who made those
Vampire:
games?
The Masquerade.
Were they the ones that made that
Immediate
game?
hope was for a sequel to the beloved cult classic Vampire: The Masquerade Bloodlines video game.
Wait, that
a
didn't happen though,
significant
did it?
and undoubtedly costly undertaking.
Didn't that
But
flop?
a new Bloodlines game would not be as ambitious as another project that they were about to announce. In 2007, CCP announced a new massively multiplayer online game based on the White Wolf IP, simply titled World of Darkness. However, details at the time were scant.
Did
In an
that
interview
ever
with
come to fruition?
Eurogamer, CCP's marketing director Magnus Bergson said that, quote, "We're not really hiding any information about it, we just don't know the release date yet. The actual design and exactly how it's going to be is being created right now, so when we actually know all of that, we can guesstimate how long it's going to take. These games typically take 4 or 5 years to make. I don't think this is going to be any different."
Okay, I've done a little bit of a spoiler. Yeah, it just never fucking happened. I think the entire thing, like, was in dev hell for years and then died.
End quote. Now, as CCP were attempting to
Yeah,
balance
it was in
progress
dev hell
EVE
for ages.
Online, they were also responsible for the development of an entirely new
I knew that thing
MMO.
didn't exist.
However, this wasn't
knew
the
it.
only new major project that CCP would announce. At their annual EVE FanFest celebration in November of 2007, the company showed a trailer for a massive update to the game that they called Ambulation. This
What?
future update promised players the ability to exit their ships in stations and meet one another in-game face-to-face.
This feels like this
something
didn't
that
go
could
anywhere
potentially
either.
make the game far more immersive. Despite
Did
the
it?
incredible amount of work that the company had promised to deliver, they were confident that they could fund numerous projects.
I feel like
in
this was
part
another
thanks
thing
to their
that
growing and dedicated
died.
subscribership, driven by the chaos churning inside of New Eden.
I think this also didn't happen. I think that might
As
not.
the wars in
I think that
Nullsec
might have been
raged
another
and
thing that
each
just
player
straight up
base
didn't
grew,
happen.
Reporters within the gaming industry were beginning to take notice.
Ooh.
Consistently, stories of battles with dozens, if
Oh,
not
there's
hundreds
Steve
of
dying,
players
I think.
were beginning to leak out into gaming forums and early social media websites. Those hearing about such battles might have acknowledged mentions of the struggles with lag and server instability with which
Yeah.
fleet commanders constantly had to contend.
Yeah.
But such complaints were quickly forgotten when the scale of certain battles was shared. Fleet
Ooh.
commanders had learned not to take such large fights unless absolutely necessary due to the chaos introduced by such numbers, but their rarity only made them more tantalizing. What's more, these battles were given context due to the persistent state of the game, with corporations and alliances vying for power, territory, and
These really are just
wealth
like, looks
in a
like bees
constantly
swarming
evolving
around.
drama.
Ow, my knee.
To many,
Hit the table.
it felt like a
in my
space
desk.
opera playing out in real
I mean, it kind of
time.
is.
In early
Actually a space
2008,
opera.
one of the first articles detailing the ongoing Nullsec war was published for PC Gamer UK.
Wait, that's 4
The
years later,
author,
ain't it?
Jim Rossignol opened by writing, quote, "There's a war going on. It's one of the most bitterly contested conflicts imaginable, fought over many months by an international cast of veteran warriors. An entire galaxy is at stake. You probably even know someone who is caught
Now
up
wait a
in it,
minute.
fighting
Did this
for his
did this
life
in-game
and those of
conflict
his
last from
comrades.
2004 to
As many as
2008?
20,000
It's insane.
people have fought in its battles.
That is actually
This war
insane.
is the Great War of EVE Online, the largest virtual conflict ever waged.
I don't know about horrors on an
Unlike the
MMO
20-minute
war though, like,
conflicts that characterize
you
other
know.
multiplayer games, this is a deathmatch that has taken place between fleets of hundreds in a continuous process that has lasted years. It is the greatest imaginary conflict yet conducted, and in what follows, I'll be tracing its glories and mapping its horrors." End quote. This sort of romantic prose would quickly come to characterize most of the writing about New Eden, and while they occasionally would acknowledge the more technical
Right, it's on my phone to do not
practical
disturb.
issues that
Whoops.
players and their leaders faced, these passages were nearly always diminished in favor of telling stories of epic campaigns and pitched battles. The results and aims of these large battles, however, were difficult to communicate due to the inherently intricate nature of the game's mechanics. What could easily be communicated, however, was sovereignty.
Ooh, wow, there's a lot more.
Reminiscent
There's a lot
of
more
war
small dudes now,
documentaries
huh?
gave the impression that the warriors involved in these conflicts were
Damn,
actively
Goonswarm's taking over a
history
lot of the old
and
pirate
granted
zone,
the
huh?
movements of these wars similar weight. But perhaps more
You
immediately
what?
attractive was the attempt to give a price to ships in real-world fiat currency.
Ah, yep.
Partway through
There
his
it is.
article, Rossignol writes a relatively short passage about the loss of Steve the Titan. Quote, "It's not
And
hard to
there
see
the
why band of
RMT
brothers
trade
would want to
creeps
attack the
in.
biggest alliance in the game. The riches were there for the taking, and the alliance leader, one Sivok, piloted the first and then only Titan-class ship in the game. It was a giant behemoth that has been valued in real-world
If I remember
cash
right,
at
there was a
around
conflict that
4,000
involved
British pounds.
hundreds or thousands
Band
of those things
Brothers
getting blown
seized the
up, which was
first Titan ship in
insane.
controversial circumstances and sealed the fate of Ascendant Frontier." End quote. This passing attempt at an approximation of price would become a tradition.
I wonder if
Sivok
Sivok still plays the game.
The daunting complexity of EVE's mechanics and the tangle of relationships between corporations, alliances, and even corporations within alliances made it nearly impossible to summarize in the space afforded an article in a gaming publication, meaning that the conflicts necessarily had to be simplified in order to both be made intelligible and concise enough to fit within the restrictive word limits. Many of those who read these articles became enamored with the concept of partaking in such massive record-breaking battles and began signing up for EVE themselves. For CCP, war was good for business. But those who were fighting the war were facing unprecedented problems. Nate Combs, in a blog from 2007 titled
I think they don't play anymore. Oh, that's
NDSI and
sad.
the Gray Problem, writes that, quote, "Members within an alliance are marked by varying colors. Green means that fellow is a corporation member. Blue, he's part of the alliance, etc.
Ah, mercenaries.
Degrees of
Once
separation
again, it's
even
always the
among
man in the
buddies.
middle that
Red
no one
in
knows
several
what they're gonna
flavors
do.
distinguishes shades of bad guy. The problem is with the gray. One of the trickiest herding cats problems
Yeah, it
running
really is,
alliances
isn't it?
is making sure everyone is on the same page about the rules of engagement. Go to any alliance forum and ask what the current rules are, and you will hear a number of answers. Folks get confused about what they should do with the gray, and in the absence of knowing what they should do, they do
Yeah.
what they think is right, which can
And
be
blow them
all
up
over
and
the
start
board.
conflict.
Inconsistency is a hobgoblin to both sides of the gray divide. The good gray don't like going into areas where they are uncertain about who is on the same page, and alliances don't like grays getting into some areas since some grays may turn out to be bad apples. To make the problem worse, some alliances may vary their policy towards the gray over time and circumstance. For example, when tensions are high, an alliance may enter lockdown mode, and its policy becomes one of shooting the gray first and ask questions later. During more peaceful times, the policy may be changed to be nice to encourage trade. It gets worse.
I do wonder
Some of
what
the very
how many
large
wars have been
alliances
started by
may have
blowing up the
different
Greys.
policies for the different regions it controls. Talk about a headache if you're one of the few players, e.g. traders, who might travel great distances. Another problem with the Grey is that it is an alliance/corp-centric perspective. It is a first-person measure. You are neutral to me now. I may be, however, enemies to your friend, and that can lead to a more complicated relationship." End
Huh.
quote. These problems were only growing greater. Trade had been a key element that allowed the early nullsec corporations to build their first titans, but the war raging was now making them more and more wary of neutrals who could be traitors or
Yeah.
infiltrators.
Or
But these
even just
problems were being
selling stuff to your
amplified
enemies
in
at a
an
better rate.
important new way. After the collapse of Uli as a trade hub, traders returned to the 4 different corners of Empire space in the north, south, east, and west. In particular, they gravitated towards stations that hosted the best mission givers. While trading NPC goods had gradually been phased out and the player economy was allowed to supplant it, players could still earn money from NPCs through missions, and they tended to congregate within the stations that housed the highest earning
Oh my
missions.
god.
Entrepreneurial traders would offer weapons, ammunition, and ships for sale in these stations, hoping to sell to the wealthier mission runners at these convenient locations. However, more than just the mission runners were searching for these goods, and soon
Oh,
a
the
wider
clans wanted
clientele
them
was
too, didn't they?
congregating around these stations as well.
It's
Recognizing
always the
this,
scarcity
more
that attracts it,
traders
ain't
looking
it?
to sell their goods began placing their contracts alongside the others, even if they were unrelated to running missions, hoping to sell to those visiting the station. And so, the trade hubs established themselves and grew. Of the different trade hubs, the one that received the most traffic was the Caldari Navy Assembly Plant, located around the 4th
I wonder
moon
if
of
if the
fourth
Trader
planet
Alliance has ever
of
made a big
Vita.
faction of
The
themselves,
higher population
just to
in the
use
northern
economics
regions
to
of
hire
Empire
enough
space
mercenaries
was
to
due in
rival a
large
clan or
part to
two,
the
at least
attributes
in the
of
small scale or
characters.
medium scale.
When creating a character, players are allowed to choose between the 4 different NPC empires: Amar, Minmatar, Galente, and Caldari.
There's a
And
bunch
of
of
the
dead
4,
zones in Imperial
Caldari
space,
were
huh?
by far the most popular race
I wonder
for
if,
players
do you think
due to
that,
their favorable attribute
you think the empires can expand against each other? Because that'd be kind of
How
funny.
quickly a character can learn skills, and skills determine what characters are capable of performing. Soon, much like Uli before it, the system of Jita was host to hundreds of players every day looking to trade, and it was growing rapidly. But this time, Crowd Control Productions would be prepared. Since they had broken
more
the
servers,
Stargate
huh?
links in Uli, they had been working on the server backend, as they realized that they would need to prepare for far more success than they had anticipated when they launched EVE
Flex
Online.
servers?
On
Flex
March
servers?
1st, 2006, CCP Games announced a patch transferring the game onto new servers which utilized brand new, state-of-the-art AMD chips.
And
Rather
hopefully
than
state-of-the-art
trying
was
to
actually
scatter the
good rather
players
than just
again,
like
now
jank.
they would be doing all that they could to accommodate a
Da-da-da-da-da.
naturally occurring trade hub. Soon, a single server would be dedicated exclusively to the system of Jita to manage the massive influx of traffic, as well as some permanent residents who began to participate in the day trading of commodities. With trade now being allowed to centralize, this also meant that if a particular commodity crashed, then it crashed for everyone in the game at once with little recourse. But while this new trade hub was located in Empire space, its establishment significantly affected the culture of Nullsec. The northern regions had always been wealthy due to their natural resources and general proximity to HighSec, but the emergence of Jita guaranteed much easier access to what would soon become the undisputed center of the economy in New Eden, given that Jita was less than 10 Stargate jumps away from the nearest northern nullsec systems. Trading between Empire space and the northern regions only became easier as time passed. But the inverse was true for the southern regions. The distance between Jita and Delve, for example, was many times longer, and where they once had been able to trade
once
with
again, the
Empire space
classic
easily,
Marco
they now
Polo
had to
dilemma.
travel much farther to sell their goods. As time passed, those nullsec alliances living in the south would begin to develop their own internal
I
economies.
mean, you have to, don't you?
Leaders would encourage their alliance members to trade exclusively with one another, in many cases creating not only an economic but a cultural divide between the players in the southern regions and the players in the rest of New Eden. But in the in-between spaces, an entirely new sort of dynamic was evolving, one forgotten by most.
Oh, what was it?
Over the years, the dynamics of the game had shifted radically.
God, we kind of never found out what happened to that Band of Brothers conflict, did we?
Merchant races were supplanted by a full player economy. Piracy was no longer making nearly as much money.
Shame.
And often, players
Shame.
lose more money than they gained by hunting other players. Many, such as the
What a
Appalachian
shame.
mercenaries, abandoned the practice in favor of fulfilling contracts for clients. What's more, the nullsec alliances were growing into empires, and these empires often patrolled and defended their territory, stamping out any piracy not perpetrated by their own members. The only space
the
left
rise of
for
the
these
privateers.
players was low security space, or lowsec.
Right,
but
the area
when
that
they
divides
moved,
the
their
empires, isn't it?
paradigm gradually began to shift. Now that piracy was no longer making the players much money, the only ones who continued the practice did so for the love of it. In an interview for Down the Rabbit Hole, a prominent player and leader
He's putting the anonymity filter.
in Lowsec adopted.
Look at him.
Quote, I feel like me killing people in Lowsec isn't piracy, I think it's just PvP. It's not a profession, I don't really earn any money from it. The fact that the game calls what you're doing illegal means that there's some kind of weird dishonor involved that's different to catching a traveler in nullsec. It's just PvP. End quote. Those
I
players
guess.
who decided to stay were the only ones dedicated enough to continue their piracy, in part due to a particular feature. Early
was
after
that?
the release of the game, CCP launched a feature called kill mails, which were permanent in-game records of ship destruction.
Okay,
issued to
yeah.
both the destroyed
Gotta have a
party
stat.
and
Gotta get those
involved
notches
in
on your gun.
destroying them, and many players began to covet these kill mails and collect them like trading cards, with certain ships or players being more or less prestigious.
Yeah.
While this wasn't always the primary motivating factor for those hunting other players, it did mean that they could keep a record of their experiences doing so.
Oh, so you know who
ensuring an
killed
official
Steve, huh?
method of tracking prestige. But the kill mails introduced another dynamic: loss aversion. Since kill mails were public, one's victories and losses were both available to any who wanted to see them.
So people
The
know how many
loss
times
was
you've gotten
often
fucked
considered
over.
a shame in the eyes of the community, at least to the
God.
player who lost the ship. On this, Phantomite said, quote, I feel it is socially unacceptable to lose in this game. If you lose a fleet fight to begin with, in local, the winning side will almost always jeer at you and be a bad winner, mock you for having dared to lose a fight in EVE Online. It's not congratulations on winning, it's you idiots, you lost. How stupid do you feel right now? Especially as group sizes get larger, there's a lot of bitterness on both sides.
Welcome to war.
On the opposite end of the
That's just how it
spectrum,
works.
a group of players have been growing in size, prominence, and role in the greater EVE community. Early in the game's lifetime, a help chat was implemented so that players could offer assistance to other players learning the game. But
Right,
many
the volunteers,
found that
isn't
this
it?
limited forum was insufficient due to the complexity
Oh
of
no, is it
EVE.
region chat?
So, a new player-run institution was formed, EVE University. Its primary impetus was to assist
new
new
player
players
experience.
by teaching them the basic mechanics as well as good practices with hands-on experience. While other corporations would sometimes invite new players and assist them so that they could swell their ranks and achieve greater goals, EVE University had few such aspirations. Rather, uniquely, it declared itself a neutral body who would not take sides in any wars, though its members, known as students or unistas, were free to do as they pleased whenever they chose to leave. Many years later, in an interview with the online EVE news site Crossing Zebras, a new CEO, Asmodeus Valar, said that, quote, EVE University exists to give new players a place to learn about EVE in a supportive community. We maintain neutrality so that our students can move on to whatever section of EVE interests them. End quote. But this neutrality...
God, imagine having to get a
quickly
degree, an
come to be a
actual
limiting
degree for
factor.
fucking playing
In
MMO.
October of
Couldn't be me.
2005, EVE University
Could not
founded
be
a new
me.
alliance called the Big Blue and sought to hold territory in Nullsec. But
Huh?
after less than a year,
That is
an unknown
wild.
client hired mercenary coalition to evict them for unclear reasons. Another reflection of
That's
the
really
growing
bizarre.
necessity for corporations to ally themselves with one another in order to survive the growing turbulence of Nullsec.
That is bizarre
University's
that the
policy of
university tried to
neutrality
seize
wouldn't allow them
ground.
the partnerships with the larger groups that they required.
But at the same,
Unwilling to compromise on this
time they get
defining
fucked.
feature, Eve University decided to base themselves in high-security space instead, and
so that's a bizarre thing to be like, we want to be neutral, but our neutrality is so bad for us that it actually that makes everyone hate us. So at that point, you might as well just not even be neutral. You might as well just try to be open with everybody. But it doesn't work. I feel like exclusionary neutrality versus universal openness is just not the right decision. Up. It's lagging again. It's lagging again. It's come on, lagging again. Yeah, love it. Love it here. Love it here. I sure do love this. It's great. It's great. I love lagging. Yeah, it's doing it. Moving and grooving like I'm talking about. Jump, shout, rocket about. Moving and a grooving. There it is.
Unwilling to compromise on this defining feature, Eve University decided to base themselves in high-security space instead, and partnered with other corporations in a new alliance which they named Ivy League, in part to protect themselves from the vast number of war declarations that they were suffering. The group comprised primarily of new
everyone just
players
wanted to
learning
beat
from
up the new
smaller
players,
number
huh?
of more seasoned players. Declaring
That's
war
rough.
on Eve University was an easy way for more aggressive and less discerning players to gather easy kill mails. Despite these hazards, Eve University began to grow as a foundational part of New Eden's social landscape, with corporations seeking out those who had spent time learning in it. Their decision to retire from Nullsec would become a practically permanent one on June 19, 2009, when CCP
Learn to survive, learn to
expansion,
thrive. Answer,
Revelations.
don't
With this
try.
expansion, powerful defensive sovereignty bonuses would be granted to anyone who owned over half of the structures within a system for 28 days. Once this had been achieved, a structure called a Sinojammer could be built in the system, disallowing any player from lighting a cynoshural field within the system. While capital ships could use stargates, they were choke points in which they could easily be caught.
That's interesting.
The way of bringing a capital ship into a fight was through the use of cynoshural fields. By restricting their use, it meant that any alliance attacking a system with a high enough sovereignty bonus could only do so with subcapital
So it's a form of border control then, huh?
Against any active
you can create like homeland versus public areas where you can't just instantly get nuked by the big things.
As long as they
Although
enough capital
it's been a few years in game, I wonder how many titans are in the space at this time.
With the base mechanics, the social groups, and the varying playstyles within Eve all growing more complicated and nuanced by the day, the development team recognized that they wouldn't be able to keep track of all of them and balance them alone. And so, in late 2007, Crowd Control Productions announced the establishment of the Council of Stellar Management, a body of players elected by the player base to communicate their interests directly.
This seems like this is going to end poorly.
Early in the game's
This seems like it'll end
CCP
so
had
poorly.
requested that players join the developers to speak about the game, but they had been hand-picked after applying, as opposed to the more democratic method of the council. Of the 97 applications, 33 were rejected for varying reasons, including behavioral and technical, leaving 64 to be voted on by the community in a first
How many slots?
system, where the 14 players with the most votes would be
14.
elected. A PDF document written by CCP
That's actually a pretty good ratio. That's like
Petr
1 every
Johannes
4.
Oscarsson details the role and
Right? Like
responsibilities
60.
of the Council of
That's like
Stellar
50. That's like just
Management,
barely below
before
1 in every 4.
spending over half of the document on
So
what
they took
he
a lot of the
called
guys
"current
actually then, huh?
analysis of real structural social evolution with the virtual society of
Oh, there's a
Eve
college
Online."
fucking essay
In the
title.
opening paragraphs, he wrote, quote, "The only consensus in the study of sociocultural evolution is that no single theory can aptly describe the universal development and progression of any society. Myriad factors ranging from geographical location to religious beliefs and even weather conditions, prevailing or roguish, all complicated the analysis. Introducing the most subtle variable could drastically alter the course of two societies that would have otherwise evolved along similar paths.
Ooh.
Thus, it is these general paths, or unilinear milestones, that this paper will draw real-world comparisons from. The purpose of the analogy is to establish the foundation for implementing a deliberative, democratically elected council in Eve. This is by no means an endorsement of any social evolution theory. A comparison with actual civilizations is beyond the scope of this analysis. But it will demonstrate the striking similarities between this theory of real-life societal development and the virtual society evolution of Eve, while also relying on one key assumption about individuals in both realms: that they are motivated by the pursuit of value, the core of which is driven by their instinct for survival.
I don't know how well that's going to apply
While
to an
this
MMO, because a lot of
document
people
was
don't play
likely
for just
meant to
pure
help
expansion and
instill
value.
within the
Some,
Eve
like the pirates,
community
don't do it for anything other than the
impression
thrill of the
that
kill,
CCP was taking
as we've
seriously
seen.
their
So I do
responsibilities
wonder what's
toward the
going
game.
on with
It
that.
also illustrated the divide that was growing between the players and their game world's caretakers, despite their attempts to the contrary. While the majority of the player base was primarily interested in simply having fun by playing the game on the most minute level, the developers saw themselves as being on the cusp of a newly developing world that reflected elements of the human condition.
I mean, it
similar
sort of
to the way
does.
that the founding
When you start
members
getting a
of
little too
CCP
philosophical and
attempted to
high-minded
create a
about it,
new
you start going
internet
from
interface,
relatable
the
to a bit
virtual
poncy,
reality
bit of a
markup language
twat,
during their time
you know?
at Oz Virtual. Oscarsson wrote in the
As soon as you try to get
document that,
super
quote,
uber
"Until
philosophical, and
now,
it's like, that's when you
comparisons
lose
of
people.
political philosophy and social
Oh my
structures in the
god,
virtual
they're
world
doing
have
it.
been drawn from
They're
parallels
really doing
with the
it.
real one. But it cannot be stressed enough that today, with this many people comprising the civilization of Eve and the potential ripple effect of any change in the way this society is governed, further legislative
Heavy-handed,
applications
it's bad.
based mostly on CCP's interpretation of the real world are likely to cause more harm than good. To achieve continued success, Eve's society must be granted a larger role in exerting influence on the legislative powers of CCP. Governance of virtual worlds is a unique endeavor. There is no precedence to
And I
follow.
feel like too much control is definitely not going to be good
The
for things.
responsibilities for the Council of Stellar Management were more than might typically be expected from a group of player consultants, which perhaps helps to explain the small number of applicants. Quote, "At least twice a year, CCP will convene multi-day summit meetings in Reykjavik. In addition, each year CCP holds its FanFest convention. 7 members of the CSM attend these events in person. Council terms will last 12 months, and
1 year's
elections
not that
will
long
follow the
compared to some other
expiration
stuff.
of each term.
But I guess it's
This
pretty long
timeframe
compared to like a few
corresponds
months
roughly
for
to the
player
expansion
consult.
and release cycles of
I guess it
Eve
only means you're ever going to
Online."
be in for like 2
End quote.
meetings though, isn't
These
it?
council members
Twice a
would be
year, 1 year
privy to
thing.
restricted knowledge
Math.
so that they could give their unique perspectives as
I don't know
players.
about that.
What sort of effect they would have on the game, however, was yet to be seen. The importance of
Leaking
such
information always
communication
seems
with
like
the
a bad
player community
idea.
was exemplified by the
A real risky
proliferation
endeavor.
of player-made tools that were seeing widening popularity. On July 22, 2008, a player going by the name Wallari created a post on the official EVE forums in which he announced the release of a map of EVE Online named Dotlan. Quote, "In the last weeks, I created a system to arrange and generate region maps for EVE. After some hard work on the
Oh.
back end and positioning the systems, I can finally announce a new type of EVE Regions maps. The maps are focused to be clean and easy readable with the most important informations for fleet roaming and planning. They contain daily sovereignty and outpost informations for your favorite 0.0 space. Also,
So no
occupancy
space.
informations for the new factional warfare are included. End quote. What's more, this tool would be
Ooh.
offered for free to any EVE player who wanted to use it, hosted on its own website. Importantly, this map wasn't updated manually. Rather, it pulled information from EVE Online's backend servers in order to update it, meaning that they would
Ooh,
update
dubious,
in real
dubious.
time, and Dotland's maps would quickly become the standard. And when players wanted to share maps of EVE Online with one another, rather than using the in-game map, the clean, clear maps on Dotland would almost always be used. This was far from the only tool developed by players to help others play the game. In 2006, a group of resourceful coders had released a tool which they named EveMon.
Oh, I like the
acted as
E
a
on
way
that
to
text.
manage a character and plan their ever-important skills,
Pokemon,
which
though.
restricted what a character could
Eve
do
Pokemon.
and what sort of innate bonuses
The
they
most powerful
wielded.
Pokemon
Like
was
Dotland,
man.
EveMon pulled information from the back-end servers of EVE Online, allowing players to see aspects of their characters such as their skills, their stats, their total skill points accrued, and their ISK balance, all without having to open the game. These sorts
Convenient.
of tools helped further erode the feeling of separation between the game and real life, since the game world could be reflected in places other than the game window.
I don't know about
Rather
that,
than
though.
fight these tools,
It's a little philosophical.
CCP supported their use, and
Oh,
would sometimes
that's
even
surprising.
showcase them on their
Usually a lot of
website.
corpsers like,
It was
yeah, fuck
around
your
this
third-party
time as well
tools.
that
Gotta
the
use
wish
ours.
list
Gotta pay
of
money
much
for.
poorer
Looking at
pirates
you,
in low
Bethesda.
security space would be given a new purpose. On June 10th, 2008, CCP released the expansion Empyrean Age. Among the other changes, the one that attracted the most attention was the introduction of a new opportunity for players called Factional Warfare. After signing
Oh,
up to
besides
fight
just
for
war?
one of the 4 in-game non-player empires that ruled over
Oh.
high-security empire
So the map for
space,
Imperial
they
space
would
can
be
change
given
now, huh?
objectives in low-security space to capture in the name of the empire that they had chosen. But importantly, they would not only be fighting against NPCs, they would also engage other players who had sworn allegiance to a different enemy faction. In this way, players in Empire space could fight.
Kind of
with
wonder if
other
that meant that
players in a
the one
structured
empire that
and
had the skill
accessible
bonus just
fashion,
started dominating
while
the other
factional
3 because of
warfare
just
itself
the
held
benefits of the
little
empire.
interest for the pirate corporations in LowSec, it meant that far more players would be ushered into their domain. As the less experienced players from HighSec wandered into LowSec in order to complete their objectives,
Yeah,
roving bands
targets.
of LowSec pirates would catch individuals and small fleets unaware, swooping in to rapidly dispatch those looking to engage in factional warfare. These pirates
Targets.
had become a part of the landscape of LowSec, maintaining a level of unavoidable danger to the game, and the introduction of factional warfare had reinvigorated them. Evading pirates was a skill in which traders and industrialists prided themselves, and it was common to hear such peaceful players breathlessly recount their experiences avoiding and outwitting
It's still wild that
them.
no one started
But
like
soon,
hiring
the game
mercenaries
would
to
see
fight
an
and protect from
addition that would
pirates.
further complicate it, crossing the border between the real world and the virtual world of New Eden in a way that would eventually make its dealings the subject of international attention and awe.
Is it the Jumbo War? A war of like $1 million of actual RMT product destroyed? It might be. It just might be.
In November of 2008, CCP announced the release of a new form of currency. As was
Oh,
common practice,
RMT,
players could either
RMT.
buy cards at local stores or have cards mailed to
Yeah.
them, which they could redeem to extend their
Premium
membership,
currency, am I
allowing them
right?
continued access to the game. For
Ooh,
Eve, much
yeah,
like
gotta
other
profit.
games of its kind, the monthly fee was $15 US, with discounts when bought in larger increments. However, CCP was now offering a new function for these cards. When a player bought one, they would now have the option to either redeem it normally and use it to lengthen their subscription, or they could instead exchange their card for a new in-game item called a Pilot's License Extension,
RMT,
or
isn't it?
Plex, at an exchange rate of 1 Plex per month of game time. If they chose the latter option, an in-game item would appear in the hangar of the station in which one of their characters was docked. This Plex could then later be expended for the subscription if the player
trading months of playtime.
In this way, it simply added an extra step to the process of renewing a subscription. But there was one major, important difference.
You could trade them.
The Plex was
You can trade them.
Item,
Yeah.
on the player market.
Official RMT. Official
For
RMT.
their own character, meaning that a player with enough in-game money could effectively pay for their subscription by buying Plex from other players with in-game money. The most obvious
I think WoW did that, didn't they? Or WoW introduced the ability to spend a ton of gold to just do it officially. Although, if I remember correctly, WoW did it directly with you give the company in-game money to buy the month.
For those on the outside looking
I remember.
in, it gave something much more important. Game subscription cards for EVE Online could typically be bought for $35 and offered 2 months of
Variant
subscription,
currency?
which meant that they could be redeemed for 2 Plex. This gave Plex a stable real-world value of approximately $17. Since Plex would be bought and sold in-game for ISK, the in-game currency, and the real-world value of 1 Plex was relatively consistent, this meant that there was a way to track the real-world value of the in-game currency,
and that's how we started learning about how the thousands of dollars got used.
Was subject to fluctuation, and which many sources were reluctant to acknowledge or reference because of its inherently opaque nature. What's more, because of the stability of the price of Plex in the real world, the gradual inflation of the value of ISK could be tracked as well. Such aspects only enhance the interest of mainstream publications.
I guess this is how people started getting their economics degrees, from understanding inflation in EVE.
Been paying attention to
Like, I genuinely remember there was like some nation somewhat recently hired a lead financial government position based on EVE Online experience. Because apparently playing this game gives you enough times to do it. Which country hired an EVE Online thanks to EVE? Yeah. Okay, virtual. Shoot. No, I can't find this information. Where is it? God, I just remember there was a country. Someone else can try to find it while I continue this. That hired a guy who was an EVE Online financial expert as like an actual government, high-level government economist to manage a financial issue, because he had enough experience off of EVE Online to gain a degree, which really shows how some of these microcosms become macrocosms over time. It's insane. It's insane. In the membrane.
The business-themed naming scheme of its player structures. An article from 2008 by Matthew Kirdahy, named From MMO to CEO, reads in part, quote, Sean Conover has 2 jobs. One is at a computer forensics lab in suburban New Jersey. The other is in a fantastical galaxy inhabited by 25,000 intelligent life forms, driven by
intelligent,
power and
quote
greed.
unquote.
In one place, he takes orders. In the other, he gives them. There are many more like Conover, and with good reason. It's in this virtual space where tomorrow's business leaders are being born. Mom may mock video games no more.
It's a bit of an over-exaggeration, but
more
more true than you like to think, huh?
Article was the notable figure Darius Johnson, the leader of Goonfleet and the Goon Swarm
God,
Alliance.
he comes back. He came back.
Goon Swarm and their allies, the Russians hailing
Oh my
from
God.
the northeastern corner of the map, had been continuing their war against Band of Brothers, and during
It's
that
amazing
time,
it's
they
still
had
going
become
on years
known for
later.
their effective, if obnoxious, propaganda. Beyond the posters, which were often photoshopped versions of World War II propaganda posters,
Yeah.
Mittani had taken to regularly
Who?
posting on his blog about the war, both to rally the goons
Who the hell is
and
the
guide the
Mittani?
public perception to bolster morale and increase membership. And this gave mainstream news outlets an easy way to monitor the war, albeit through a heavily biased source. Even knowing this bias, this meant that as publications such
Oh.
as Forbes and The Guardian wrote about EVE Online, it was
Damn.
often through the paradigm and context of the goons.
Apparently the
External news
Mittani is
outlets also
apparently the Mittani has stopped playing EVE Online because he has not been stopping sexual harassment in his clan. That's bizarre.
helped to personalize
Very
the
bizarre
leaders.
how big these
Further
things got over the
in his
years.
article, he writes,
They became enough of like a real corporation to have sexual harassment allegations. Guess the same as Blizzard after all.
As Darius Johnson,
Damn.
chief executive of Goonfleet, a corporation comprised of more than 2,800 players in EVE. The
That's pretty
leadership
big.
experience has challenged Conover
Also,
the
like-
same way the modern
Can we talk about how, like, in terms of scale, it's been like 6 to 8 years of real lifetime, and now one of the bigger clans is 3K, the size that the entire fucking game was at launch. Like, that's wild growth.
CEO
Like, just,
is
oh yeah,
challenged.
that used to be everybody.
Worries
Now
about
it's
economics,
one dude's
employee
team.
morale,
Whoops,
reduction in
size go
training,
up.
and
Up,
even
up,
a
up, up.
succession plan, which he's
Up, 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 up,
devising.
up.
After all, the next guy has to be able to weather the storm too. End quote. In particular, the term failure cascade had become
Yeah.
part of the new Eden,
Ooh, that do be a
popularized by the
word.
Mittani and quickly adopted by news outlets who were already heavily reliant on his writing when discussing EVE. In an article from 2009, the Mittani wrote, quote, "In the past 4 years, I've witnessed more than 20 alliances disintegrate, and I've had the benefit of directly orchestrating a good number of those. Better than just hammering at them from the outside, I've been able to witness the process from the inside concurrently by way of our spy network. While watching Lotka Volterra explode in much the same way Veritas Immortalis had,
God, some of these
I
names
dubbed
are
this
real
death cycle
overdramatic.
the failure cascade, due to the way in which the process rapidly accelerates from small errors into thermonuclear drama. Rightfully
Yeah,
enough, even our
online.
most vehement enemies
Online
have
at its
chosen to
passion.
use my nomenclature, as well as the more traditional media. Apparently, the term has some pre-existing engineering use, but Googling it now turns up mostly yammering about spaceships. He went on to define the term.
Whoopsie
Quote,
daisies.
"A failure cascade is the disintegration
I
of
love
an
when
alliance
language changes
caused
like that.
by
I kind of don't
collective
like it, but I think it's
helplessness in
funny.
the face of sustained and unrationalizable adversity through a process of pilot attribution shifting from the alliance to the corporation or the individual." End quote. Both Crowd Control Productions and Goonswarm were facing prodigious growth, and both were simultaneously taking great risks in attempts to reap great rewards.
Goon. It do just be B though. B. A, B, C, D. C, D's nuts. I'm talking to some of this commentary is a little dumb, ain't it? Well, I'm a little dumb. I'm actually not kind of smart, but I'm still dumb at times. You can be smart and dumb. I have holes like Swiss cheese. They exist, but they ain't bad. Oh, it's Steve
It had
again.
been over 2 years since the death of Steve the Titan, and still.
Oh,
the
so we're back to
war in
2004,
Nullsec continued,
or 2006.
involving every major power. And after numerous movements of the battle line back and forth,
What?
the Band of Brothers had been pushed
Can we talk about how Band of Brothers has like such a larger occupied alignment space than Goonswarm does? Like, it's kind of wild how they managed to mobilize so many people despite actual meta knowledge that they did fucking cheat.
all the way back into their
insane.
home region of Delve. To their north, the Northern Coalition had recovered from total destruction, retaken territory, and went on the offensive after
It's also kind of funny how the Northern group is called like, there's like the Goon Swarm, the Band of Brothers, and then there's like the Northern group. What are they called? The Northern Coalition. The guys in the North.
fighting back the forces of Mercenary Coalition, who who had been fighting the war for Band of Brothers, but eventually abandoned them in order to establish themselves in new territory and continue their
The
existence as
classic
guns for
classic
hire.
issue of
Meanwhile,
mercenaries. You
from
can't
the
rely on
east,
them for
the
everything or they'll
forces
turn
of
against you for money.
Goonswarm and their allies,
Or when it
the
looks like
Red
you're gonna
Alliance,
lose.
continued to strike. Previously, the Russians of the Red Alliance had joined Goonswarm in an effort to defeat Band of Brothers, but after this effort failed, they retreated to their home regions in the southeast to live next door to the Goons. With their forces combined, their territory was nearly impossible for any alliance to assail. Typically,
Until-
the Russians were cagey, reclusive, and distrustful, but they had joined
Just like real
Goonswarm
Russians.
to defeat their common enemy,
The
Band of
motherland.
Brothers. But
Sure
now
is-
that
sure
Band
is a
of
place to
Brothers
be,
had been fought back
even though
to
we left
Fortress
ages ago
Delve,
because of,
the
you know,
war had reached a standstill.
issues
Delve's epithet
existing
was well
the way
earned.
we
It
were
had
in
served
Russia
as
at the
the home
time.
region for Band of Brothers
Lovely
for
times.
years now, and
They
was
sucked.
nigh
They were terrible times.
unassailable due to the coordination
Fucking awful
of Band
times to
of
be in
Brothers'
Russia for us.
fleet and the
That's why I
system's
left.
solid sovereignty bonuses, which practically restricted any enemy fleet from fielding anything larger than a dreadnought in Band of Brothers territory. Multiple Titans have been lost by both
Oh, so we've hit the point
sides,
of
but Band
assembly on
Brothers
multiples,
still had
huh?
enough capital ships to bounce back any assault on its borders. And if the smaller capital ships weren't enough, then the combined might of 8 simultaneous doomsday blasts from Band of
shit.
Brothers' 8 remaining Titans would be
That's a
enough
lot.
to turn any fight. Without the ability to field their own Titans, the rest of Nullsec could do little to penetrate into Delve. But in early 2009,
So I guess this is
the
actual
state of
nuclear
affairs
nuclear
suddenly
damage threats,
and
huh?
radically changed. One of the high-ranking members of Band of Brothers, Hargoth Agamar,
Defection?
had tired of the other leaders and joined
Defection!
Goonswarm, offering to help them in whatever way they could. After some rumination,
Actual
Goonswarm's
defection.
spy master, the Mittani, devised a plan of action. Andrew Groen
It's wild that he
chronicled
fucking
transpired
knowing
in
what happened to
Empires
this
of
guy.
Eve. Quote, on the night of February 4th, 2009, Hargoth Agamar logged into EVE Online and docked his ship at the headquarters of Black Nova Corporation, one of the main member corporations of Band of Brothers. From Band of Brothers, Hargoth stole 15 dreadnoughts and an entire ship hangar containing hundreds of smaller ships. He also stole a huge amount of strontium, starbase and dreadnought fuel. With a few clicks, he stole everything his corporation owned. In the empty hangar folders, he left just a single item, a note with one sentence written on it.
Dramatic.
The Mittani sends his regards. When he was done with his theft, he went to work, ending the entire alliance. He removed the other directors from their positions and closed the alliance. With no alliance on record
shit.
named Band of Brothers, every one of its sovereignty
It's kind of
claims
wild it
was
didn't need more than one
instantly
player to
dropped.
sign off on that.
Band of Brothers had claimed Sovereignty 4 in every system in Delve, but after Hargoth Agamar struck, there was no longer an alliance called Band of Brothers. As a result, all of the starbases owned by Bob went offline without an alliance
Damn.
to control them. Their capital
Soft
systems
power
were
really
no
does take
longer
over, huh?
invulnerable, and they had no way to stop enemy alliances from bringing heavy
Right, because you have to
artillery
power
right
the...
into heart
Because
of
powering the
Band of
big things
Brothers'
prevented you from using
empire.
strontium flares, but strontium
The
flares are
rest
now
of
online
New
again.
Eden now had a 28-day window to transfer
Damn,
enough territory
that's
to
a big
prevent
one.
Band of Brothers
That seems like a
from
big window, but it
regaining
could also
their
be a small
sovereignty.
one.
But only Goonswarm was in a position to capitalize on this, and simply destroying Band of Brothers was no longer enough for them. The leader of Goonswarm, Darius Johnson, ordered that all assets in Alliance territory be brought to the front lines in preparation for a fight in Delve, where they would either drive out Band of Brothers and claim Delve as their new home, or be left
Die
destitute.
trying.
This would also help to
YOLO.
fend off enemies, at least for a time. During the war, the general unpleasantness of both the Russian alliances and Goonswarm had resulted in enough feuds that they had broken their treaties with one another, and a significant contingent of Russians had joined forces with Band of Brothers, sandwiching the Goons between the two. There were also rumors and accounts of real money being paid to players to alter the political landscape, but the complete abandonment of territory by Goonswarm guaranteed that the Russians would be preoccupied with claiming all of the territory
That's a
that
bold
had
decision,
once
too.
belonged to the Goons, as they threw themselves recklessly at Band of Brothers, at least for the first few weeks. No other alliance seems to have been warned of this opportunity, and it would take time to mobilize. Now, Goonswarm would launch a blitzkrieg the likes of which had never been seen in EVE Online. But as Goonswarm was beginning its invasion, the game would see a radical change, and the denizens of this particular
New
edition
patch.
would soon exist outside of
New
the
update?
paradigm and culture of any other part
New
of
update or
Eden.
new people?
On March 10th, 2009, CCP announced the release of the Apocrypha expansion. Among other changes, including a higher tier of specialized ships, this update introduced wormholes. These anomalies, functionally, were short-lived entrances into
Oh,
an entirely new cluster
no.
of star systems, but the wormholes would only survive for a maximum of a few days before collapsing.
I think I remember
permanently,
what this was.
and new ones would spawn unpredictably both in New Eden and in this new region. These
I
systems
remember
boasted no
this.
stargates. Rather, they were connected to one another and the normal stars in New Eden exclusively with a network of wormholes.
And
the
possibly
transient and
dreadnoughts or
unpredictable
titans
nature of these
warping in.
wormholes created an ever-shifting labyrinth. Despite the vast new territory now made available, players were tentative to venture into it for several reasons. First, finding the wormholes was a task unto itself. In order to discover a wormhole, a player had to make use of the new scanning tools, which required new skills that took time for characters to learn. The systems themselves, however, were remarkably dangerous. Much like Nullsec, Concord offered no protection in wormhole space, and so anyone traveling through a wormhole
Yeah,
could
the return of
easily
pirates
be
and
attacked
mercs.
upon arrival by other players looking for a fight.
But was this the
Even
update? I
then,
think it
however,
was,
the
because I'll
points
say
of
in a minute.
interest found through a wormhole were often remarkably dangerous. Fighting and looting NPCs would require a well-equipped squad of players, and the anomaly sites placed for explorers often were similarly defended. What's more, if a player lacked the requisite knowledge, and was unlucky, it was possible for a wormhole to collapse behind them after entering it, leaving them stranded in unknown and hostile territory, and the only method of escape was to wander aimlessly until discovering a wormhole that would take them back to New Eden.
And I guess Titan
though
warping was
likely
too
far
expensive
from
because
where
it's
they had
still a big
entered.
hard thing to get
Most
if
had
even the
little
big guys
interest
only
in
have 8.
investigating beyond peeking out of curiosity. But there were others who saw potential in this new, unexplored region. Though the danger in wormhole space was higher, the materials there were commensurately valuable, as the gases required to make the new highest-tier ships could only be found there. And
Convenient.
so, mining gas
Convenient
clouds became an important, if
expansionists.
small part
Hey,
of the
convenient
EVE
MMO
economy.
expansion logic. Hard new
Paradoxically,
material.
due in
New
part
zone
to the
only.
random
Gotta
nature
play
of
it. Can't
wormholes,
not.
gas became a reliable resource,
Just
as
like
it
the
was
real world.
difficult for aggressive players to attack others harvesting gas. Much like wormholes, gas clouds would spawn randomly and had to be scanned down with probes before their location was revealed, meaning that a reasonably attentive gas miner could spot the probes with a directional scan and escape long before any danger manifested. Beyond these more systemic limitations, there was another hard limitation that restricted the use of overwhelming force in wormhole space. The wormhole
size.
could only accommodate ships below a certain
Clever.
size, and after a certain amount of mass passed through a wormhole, it would collapse, meaning that the massive fleets and large ships wielded by the Nullsec powers were practically useless in this new, chaotic region. The ease and safety with which gas could be harvested and the difficulty that established corporations would have utilizing their vast wealth
But could you
and
Titan warp in?
resources
That's the
meant
real
that
question.
this territory was
Because if
far
you could
more
Titan warp in, that'd be
accessible to
pretty
less
insane.
wealthy players and corporations, in contrast to Nullsec, which was now crowded with belligerent and exclusive factions. Most large corporations were also still.
I guess this also means it wasn't the expansion I thought it was, because there's a certain notorious expansion that'll come up later, I think, that I know a bit about. It's a spoiler, but it involved the Borg.
To move into these wormholes and establish presences there, deploying starbases and storing fleets of ships. Those who chose to live in this territory were given a simple moniker: wormholers.
I mean, yeah. Okay, yeah. That tracks, that tracks.
Inspired by a sense of adventure and the excitement of uncertainty. Many took the time to explore this new space and study the rules by which it functioned, and over time, the players were able to divine certain patterns. For example,
cracked the
many
algo.
Systems had what they called a static hole, which would always link to the same kind of system. A static high-sec hole, for instance, meant that there was always a wormhole leading to high-security space in the system, and if the one leading to high-sec collapsed, then another would take its place, leading to another high-security system. However, such static holes to high-sec were at a premium, and so, sometimes, multiple small corporations would deploy starbases in the same
that
system.
Tracks.
But since few had the resources to prosecute any sort of significant conflict, and nobody would benefit from harassing one another, many of them entered into gentlemen's agreements to not attack one another unless agreeing to fight for sport. These agreements were the first manifestation of the code of honor by which wormholers would play, known earnestly, derisively, and sarcastically as Wormhole Bushido, named for the code by which Japanese samurai
yeah, gotta give it a weeb name to make people think about it a little condescendingly. That tracks.
Crowd Control Productions was working on an entirely new game. In August of 2009, CCP Games announced their next project set in the EVE universe.
Doesn't that also collapse?
First-person
I
shooter
think.
named Dust 514. Speculation about the gameplay
Yo, boy, does Blob. Who remembers that?
Dust 514 would do more than share a setting.
God, look at these. Look at some of these background informations on like these news articles. It's like Nintendo changes YouTube ad revenue policy. Watch out, NBA 2K15 hitting. Oh god, some of these screenshots are from ages ago. Just look at them. Free PS4 exclusive. The Witcher 3 resolution revealed. Damn, I wonder how long this guy was working on this video. He has these screenshots from so long ago.
Dust 514 would directly impact those playing the MMO, and those playing the MMO could affect battles in Dust.
Maybe that's why that never went anywhere.
GameSpot quoted Hilmar Pettersson as saying, "The primary gameplay features brutal ground combat that takes place on the surface of planets. Dust 514 is the infantry, and an EVE Online player can contract a Dust team to go in and take control of a planet. The fleet does the flying, the infantry does the dying."
That's a fun little justification.
Guy Cocker, writing for GameSpot,
But I think this game went nowhere, if I remember right.
"The game has been under development for 3 years at CCP Shanghai, with input from other CCP studios worldwide. We questioned Pettersson about the platforms the game is being developed for, as well as subscription details, but he declined to comment at this time. But it was confirmed that the game was being developed for current generation hardware." End quote. After revealing some gameplay at the annual FanFest in October of that year, Hilmar Pettersson proudly spoke with IGN further about the game. Quote, "Dust 514 is first and foremost a first-class FPS mixed with real-time strategy elements."
I'm pretty sure this game went nowhere.
Which are innovative in their own right. Still, the biggest innovation in Dust 514
Let's see if it did.
is that the outcome of battles directly
Oh, it actually came out.
resource and power control
How long did it
in
last?
Online. This will
Yeah, released in 2013.
enhance the gaming experience that our current
And it died in
300,000
2016 to low
subscribers
player
enjoy by
count.
adding a whole new level
Rip
of gameplay
in
elements that take
Pesquedios.
effect. At its core, Dust 514 is a first-person shooter with run-and-gun gameplay, but there is a heavy emphasis on vehicular combat that layers tactical and strategic dimensions within each battle. In addition, weapons and modules are upgradable in real time, which we believe pushes Dust 514 beyond what has been seen in the market so far. End quote. Notable features were map sizes measuring 5 kilometers squared and, perhaps most importantly, the ability for Dust mercenaries to take control over certain regions of planets for corporations in EVE Online, or for Dust corporations to take those sections of planets for themselves. Early gameplay footage shown at FanFest was promising and elicited excited reactions from the crowd despite its limited scope. But as players were anticipating the new battles to be had in Dust 514, the years-long war in Nullsec was finally reaching its conclusion, and the aftermath would permanently alter the social landscape of New Eden.
Oh, what could that have been?
After such an extended period of direct conflict, the alliances in Nullsec had grown skilled at husbanding their resources and managing their fleets, the latter of which had grown into affairs often involving hundreds of people on both sides. This new method of waging warfare placed greater importance on management rather than moment-to-moment battles. But managing
I can't believe it
such a
took that
vast
long for that to
number of
happen, to be
players
honest.
was a difficult task. Unlike an army of professional soldiers or paid employees, the people who comprised the fleets in EVE Online were playing in their spare time, and the most effective way to form a fleet was for the fleet commander to put out a call to their alliance, asking for people to join for a potential fight. The number of people who joined was never certain. The attendance of individuals could change due to real-life factors,
Yeah, the
upcoming
classic.
battle, or simply due to the waxing and waning of engagement with the game, making morale a key factor to the cohesion of alliances. If morale dropped low enough, then people would simply not answer calls for fleets or even leave their corporations entirely.
Kinda sounds like WoW rating policy.
Their alliance, then they could take their entire corporation with them when they left.
Yeah.
Despite the overwhelming importance of morale, the most effective
Love how they
ways
pull
to
back the
wage
image of the guy
war
who
in
just
EVE
doomed an entire
Online
band
were
of
often
brothers.
far from entertaining for the individual. It was common
Although we never
for a
found out
fleet
what happened to the end
commander
result of
call
that,
for a
huh? He just
fleet,
kinda cut
form
off on
up
like,
in
Goon Squad
position,
went all
move
in.
from
Did they
location
win?
to
Who fucking
location, or
knows? We'll find
even
out.
keep the fleet stationary for hours and then disband
Source
the fleet due
ESP
to a lack of
Sasuke
need.
2.
As fleets grew more
ESP
expensive
Sasuke
and
was
the need
taken,
for
so ESP
strategic
Sasuke 2 had to
prevailed
arrive.
over the desire for action, the impetus to engage
What a
in equal
world.
fights or even slightly favorable fights diminished due to loss aversion.
Yeah.
Given the responsibilities bestowed upon fleet commanders, there was little incentive to risk the large ships now demanded by war.
AKA
This
Titans,
loss
I guess.
aversion worked similarly for the individual player as it did for the corporation and alliance. Few people would be willing to risk their most expensive ships in a large fight where they had little say in the outcome. A player who lost a capital ship once may simply have decided that it wasn't worth the risk of joining a fleet. To mitigate this, many corporations enacted measures called ship
That's another Titan
replacement
dying, huh?
programs, or SRPs. When a player lost a ship while participating in operations with the corporation, they could submit a claim and be reimbursed for their loss, either in part or in full,
Ooh.
paid with the money gathered from passive income, such as moon mining. This passive income was part of the reason why Band of Brothers could fund such an extensive war while fighting on multiple fronts and maintaining morale.
Regenerating
Now that
resource, huh?
Moonstorm, through subterfuge, had eliminated the sovereignty that insulated Band of Brothers from its enemies, it would soon become nearly impossible to maintain a solid line of defense for its vulnerable economic center. What's more, Goonswarm had ensured the morale of their members by abandoning their own territory and claiming that of Band of Brothers as their own, drawing from the classic Chinese treatise The Art of War. As translated by Lionel Giles, one prominent section reads, quote, "Throw your soldiers into positions whence there is no escape, and they will prefer death to flight. If there is no place of refuge, they will stand firm. If they are in hostile country, they will show a stubborn front." End quote. It is with this tenacity that Goonswarm descended upon the territory of Band of Brothers, striking at all constituent corporations at once, attempting to break their will before the sovereignty bonuses
did that work?
returned, and once again made invasion impossible.
Well, how did this work? I
This
really
would
want to
be
know.
expedited
I'm pretty
by
sure
a
Band of
massive
Brothers
mistake
collapses because
made
I've
by
never
Band
heard of them, but I've heard of
Brothers.
Goons. But
Andrew Groen details the mistake in Empires of Eve. Quote, Band of Brothers ordered every one of its capital ship pilots to log off at an open NPC-controlled station in PR
Why?
CA.
Why?
However, Goonswarm spies
Why?
found out about the massive stockpile of warships.
Oh,
and called in
to have an
their
armada
allies
in case of
organized a
emergency.
massive blockade of the station. They were able to surround the indestructible NPC station, trapping every last one of Band of Brothers' dreadnoughts and carriers inside. The blockade around Band of Brothers' fleet held for 30 days straight.
Shit, that's impressive.
By
That's
the time
the
Russian
entire
came
sovereignty,
to
isn't it?
assist, It was far too late. Delve now belonged to Goonswarm, as did its vast natural resources, and this readjustment of power would come to shape the game in ways that players could scarcely predict. But even as the massive war in Nullsec was finally calming, Crowd Control Productions was planning massive additions and adjustments.
Is it the Borg
one of
finally?
which coincided with the end
It
of
might
the war
be.
in Delve. Up until the end of 2009, the presence of a Titan on the battlefield was overwhelming and oppressive due to the sheer power of
Titan
its
killers?
doomsday
Titan
weapon,
killers?
capable of destroying nearly any non-capital ship in a 500-kilometer radius, centered on a point of the pilot's choosing. Often, when a Titan arrived, the existence of anything smaller than a dreadnought was invalidated. However, on December 1st, 2009, a significant change was made to the Titan's signature weapon. Rather than a massive area of effect, the Doomsday would now be a focused single target.
Ooh, that's a
burst of
big
damage,
change.
capable
It's
of
no longer a
destroying
nuke.
or severely
It's a
damaging
laser.
Even the largest ships in a single blast.
Oh,
With
that's
this change,
big.
The importance of large populations in battle was re-emphasized. A fleet of
That's
smaller
huge.
sub-capital ships was always necessary for
That's
capital
really
and
big.
super-capital ships to perform well. And now that a sub-capital fleet couldn't be immediately
That's super
decimated
huge, isn't
upon
it?
the arrival of a Titan, greater populations of players could again become a stronger deciding factor. But more importantly for most other players who had only a tangential attachment to Nullsec, another promised feature was being touted by Crowd Control Productions.
New other
something
big
that
ship?
They had been planning for the past 3 years. Ambulation.
Oh,
which had been
right,
renamed
this
to
thing.
Walking in Stations. Over the past year, the company had released various
I guess that
and
name
discussed their
probably helps it
goals
out,
for the
huh?
project.
And what it's about.
So that's why it said Ambulation died. It just got a different name.
Body avatar and the ability to exit their ships and go into space station and go to bars and corporation offices and socialize and play mini games.
And get murdered?
as,
Get murdered?
an embodied
Get
avatar.
kidnapped? Is that something we can
However,
do?
there was some question as to the necessity of such a feature. The development time and work required were remarkable, but players were already socializing using various out-of-game
Yeah,
methods that were far
that's the
more
other thing.
visible and already established, such as IRC chats and even the official forums. While there was quite a bit of excitement, there was also trepidation that it would be superfluous or add extraneous requirements
I
to
mean,
what players
it's
could
probably
already do.
just... It's
As
probably
Crowd
just
Control
gonna be that way
Productions
too, huh?
grappled with how to implement walking in stations, other projects were floundering.
Yeah, like the
Eve
fucking card
collectible
game.
card game, which they had produced in conjunction with the recently acquired
Yep.
White Wolf Productions, had suffered a lukewarm reception
Mhm.
after limited marketing outside of conventions, despite positive
Yep.
reviews from gaming publications.
Doesn't
the
matter.
single expansion released in 2007 had
It didn't even
suffered a
last the 1
laborious
year.
Release,
Didn't even last
reprinted
1 year,
3
did it?
times before the cards
So-
were completed correctly.
So, oh my god, and a production issue. So, with card games, there's, even for new ones, there's a thing called the 4-set rule, which is most card games don't last 4 sets or 1 year of total existence. Because you produce 1 set every 3 months is the typical industry standard for expanding cards. And most don't last 4 sets. This one lasted 2, which is even for even for a card game spin-off, pretty bad.
But shortly after a lackluster
That's a
launch,
real
it
bad
appears that
number.
the entire card game was abandoned. The company's other projects were also beginning to struggle. A scathing
Yeah, the World of
article from The
Darkness
Guardian
game
in
never came out.
2014 retrospectively described Crowd Control Productions as extremely disorganized when managing
Yep.
the staff from White Wolf. Quote, very shortly after initial development began, the company started blurring the lines between the World of Darkness and Eve projects. Repeatedly, staff were shifted over
Yep.
from the former to work on expansion
yeah.
the latter. At times, our sources say, the entire World of Darkness staff was put onto Eve. End quote. The problems within
Whoops.
the team itself were numerous.
Yeah, that's a big thing I worry about.
Developers interviewed
Clear
for the
division of
article
labor.
cited problems in various areas of development, including demands for small changes that required entire rewrites, weak creative vision, poor budgeting, a lack of managerial responsibility, and aggressive, hostile design meetings. Quote, most of the sources spoken to for this piece identified the same problematic CCP manager who had little vision for what the finished game would look like. Not once could he answer any question about moment-to-moment gameplay or areas of focus, says one source. Instead, he preferred to deliver buzzword-laden rambles. It was not uncommon for him to communicate in onomatopoeia. I once saw him look.
I read ahead to the bottom because I'm a quick reader.
Some bit of user interface the poor guy had hacked together.
Oh
He
no,
straightened up,
no,
put
no.
fingers to lips, and said, "No, this isn't it at all. Make it more." He hissed on his fingertips like the air coming out of a bicycle
Oh,
tire,
that
and then
poor
just walked away.
programmer.
End quote. As the World of Darkness
What does
team
that
struggled,
mean?
work continued on Dust 514, but to properly integrate its
Oh,
game
what would that
world
even
with
mean,
that of
though?
EVE Online, the infantry would need the planets over which they were to fight, and on May 26, 2010, this prize would be introduced in the Tyrannus expansion. With this, the pilots in EVE Online would
yeah.
be able to lay claim to planets and exploit their resources by establishing infrastructure with the intention of being able to contest them with Dust 514 mercenary groups. Such resources would only increase the wealth of the existing nullsec factions and their growing industries, now able to flourish with the end of the war against Band of Brothers. But who precisely would fight these battles was still uncertain.
Time to contract an
2009,
FPS
Crowd
guild,
Control
guys.
Productions had been
More
mum
meta
about how
communication.
people would be able to play the game, only specifying that it would be made for current generation hardware, a term typically reserved for consoles. In June of 2011, the concerns of many players were confirmed. Dust 514 would be exclusive to Sony's PlayStation 3 and portable PlayStation
Whoops.
Vita consoles.
PS Vita.
It was a peculiar choice. Beyond the difficulty of creating games for the PlayStation
Not even a
3,
PC game, huh?
markets for EVE Online
That's
and
rough.
first-person shooter games
That
for
can't have been
consoles
good
were
for their
remarkably different.
for their
While both
optics.
attracted primarily male audiences, Eve's
Oh,
player base
no.
skewed older and was more interested in detailed space simulation gameplay, while console shooters were
So you'd
typically
actually
played
just
by
have to
younger men who
hire
desired
an FPS
faster,
guild to
more
win that
immediate
Eve. That's
experiences,
bizarre.
and those in the latter audience were largely
That is so
unaware of
bizarre.
Eve. Many EVE players who otherwise might have had interest in Dust 514 didn't own a PlayStation or were unwilling to
Yep.
pay for the console specifically for Dust. Still, there was hope that others interested in the setting would play Dust to engage with the space.
I don't know about
But
that.
the goodwill and hope of Eve's player base would be shaken during an incident
Oh,
that would
no.
capture the attention not only of those in New Eden, but the broader gaming public.
What was it?
On June 22nd, 2011, Crowd Control Productions released one of their most anticipated expansions, Incarna. Renamed from Walking in Stations, Incarna
Oh my God, they
promised a
named
new
it.
level
They
of
renamed it
immersion for EVE
again.
players by
That's
allowing
not
them
good.
to control their character avatars directly, and after years of advertisement, expectations were high.
And it looked
This
like crap,
was also
didn't
an
it?
expansion that had drawn significant
It definitely looks like
resources from
jank,
other
didn't it?
projects, as many developers had been moved from other aspects of the game and other games entirely in order to create this expansion. Blogger
Oof.
Wilhelm Arcturus writes in retrospect that, quote, to get this feature, they had to not only forego working on other more core issues to the game, but pretty much had to rob the World of Darkness team of resources as well.
I guess this is one of the reasons why people were so disappointed with the World of Darkness over the years.
Incarno were missing to be added at a later date, and what was made available, while tantalizing, was paltry compared to the scope that Crowd Control Productions envisioned and
Ooh,
had
yeah.
projected onto the player base.
Hair.
The two main features were a new, robust character customization process,
Well, that's good.
which players could use to update their avatars, and the Captain's Quarters, which acted as a replacement for the efficient menus that players once had in their hangars.
That sucks.
Players
I
were
love
now
I
required
love
to
shitty
emulate their
UI.
character models
I
through
love
a
shitty
special
UI
room
changes. I
where
love city
basic
UI
menus
changes. I
could
love
be
shitty UI
activated.
changes
In a game
that
where
are
menuing
mandatory.
accounted for much of the experience, this significantly slowed the process.
God, what a
What's more,
poor decision.
computer performance in this area
This
was
had to be
notably
opt-in.
worse than the rest of the game.
Why wasn't this opt-in? Like, it clearly seems like part of the decision was horribly misunderstanding what the players wanted, but for this sort of like system, if you just made it opt-in, you don't have to use it, it's fine. Some people will, and they'll love it. The RPers, if those exist in this game anymore, after like 7 years of hardcore industrial managements ground them into a dust. But forcing people to use it's just, that's just poor management 101. Like, if there's one thing people don't like, then a poor expansion mini feature, it's a poor expansion mini feature you're forced to fucking use. Like, oof.
Further hampering a now unfamiliar method of gameplay. The loneliness of the space was heightened by a locked door that promised to one day be opened so that players could enter the rest of the station and interact with other players outside.
Wait, you couldn't interact with people at launch? Wait. So they introduced it, and the whole point of socializing they didn't even have multiplayer compatibility yet? Oh my. Oh no. Oh my god. Then genuinely, why would you launch it if it was this rough? If you're literally replacing the menu and you can't even interact with other. Oh my god, why? Why? Why would you think that's a good idea? Oh lord, if it doesn't even meet the core single criteria, interacting with other people, why would you jump it in that early? Damn, man, damn. And it's lagging again. You know, I'm gonna give it some time to buffer while I quickly take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna go stretch my legs as I let this video buffer out a bit. Be right back. Okay, I'm back with a drink. Let's resume. Hopefully it's unbuffered a bit.
Side of their ships in
God.
bars,
So,
clubs, and
so
other
hard to
places.
believe that they thought that
While
was a good
not
idea.
all players were fundamentally opposed to the introduction of the captain's
The
quarters,
door is a lie.
practicality was
Yeah.
suspect, and most players
Suspect
opted
is
instead
putting
for
it
a more
lightly.
traditional view of their critical menus, foregoing the avatar-centric method of navigation that had been a core focus of this new development for half a decade.
Corporate
However,
overreach.
rather than being returned to the hangar view that had become a core part of Eve's aesthetic since its
Oh,
release,
no.
to bring the player's
You couldn't go back,
in
could
the
you?
center of the screen, players were instead shown a static angle of the locked station door.
Oh my
removing
God.
functionality from what had once
Oh,
been the hangar.
no,
Despite being
no.
the chief focus of development,
What a
the
poor
captain's
decision.
quarters would not be the feature that would attract the most attention.
Wait, there was something
Along with
worse?
the more robust character
Something worse than
creator,
that?
There were now cosmetic options for players to purchase
Pay to-
using currency bought with real-world fiat money. However, the prices for some goods were viewed as egregious. Eve News 24 wrote, quote, "Head over to the Eve
Oh my
online
God.
forums or other Eve-related sites,
Oh,
and it won't
no.
take you long to figure out how much buzz has been made over the fact that a monocle, or even a measly shirt, is worth more than a faction-fitted battleship, a couple of plexes, or even more than the
Plex is 20
retail
bucks,
box
right?
version of the Eve Online game. Enter the not-so-noble exchange shop, proof that once again CCP loses grasp of reality, as is shown by prices on the new Vanity Shop, with products like a whopping $60 for that now infamous monocle, the $22 shirt, or the designer boots, all of which might be a bit too much for many reasonable players." End quote.
Now, see, I have a hot take on this. It's fine if you have if you have one or two like really expensive items. Like some people like showing off how much they support a game. You can do it. Game I played for a while, Adventure Quest World, had like an $100 hat you could buy. It was a hat that was so tall it went off the screen on every menu, so people could see you wearing this stupidly high hat. And it's like, damn, that hat's big, stupidly big. It's kind of funny. It was like the Doug Dimmadome hat. If you saw someone that you knew they paid a lot to support the game, it was fine. It didn't give you any playthings. This, it's probably also fine if you want to have like a high premium thing for like a one or two items. You want to make it clear you support the game severely? Yeah, go ahead. Have at least one set of gear that's like the fancy one. But if it doesn't do anything, it's just avatar look, it's totally fine. Like, just go ahead. Just don't make all your cosmetics expensive, otherwise you'll engender bad will. But a few really expensive ones, it's like the premium. Yeah, it's fine. It's completely not essential, man. Like, unless this eye patch makes your battleship shoot 2% faster, it doesn't mean shit. But that's just my
Players
thoughts.
began generally expressing that this would only be the beginning of aggressive monetization on the part of crowd control.
I assume it didn't.
Such suspicions were seemingly confirmed that same month when an issue of the internal company magazine Fearless was leaked.
Wait, they had an
titled
internal company
"Free
magazine?
Good." The first page, written by the editor
Wild.
Harry Desai,
Tone deaf.
quote, "As a
So
subscription
tone deaf.
Golden Goose, Eve needs to incorporate the virtual goods sales model to allow
Oh,
for further
no.
revenue to fund our other titles. Revenue
That are
for
flopping because you keep
developers.
stealing the teams to work on this
A
game.
particular article, written by the company's principal game designer Kjartan Emilson, discusses the way that player attachment to virtual goods can create capital.
I shop, therefore I am. Buy me. God, I don't know what the worst part of this is that they have a corporate newsletter. They use to write something like this. It's fucking wild.
An interesting aspect of selling experience and identity is that the actual action of paying for it can strengthen their perceived value. This is in many ways because of the way we are raised as consumers. We shop, therefore we are. Fashion is a beautiful example of this. When buying nice clothes, we might feel more desirable and confident, and in this way, the act of buying can actually be a factor to make your experience more meaningful or your identity stronger.
Yeah, prey on that
As
lizard
such, it
brain.
becomes more competitive with other alternatives. The act of buying is a powerful psychological pattern, deeply rooted in all of us.
I blame
Whether you
Todd
like it
Howard
or
for adding
not.
that Skyrim horse armor. Motherfucker opened the genie's bottle and we've never gone back since then. Fucker. Once again, it's Todd Howard's fault, ain't it?
Human nature. Many players will actually voice the opinion that adding any kind of consumerism to such a game will ruin their experience. Those same players will buy Plex without any qualms to get instant access to that ship they just need to have right now. And they might even go as far as buying a $500 leather jacket that matches the one their avatar is wearing.
But you don't care about... How do you care about that?
Game design.
Wait, hold on. Did EVE Online sell a $500 jacket that matched the in-game jacket? Did they sell an actual $500 jacket? Okay, they didn't. Okay, that's good. That would be fucking wild if they did that. Oh, could you imagine the balls on them to sell a $500 cosplay jacket? Oh, that would be so bizarre. That would be insane. That'd be like really, really insane.
Tool, amongst others, that we need to get familiar with, and that should be used carefully and with respect to create more enjoyable experiences and stronger identities for our players. If successful, this will result in their increased emotional attachment to our product and services for the benefit of all. If not, we run the risk of sucking our customers dry and leaving their shriveled corpses by the side of the road to the benefit of none.
Minor.
End quote.
Minor self-awareness that instantly disappears.
Little debate. Both employees writing for the piece, who have been approached and requested to support a given side, espouse the value of virtual cosmetic sales for real money, disagreeing only on the measure of tangible in-game advantage that should be allowed for purchase. The writer for the Yes portion, a game designer named Christopher Toberg, wrote about his experience.
I think the amount it should need should be zero.
Quote,
Zero in-game benefit for
I would
fucking
love virtual goods
cosmetics.
sales in EVE. In fact, I'd like to sell a lot more than vanity items. Does this mean I'm an evil capitalist that, unless
Yes.
stopped, will cause the entire company to catch fire and
Yes.
be buried at sea by a secret team of Navy SEALs? Let's hope not, although that's the impression I get sometimes when interacting with our customers. There is a pretty overwhelming perception amongst EVE players that these changes are bad. I think they're brilliant, but our
Oh
players
my God.
don't. We're going to
So-
face an uphill struggle, and the reason many of us never talk about this publicly is that we'd be burned at the stake by the players. I don't really understand the logic behind it. End quote. A later part of the feature states...
So, with the benefit of history and hindsight, how do we know what would have happened with this? It would have sucked ass, and we know because so many games have died to this exact same stupid trap of easy greed for pay to win. I think WoW is one of the few ones that never decided to bite that particular poisoned apple. And they've done so much better for it, aside from, corporate issues that collapse the company's faith and goodwill.
that the company was suggesting selling faction standings and
Oh,
limiting
no.
aspect of the game. Speaking of Dust 514, the header reads, "Next summer, people will be flocking to play Dust 514. There will be an entrance fee, but we will make sure to also provide some proverbial free towels. We will be charging for the swimming goggles.
Oh,
Towards the
no.
end, it
Pay for
discusses the
guns or something?
inevitability of charging players for in-game
Yep.
advantages for the upcoming World of Darkness. Quote, escalation of commitment is another key concept for the value of virtual
Yep.
goods sales. When a person has put time, effort, or money into something, she's more likely to be attached. If players can spend more money directly on our game, their enjoyment will heighten and they'll bond more strongly with it. After discussing strategies to allow players to purchase an appropriate amount of in-game power, it concludes by stating, the question of virtual goods sales is not to do or not to do. Rather, it's how do we do this? For the yet unpublished World of Darkness, the details are foggy, but the philosophy is strong." End quote. When this company magazine was leaked to the public, gaming news outlets immediately began covering it, and the community was outraged. players took their ships to Jeddah, the trade hub of all of New Eden, and began firing at a prominent invulnerable statue to show their displeasure in a visible fashion.
That's
Arguably,
funny.
the more
That's funny.
impactful action was when thousands of players
boycott?
canceled their monthly subscription.
Yeah.
Some resolved that they would do so for as long as was necessary
Ooh,
for
him in the
Crowd
wallet.
Control Productions to change their minds, while others decided that, with this new direction that the company was taking, the good days of EVE Online were over, and it was time to move on to other games, or from gaming entirely.
Damn,
When
that's
an internal
harsh.
letter from CEO Hilmar Pedersen was leaked, stating that this reaction was to be expected and that the players were simply resisting change.
Oh
the
no.
player base was only
The raw,
emboldened,
the
and
actual
protests
worst
continued,
thing to
beginning
say.
what would be known either
Why
as
would you
the
commit
Summer
that to a
of
paper
Rage or
memo?
the more
Why would you?
reductive Monocle
Why would
Game,
you leave a
after the
paper trail on
exorbitant
that?
price of the Monocle cosmetic item in the store. Despite the hopes and expectations of company management, the protest showed no signs of stopping 4 months later, even after a discussion
Damn.
with the Council of Stellar Management.
And the
In an
council
effort
said,
to
"Stop it,
placate
you
their
idiots," and they
player
just
base,
didn't, did they?
Hilmar released a long apologetic letter which opened with plaintive prose. Quote, "Dear followers of EVE Online, the past few months have been very humbling for me. I've done much soul-searching, and what follows is my sincere effort to clear the air with all of you. Please bear with me as I find my way through." The estrangement
Do you think
from
he
CCP
tried to
that
ignore it
many
all,
of you
chat?
have
Let's
been
put your
feeling
vote down
is
now.
my
Did he
fault,
not?
And for that, I am truly sorry.
Oh
There are many
no.
contributing
Oh
factors,
no,
but
no,
in the
no.
end, it is I who must shoulder the responsibility for much of what has happened.
Oh, did he resign over
In
this?
short, my zeal for pushing Eve to her true potential made me lose sight of doing the simple things right. I
Oh,
was wrong,
he apologized.
and I admit it.
That's surprising.
End quote. The rest of the letter consisted of points of failure perceived by the player base and copious apologies. However sincere these apologies may have been, it was not enough to entirely reverse the negative perception of
that's
the company.
sad.
A press release
But they
2
probably
weeks
should have done to
later
begin with.
revealed that what they had once internally referred to as a golden goose had stopped being quite so lucrative, and they would be reorganizing their company significantly.
They really fucking
including laying off
overreacted
a
on the
fifth
initial
of their
success, didn't they?
workforce.
Oh,
They
jeez.
explained
That's
that,
bad.
Quote, "For the immediate future, our mission is to enrich the vast EVE universe by strengthening the continuous development of
And the
EVE
FP
Online
they kept
while
going on the
preparing to bring
FPS!
Just 5
Oh,
on
they
board to
kept
market
doing
on
the
PS3.
FPS. Oh,
We
no.
do this in order to realize
Oh,
our
no, no,
ambitious
no.
and challenging plan
Multimedia
of
games could
joining the
work,
two
but
in a
this just wasn't it,
cross-platform,
Chief.
truly massive
That just
online
wasn't
world.
it.
World of
That
Darkness
just
will
wasn't it at
continue
all.
development with a significantly reduced team. This team will continue to iterate and expand on the gameplay and systems they have designed. We will also redeploy creative teams in Atlanta to support the launch of Dust 514. End quote. But the purported gameplay and systems for World of Darkness were in a questionable state. Per the
This game
Guardian
never
article,
fucking came out.
quote, "There seemed to be no clear vision on how the various parts would create a cohesive end
Oh, this is
product.
2010 now, huh?
Sources report
So we're
that
halfway
game
through the
effectively
we're halfway
reached
through the
alpha
lifespan of the game
stage.
then, I think.
All the major features have been implemented 3 times, only
Oh
for each
my
version
God.
to be scrapped. End quote.
This is
Despite
like Duke
confidently
Nukem levels
claiming
of
that they
dev
still
hell.
had more EVE subscribers
Duke Nukem
than
Forever,
the
that
year
is.
prior, it was now clear that the expectations of the executives at the company had been severely curtailed. Now, they would have to desperately struggle to maintain what they still had in EVE Online.
Dun 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 dun.
While the state of the company would have a significant impact on the game as a whole, the conflicts in Nullsec would continue unabated.
Meanwhile,
While nestling itself
the
into
war.
its new home region of Delve, Goonswarm recognized that it would need allies in order to weather any upcoming wars, given their penchant for angering other groups of players.
I imagine.
And so,
Resorting to
they organized what
diplomacy,
they
huh?
named the Cluster Coalition, consisting of numerous nearby corporations, often gathered together not due to affable relations with one another, but rather due to common enemies. The
I mean,
animosity
that's a
between these
reason.
groups is difficult to overstate.
I mean, also-
on the verifiable end of the
Also,
spectrum,
let's be honest here,
players would
like,
locate
it's kind of wild you'd have to ally yourself with only people near you, even given the real world, we don't like ally with the people next door all the time. Like, travel and communication are free, man. Anyone you like across the planet or the solar system or the galaxy's yours.
And, upon tracing their IP addresses, would publicly
What?
post their identifying information.
Oh, they just
including
doxed
their
people.
full
That's
name
not
and
good.
address in order
No,
to
that's not.
threaten
That's
them.
really not
This
good.
became a common occurrence
Don't do
for
that.
which certain
That's
victims
bad.
became
That's very
known.
bad.
Even more extreme allegations would arise over time, though their veracity is in question. For example, in 2009, the Mittani wrote an article for 10 Ton Hammer in which he stated, quote, "About 2 years ago, Goonswarm was aiding our allies, Red Alliance, in the invasion of the Scalding Pass region against Lotka Volterra and their coalition. Lotka Volterra had unveiled one of the first titans against us to catastrophic consequences, and at the time these profoundly silly ships were nearly impossible to kill through legitimate in-game means. They were essentially invulnerable, with the only titans destroyed through catching the ship while the pilot was disconnected from the game. It was determined that the Enslaver and his Avatar-class titan had to go. I was approached by one of the leaders of Red Alliance to help make this happen, but almost immediately we were down the rabbit hole. Much to my surprise, the Red Alliance director didn't want
Oh my god, he
information
really tried to hire the spy agency to just give a guy a fucking address to set him a pipe bomb. Oh my god.
At a coordinated time, armed with this information, a Russian alliance member would apparently cut the power
This
to
is
the
this is some
enslavers out in the
insanity.
real world, and in Eve, a Russian alliance capital fleet would assault the abruptly pilotless Titan. Yikes. As
Actual crime. This is just actual crime. Oh my god. So, yeah, good that you said no to this guy. That's actually insane. Like, I think the only level that could go above is if they're like, yeah, and this guy's gonna break his fingers with a metal baseball bat.
one can imagine, I demurred, but the Russian alliance director didn't want to take no for an answer, and I didn't fancy telling him that I thought he was completely insane. I said that I'd look into it, and that's when things began to get really crazy. Kugutsumen got involved. Kugutsumen is a French national living in Jakarta, Indonesia, who was convicted as a teenager in the early 1990s of freaking the FBI's
Oh my
conference call
god.
system.
Okay, so phone phreaking was a really old thing people used to do back when phone system infrastructure was a lot less secure. And it involved things like learning how to, like, I remember one of the early ones was kind of just talked about in like Ready Player One, as it involved using perfect pitch to identify the sound frequencies they use to give calls for the call management system on phones. And there was a guy with perfect pitch that figured it all out. But it was really big for a while. I feel like it's not as big anymore because it's so much more just hacking and not like manipulating physical stuff. But phone phreaking was like all about hacking phone calls and getting free calls back when phone rates were like abysmally high too, because this was before Wi-Fi and global internet destroyed the pricing model. Oh god, that's a fucking blast from the past.
And running up $250,000 in international calls. He copped a ban from CCP years ago for breaking the T20 scandal after penetrating the Band of Brothers director forums, but it seems the banning completely removed all restraint on his behavior regarding the game. He set up his own forum to cover the hidden news of Eve by publishing snippets from the forums of other alliances. Why didn't I have to deal with the Red Alliance trying to cut the power to the Enslaver's house to kill his Titan? Because Kugutsumen, out of either idle curiosity or malice aforethought, traced the Enslaver's IP addresses back to Iceland.
Jesus Christ!
TeamSpeak while under an assumed name, recorded the conversation, and then outed him as a GM and a CCP employee. End quote. But to the northeast in late 2011, the
Hold on a second.
Russians, having won—
Hold on a second, I'm gonna go back. There was a little bit more at the bottom you didn't read out loud that I think was important. It also means that the guy fucking doxed him regardless of whether or not the other guy would help him hack or figure out where this guy lived. Also, I've kind of made myself some dinner. I may or may not have had to use some of my extra water supply and my personal water heater to make myself a cupful of ramen noodles. I'm enjoying that right now. We're in it for the long haul. I ain't taking a break for real food. Okay. Outed him as a GMT. This results in the removal of his character. Okay, so he doxed him. He found out he was also breaking part of the TOS, which was employees not playing the game. So, I guess in the end, like, the enslaver was still doing something a little sus, but it's nowhere near as sus as like actually doxing a guy and trying to like damage his house. That's insane.
Name recorded the conversation and then outed him as a GM and a CCP employee. End quote. But to the northeast in late 2011, the Russians
okay, and the bottom part also said, I quick read that. Apparently at this point of the game, their CCP got really hard on people not playing the game if they worked there. So it was an immediate suspension.
Relatively united had again split due to internal divisions
Ooh.
between the leaders of major
Intrigue.
powers, often involving what was known as RMT, or real money trading, another name for the black market economy in which wealthy players would exchange their in-game ifs for real money. Accounts from different players conflict on the prolificacy of this practice, with some leaders claiming that it was a rare occurrence.
It definitely was not. Definitely was not.
In every major alliance participated in RMT to some degree. The
I believe
desire
that.
to sell ISK for real-world fiat currency was heightened for those in leadership positions who had accumulated more wealth than they could feasibly spend, and there was always a temptation to raid a corporation or alliance's assets and sell them. Many large alliances were making remarkable amounts of money by renting space controlled by the alliance to smaller corporations. An article for Gamer Tribute describes some of the conflicts of interest. Quote, certain players were rumored to make thousands of dollars in real life through RMT operations.
And again,
which meant threatening renter space put real-life income sources at risk for some players.
And as I said at the beginning, when they first mentioned this, I'll say it again. No financial oversight in the game means that there's definitely always going to be it, and you're never going to fight it out. You're never going to get rid of it. The introduction of the pilot credit was an attempt to weaken it because it got rid of the pure black market of sketchy prices for money, but it just locked in that there'll always be a trade. It was a trade-off, and they're never going to get rid of it. And there's no way in hell, if the game's this big at 10 years, that it's ever going away. I'm willing to bet it's still strong at this point. Like, hell, even fucking Habbo Hotel was, like, lousy with RMT transactions. That was a game where there was, like, where you were fighting over nothing. You were just trading for silly little hat game items. Some people make, like, 10K a month on that thing. It was wild. It was insane. Ah, it's frozen again. Ah, well.
Thousands of dollars in real life through RMT operations.
Thousands seems small too. I bet tens of thousands was going on with the big ones.
At risk for some players. End quote. While it's
though if you're putting yourself in a
for
position where your money is like 100% in on
RMT far more than other groups, which
and that is because due to parts of the economy of Russia, it's pretty viable to make a living off RMT, especially if you're in a poor region where the price of living's lower. Kind of notorious in a lot of other games. I don't know if it's as true now as it was then, 10 years ago, but it was very big for a while. Russia was one of the big RMT locations. But also, if you're putting yourself in a position where your entire living is based on RMT in a game, you're not doing great in life, man. Like, it's so fucking tenuous. Such a tenuous prospect. And it's lagging again. A wimblewhack, a wimblewhack.
Reputation of partaking in RMT far more than other groups, which made a massive heist in July of 2011 only more bitter. A trusted and well-known leader in a Russian corporation stole nearly 1 trillion ISK worth of goods and cash.
How much is that in real money?
400 plex valued alone at approximately $42,000.
Jeez.
It would not stand, and the Russian federations, who had once been relatively peaceful, fractured and declared war on one another. As these wars raged, fleet commanders...
God, it seems bizarre to declare war over that. Especially because of, you know, like, getting things.
In case a fight was going badly. However, given the relative unfamiliarity with wormholes, nullsec corporations would sometimes make grievous errors born from ignorance of this case.
Oh, like the mass limit, huh?
For example, after losing a fight, the elite members of Pandemic Legion, closely affiliated with Mercenary Coalition, hid their heavy battle fleet in a wormhole. However, the combined mass of their ships was too great for the wormhole to remain stable, and it collapsed behind them. None of the 46 characters who made it through the wormhole was equipped with the probes necessary to navigate a way out of wormhole space, and so, with little knowledge of wormholes, they decided instead to simply destroy one another's ships and respawn back home.
Oh no.
Elsewhere, the dissolving of familiar alliances.
That's such a bizarre thing to do too. I would have thought they'd use meta communications to hire someone from the wormhole factions to just get them out using a little bit of real money or something, but they just blew. They're like, no, fuck it, we're gonna just permanently lose our ship instead of stranding ourselves for a bit. Insane. Like, that's actually kind of insane and wild. All that resource just chucked away because they were too unwilling to try to either conquer the wormholes or go somewhere else. Or find someone to hire. I also guess that means those two factions of wormholers and nullsecs just weren't communicating at all. Which is sort of surprising. I'd figure there'd been like, with forums being as they were back then, they'd be a little bit easier to, like, you know, communicate. I guess it's still in the 2010s. It still might be a little. It still probably would have been a bit hard, but not that hard. That hard.
Back home. Elsewhere, the dissolving of familiar alliances meant that all enemies after the war were far more vulnerable, and wars began to break out all across nullsec.
But how did Goonswarm do things?
Basis. Not even Goonswarm was able to hold on to its prize of Delve. As these wars became larger in scope and game-related writing began to resemble more traditional news outlets, web traffic began to funnel into more professionally produced operations, but these outlets were often controlled by groups with special interests. Most obviously,
propaganda.
A website owned and operated
propaganda,
with writers creating all kinds of media. On November 13th, 2012, the blog Evaganda wrote,
Evaganda, not even hiding it.
Killed Eve blogging. Why read through dozens of sites when you can just visit one? You get features, news,
Monopoly,
and unquestionable loyalty of the largest single block of players in-game, fed daily through forum support that rivals none other. I've been approached 3 times to write for the Mittani. The first was back before it launched, and the most recent was by the very same Mark Scaris that now poses the question of what to do with these blogging features. It is no mistake that other community-involved bloggers are also involved in that site. By the way, I turned all 3 of those requests down flat. Personally, I can't support the Mittani or the goons behind him. I don't link to the site here, nor will I ever do so. That is a role-playing choice primarily. But
role-playing?
I
mean, it's ideological, ain't it?
What that thing's coming meant.
The thing, damn dehumanization.
And it is only natural. Things change, remember? Eve is getting close to being a decade old. It is as predictable as the sun rising and setting that eventually something like that site would appear. End quote. But while both media outlets for game news and the alliances in nullsec were inexorably progressing toward a greater homogeneity, the players in wormhole space continued to establish themselves.
Oh yeah, how are these guys doing?
Over time, they had discovered more and more about their chosen home, some facts being more esoteric than others, and this knowledge would turn this churning, chaotic hellscape into a verdant home replete with valuable minerals and friendly rivals. One of the most important habits adopted by
The
early
isolation
players
probably
was
helped the player
mapping
base
of
out.
wormhole space. Players from different corporations would be tasked with traveling through wormholes, taking note of what existed there, such as enemy bases or collectible resources, and sharing this information with the others, so that the immediate vicinity around their home system would be known, the connections spider-webbing out, with some branches terminating back into normal K-space. Due to the transient nature of the wormholes, these maps would have to be updated constantly, and they were closely guarded so as not to be used against their makers.
Ah,
However,
yes.
players quickly
Information
discovered methods
secrets.
by which they could, to some extent, control this space. By sending heavy ships back and forth
Oh, and
through
artificially collapsing
wormholes in
holes.
just the right patterns, wormholes could be coaxed into collapsing prematurely,
Ah,
while guaranteeing
clever,
that
clever.
no ship would be stranded on the far side.
Clever,
a
clever,
practice
clever.
known as rolling a hole. These tactics could be used both defensively and aggressively.
Ooh,
A
yeah.
corporation
That's
with
clever.
access to a static hole could purposefully collapse it again and again, searching for targets. A static hole that
Oh,
links to
right, because a
other
static
wormhole
hole
space
links to other
systems could serve
places.
as a way
So
to
you're basically
search
just
for new
rolling the dice
resource
on finding new
nodes from
places
which
to go.
gather, or it could
That's
be
clever.
a way to search for other corporations with whom to engage in affable combat for entertainment. But those outside of wormhole space came to know them for a different practice. If a wormhole corporation gained access to a nullsec static, then they could quietly use it to search for ripe targets.
Oh,
Once a proper
piracy.
target was spotted, a small raiding fleet would burst forth from the wormhole.
Extra dimensional
and begin
piracy,
raiding
let's
the surrounding
go!
space,
Oh, that's
destroying
cool.
ships and looting
That's so
until
cool.
a response fleet could be
And then they
organized.
just fucking flee and
Given
collapse the hole
relative
behind them.
power of nullsec corporations and the size and mass restrictions imposed by the wormholes, it was common for such response fleets to substantially outclass the raiding bands from the wormhole corporations, and so, upon sighting them, the raiders would retreat back through their wormhole.
Oh, the game looks so
disappearing
much
into the
cooler now. The
labyrinth.
graphics have
The
gotten better over
relative
10 years.
secrecy and aggressive demeanor of the average wormholer placed them at odds with the nullsec empires, and over time,
Yeah.
the two came to regard
Fight,
one
fight,
another
fight,
as
fight, fight,
bitter
fight.
enemies. The nullsec alliances
Do it.
relying on
Yeah.
stability and strength, and the wormholers embracing disorder and agility. Despite the equalizing forces of wormhole space, it still harbored its own elite, and they tended to occupy the C6 wormhole systems, the most dangerous and also the most valuable. The higher class systems tended to have unique stellar bodies, such as black holes and pulsars, which could dramatically alter certain
Ooh,
statistics about
fancy.
ships, making them even more difficult to assail, as their denizens would specialize their ships to utilize these peculiar features fully for defensive purposes, their ships funded by the
Oh,
valuable
that's
resources
gotta be
there
hard
and
to
in the
fight.
wormhole systems that tended to link to them.
Also, yeah, because
These
wait,
larger corporations naturally became
if they if wormholes linked back to high sec, that means it's basically guaranteed that they always have the base materials that high sec has you need for basic ship parts they mentioned earlier. So if they've got all their money from the esoteric late game materials and the easy access to early game resources, they could kind of basically build whatever the hell they want, couldn't they? As long as they don't
targets for
fuck over the
others
mass
looking
limits
for a
with
good
their hauler
fight.
ships.
The most well-known example was the corporation Rooks and
Do you think they ever built their own Titan inside of the wormholes just to mess anyone up and try to go inside? That'd be pretty insane.
Kings, who delighted in discovering ways to push the game to its limits, and their French corporation, Guillotine Therapy, who primarily lived in
Good name,
wormhole
good name.
space. Their YouTube series, named Clarion Call, attracted the attention even of those outside of the game, as their stories of frustrating the efforts of much larger corporations became legendary. In
Ooh.
particular, they became known for a unique tactic: pipe bombing. By outfitting a small fleet of battleships with smart bombs and equipping defensive modules that allowed them to resist the particular kind of damage that the smart bombs produced, they could
Kamikaze
effectively
waves.
destroy any intercepted enemy fleet while remaining mostly
Yeah,
intact.
kamikaze waves, huh?
This was made possible in part due to the rigid habits of fleet commanders in nullsec corporations, who were
Preying on
predictable enough for these
inflexibility, huh?
strategies to continue to work for months.
Oh
But
my,
even as great
months?
powers were
Jeez.
establishing themselves, there was a new, unorthodox section of EVE Online growing faster than any other. The casinos. By sending ISK to
gambling,
trusted
huh?
banker characters, players could exchange their in-game money for tokens
Oh my
to
god, it's
gambling
gambling.
websites, much like chips at a real-life casino.
Oh, you fucking
Players
idiots.
with vast
How
stores
is
of
this
liquid
always
assets
it?
and nothing else on which to spend them would gamble
Just sell it for
large
real
amounts
money?
for entertainment.
Oh my
The money
god.
being funneled through these websites was massive.
These were
and
always
only growing
scams.
day
This
by
is a
day.
scam. This is what
All
Habba
of this
Hotel
was
did.
contingent upon
Everything
Crowd
did it.
Control Productions managing their
Oh my
game
god.
while simultaneously launching further games.
Oh no.
Something that would prove to be a titanic struggle.
Yeah, because all the other games collapsed. Like the vampire game never released. The first-person shooter died after a few years. Like, damn, nothing went well outside the big
On
ones.
May 22nd, 2013, Crowd Control Productions finally released their first-person shooter game, Dust 514. The game had been given limited beta releases throughout the previous year, but it was difficult to gauge what the final game would feel like after it was
Oh, look at those little
integrated into
drones.
the
Look at those little
parent game
floaty
of
tanks.
EVE Online.
That's kind of funny.
But the nature of its existence made it difficult to penetrate. For casual players, the links between Dust and EVE weren't immediately apparent, and while the connection appeared to have worked well, the people who were downloading and playing Dust often did so not knowing that there was much, if any, connection to EVE.
What was
This
the
could likely
connection?
be attributed to the game's distribution method. As the game was made free to play by download
Oh
on
my
PlayStation
god.
3, many first-person shooter enthusiasts downloaded it to test, with little
Oh, just to
further
fucking do it for the
understanding or
YOLO.
research, expecting familiar fare. But the game that greeted them was significantly less accessible than a typical game in the genre. Chris Carter, writing for online gaming magazine Destructoid, described his initial experience. Quote, "For everyone else who is not already an EVE fan, you're going to see it as another first-person shooter, and it will most likely not blow you away. In
Yep.
fact, as soon as I actually booted up my first skirmish, I was immediately underwhelmed. The environments, the guns, the visuals, everything but the stylized character models was extremely basic, to the point where at times it looks like a previous generation title. I experienced
That's
major
not
frame rate
good.
issues, so much so that it affected my ability to see vehicles in the distance.
Oof.
At times, the game seemed to run well below 30 frames per second. I also experienced a decent amount of lag during my time with Dust, which is obviously a problem with an FPS,
Yep.
especially if you're fond of long-range combat." End quote. IGN's Vince Ingenito was similarly unimpressed. Quote, "The actual shooting isn't up to snuff. Similar games like Battlefield 3 succeeded by making it fun to fight both on foot and in vehicles, but Dust struggles to even make firing a gun feel right, much less vehicle combat. Now, I don't claim to be an expert marksman, but I had more trouble keeping my sights on target in Dust than in any FPS in recent memory. Part of this is due to the mushy aiming controls, which are too sluggish for quick turns, yet too jumpy to track moving targets reliably.
Oh,
Sloppy,
no.
protracted firefights result, leaving my enemies and I to dance endlessly around each other, emptying our clips without scoring a kill. After playing with controls as tightly refined as those in Call of Duty, Battlefield, and countless other shooters,
Yep.
Dusts feel terribly antiquated. In fact, very little works or feels like it should in Dust 514. The maps are laid out well enough for combat, with some great verticality at times.
That's
the
cool.
limited detail and variety of the environments keep it from ever feeling like you're planet hopping for
Oh, that was the
glorious
other concern. Like,
End
will they have enough planet
Even
models to make
Ian
it feel like you're
Hertzberg
actually
from 10
fighting in
Gun
multiple
Hammer, who
zones?
reviewed the game positively, said that, quote, So far, I've felt like I was mostly making contact with Dust 514 players and found very little influence from EVE Online spilling over into the game. Which is a shame because the idea of the two games interacting seems cool in theory, but in practice, Dust 514 feels more like a standalone game.
And it sounds like it didn't even work that well as a
These
standalone
limited
game too, which is
connections between
really
the
bad.
games hadn't been solved half a year later when GameSpot's Nick Capozzoli wrote in December of that year that, quote, Dust's link to EVE was supposed to provide the context for these endless war games, but the bond between the two games remains ill-defined.
What is it?
Corporations, the lifeblood of EVE, barely receive an introduction in Dust. End quote.
Probably because all the
tepid
corporations have
reception
dumb
of
names.
Dust 514 likely had a
With dumb
severe
logos.
effect on the morale of employees at the company, who had watched 20% of their coworkers be laid off only a few years prior. Significant
Oh god,
resources
yeah,
had
they
been
did do that,
redirected
didn't
from
they?
the highly anticipated World of Darkness MMO in order to complete this game, and with the severe impact that the Summer
And
of
World of
Rage
Darkness
had
was
inflicted
completely
upon the
dead inside
revenue
of this,
Crowd
wasn't it? 'Cause
Control Productions,
Dust
those
released
who had been assigned
2013,
to the
World of
project
Darkness
were
died
nervous.
2014, like
This
complete
also
axe.
boded poorly for
So
other
this was just
projects
terrible.
that the company had announced. In August of 2013, CCP had announced the development of a new space dogfighting game
Oh
for
god,
VR,
why?
which they named
VR?
Valkyrie.
Oh
Again,
no.
hoping to act as an innovator in the gaming space, as the founding team had with Vermal and EVE Online, the project was originally a demo developed by employees,
Oh
and now
no.
they had been flown to Britain in order to work on expanding it into a full game. But Valkyrie was slated for a 2014 release.
Yeah, that wasn't
only
gonna
a year
happen.
later. In comparison,
VR was
the
still soup
tenuous
back
fate
then.
of World of Darkness threatened nearly a decade of work. These fears would prove founded in April of 2014, when World of Darkness was officially
Blech.
cancelled. According to
Guillotine.
The Guardian, this was unsurprising for members of the team who had been anticipating this decision since the layoffs after the Summer of Rage in 2011. Allegedly, the World of Darkness
Genuinely surprising they just cut this thing loose 3 years earlier. Like 9 to 11 year development hell. Like after 8 years you got to just realize it's a black hole, right? And if you're so stuck on money you can't afford to keep developing a game, you cut off your other two games by 20% of your freaking staff. But you keep putting money and you keep taking members off this staff to work on other games. Just get rid of this. Just put them on the other games full time. Like, why did this go so long? Or farm it out to someone else. It's just kind of insane. Yo, rock paper shotgun. I remember when those guys were still relevant. Do those guys still exist, or they also die over the years? I feel like I'm saying that a lot for these things, but like, genuinely, so many of these different big companies, like these media sites that we're seeing in some of these flashbacks, were just things that only existed as a product of their times, just kind of stopped existing after a while. Like, let me do a check to see if rock paper shotgun even still exists. Or had they gone bygone?
An anonymous source stated that, quote, the 2011 layoffs
Oh, they still
incited
exist.
a lot of anger.
That's good.
A lot.
That's kind of cool.
I heard it was worse in the ATL office, and most
Oh,
of the folks I
no.
know down there have never forgiven CCP's management. End quote. 2013 saw 15 more layoffs, leaving 56 team members going into the following year, a paltry number for the production of a new MMO. Those 56 remaining in April were either moved to other projects or laid off as well. Many had come from the original White Wolf team when the company was bought. Not all of the work from the game had been entirely lost. For example,
they
much
stole
of
the character
creation had
customization.
been adjusted and ported to EVE Online.
Oh, they just took the vampire. They just took the
upgrade their
vampire
avatars,
teeth out and
a system that
added
was
some sci-fi
remarkably
outfits.
robust, but was only a fragment of the work that had been made for World of Darkness.
Yeah, it's also a fragment of a
With the
video
middling
game.
release of Dust 514 and the complete collapse of World of Darkness, Crowd Control Productions was now reliant upon maintaining EVE Online, which
Honestly,
they
though.
were struggling to manage
Were
after
they?
the release of Incarna. but
Oh.
those on the outside would see
The thing that
little of
forced them
this
to
struggle.
use...
Instead,
So,
they
they're
would
struggling with
bear
the thing that
witness
forced them to use the shitty
largest
cosmetics.
conflict that any virtual world had ever seen.
Is this the Titan Graveyard event? That might be the Titan Graveyard event. I think I know about the Titan Graveyard event.
By 2013, the pattern of warfare in Nullsec had been established as a constant state of conflict punctuated by larger-scale wars between alliances and power blocks. And in October
Damn, look at all
of
these
that
blobs
year,
just
a
flying
new
around
war
doing
roiled
stuff.
to life once again as Goonswarm's Cluster Coalition, or CFC as it was known.
It's kind of
was
funny that
expanding.
you know that he's
Andrew Rohn
censoring
writes,
himself because of the way
quote,
YouTube
"The
started
Cluster
censoring fuck.
Empire now mirrored
Ooh,
eerily
I'm not
the
censoring
dominion
myself.
of the
My video is
former
gonna get
band of
demonetized.
thugs at its
Wow,
peak,
no.
Save for the fact it was a bit larger and more stable. For only the third time in New Eden's history, half of the Nullsec territories were controlled by a single organization of players united under a single ruler. As October 2013 came to a close, it was already becoming clear that a new block-level war would soon begin. By now, few were even surprised, as it was clear that in some respects, Eve was in the midst of a forever war. The individuals that made up these alliances could not be destroyed, and neither could their very real animosity for one another, which was compounding through the years.
Ah, yeah, the thing that makes
End
real
quote.
wars stop.
This
Everyone who
animosity
had her dying off
exploded
and the
in
survivors being like, why are we
2013
doing this
into
still?
what came to be known as the Halloween War. As the Russian coalition attempted to capture space in a border conflict, their allies in the CFC sent minor support, which quickly expanded into their entire supercapital
Against
fleet.
authorities, all
Uniting
against
to
all
fight them,
authorities.
a massive group of Nullsec players gathered under the name N3PL
Damn, look at the size of that
and
blob.
prepared for
So
war.
big. It's got so many
For
little
3
little
months,
icons.
The war raged until January 27th, 2014, when an opportunity arose for the CFC. Due to a bug in the game's user interface,
Oh,
a bug in the
no.
servers, or a clerical error
Oh,
on the part of
no.
a player in N3PL, the payment required to maintain the
Whoops.
sovereignty in the crucial staging system of
Or
BTAC
deliberate
R5RB
sabotage.
failed, leaving an
Yeah.
8-hour window for them to assail the system before the Sino-jammers became active again, and
Definitely
no
sounds like
further capital
sabotage,
ships
though.
could be brought by the attackers. At
I'm gonna
first,
bet
there
someone
was
got paid
confusion,
money
but
to
even if
let it
was a
go.
trap, the leaders of the CFC accepted it for what it was, an opportunity to strike at their enemies, the likes of which they were
So they warped all their
unlikely
big
to
dudes
see
in, didn't
again
they?
for the rest of the war. The call was made, and despite being off hours for the CFC, fleets were formed. Few had any conception of what was about to happen. Writing for Crossing Zebras, player Sindel Tellian wrote,
Brody faction.
quote, "The reports that were coming in were saying that this was a supercap fight. There was a lot of talk that it would not last that long. We just needed to drop TCUs again and try to regain control of the station. No
TCU,
one, not me,
TCU.
not anybody could have known what the next 20-odd hours held."
20-hour war.
End quote.
Ooh, that's brutal.
Together, the Cluster Coalition and the Russian Alliance gathered their fleets and jumped into the beachhead system of BTAC R5RB.
What a small and
Twitter,
innocuous area.
Pro-God Legend, then leader of founding N3 member Noli Secunda, wrote about what was happening from Denver Airport as the two fleets danced around one another.
Oh, was he
in
like
the
just
Middle
on a
East.
plane and unable to
Quote,
fight?
"About 500 CFC players in system, all Dominic's battleships. N3PL jumped in Slowcats and Supercapitals off-grid. Dominic's is warped to Caps, then changed mind and bailed. And now it's a face-off, waiting for the fight to start. All fleets are in system, but not on grid with each other." End
Ooh.
quote. The
So they were
commanders
waiting.
of both fleets knew the location of the other in the system, but nobody fighting could see anything except for their allies, waiting tensely with the bright nebulas surrounding them. The appearances of the fleets were dominated by the massive Avatar-class Titans, whose silhouettes were immediately recognizable and were the most common of any of the Titans. The onus was on the attackers, and so, Together, the CFC fleet warped to engage with the forces of N3PL.
So I might be stupid, but I've just realized that the things on the bottom of the bee aren't like stubble. It's just the legs. Those are just the little bee legs. That's not like a stubbly bee.
Nothing standing between them and total control of Nullsec. But even before the first shots were fired, there was a complication. In 2011,
Server lag?
a mechanic to compensate for lag in heavily populated battles had been introduced, called time dilation. When a server was faced with a load too heavy for it to handle, rather than simply allowing lag to impact gameplay, time in the region would be slowed to allow the server to process all of the data moving through it. But since time was only slowed in the immediate vicinity of the battle, reinforcements could arrive far faster.
Oh, that is a
And
clusterfuck.
so, given that the passage of time in BTAC R5RB had been slowed to 10% of real time, the slowest possible, the battle rapidly grew. And given the strategic importance of the system, neither side was willing to concede.
Oh, and with dilated time, it means it means the 8-hour window became an 80-hour window, didn't it?
Showing a
Oh, that's
kaleidoscope of
insane.
colors and shapes dominated by the dark shadows of the Avatar.
Look at those ships clipping into each other.
Titans against a backdrop of blue interdiction bubbles, which locked every ship inside of them into combat. The rate of escalation only quickened as time passed and players in the Americas were able to log into the game and join the battle, which was still raging hours later. By this point, thousands of players had already participated. Compared to their enemies,
Holy
the
lens
Goons
flare,
easily
Batman.
had more players in the Americas, and soon they outnumbered their opponents by a significant margin. After brawling for 12 hours, the final result was clear. The CFC would be the victors in this massive battle, which reportedly had over 7,500 participants at various points, with over 2,600 in the system concurrently.
That's like 70 battle
This
royales.
latter number had only been eclipsed by another battle involving the CFC, in which they had smothered the Reddit-based Test Alliance in a battle involving
Rest in peace, Reddit.
4,070 concurrently. But the result of that battle was a foregone conclusion, fought more for fun than any other reason. Comparatively, the battle for BTAC R5RB was far more spontaneous, strategically vital, and uncertain. The question now was only how much N3PL could salvage. This number would prove far smaller than they hoped. Of the 72 Titans that they fielded, only 13 survived.
Damn.
Comparatively, the losses of the CFC were minuscule. Not only had the reserves of N3PL been broken, but so had their spirit during the 21-hour-long engagement.
Yikes.
But from the outside, the conclusion looked significantly different. The introduction of Plex had given an approximate real-world exchange rate between in-game currency.
Yes,
and
this was the
real-world
thousand,
fiat
the thousand,
currency.
what?
And
The
when
thousands,
damage was
100,000,
tallied and
wasn't it?
converted, the cost of the entire battle exceeded $300,000 US. This number
Damn.
was immediately attractive to news outlets, who printed simplified versions of the story to their bemused readers while sheepishly referring to the Cluster Coalition only by their acronym. Now, the goons were left with the largest empire in the
Yeah,
game,
I
and the
guess you can
media
call it
attempted
that.
to make them the unequivocal masters of EVE Online, and they would soon come to embody that status in a familiar way. But while the goons
By
were
thugging it up.
ascendant, the company that made the game they had mastered was struggling with their other game, and despite how desperately they wanted success, it seemed continuously to elude them.
Ba-da-da-dun. Where could this have been?
Since its launch in 2012, Dust 514 had been struggling. While the game allegedly had players measured in the hundreds of thousands and its financial success isn't publicly known, it's almost certain that the company was dubious of the game's reception shortly after its launch. Many who had been excited for
Strange.
Dust were
Wild.
concerned from the beginning. The fact that it was a PlayStation 3 exclusive game severely hampered its growth, as most
So
who were
confusing on
aware of
why it
EVE
wasn't a
Online
PC
played
game.
games on their PC rather than
It's
a
so weird that it was
console.
like
But perhaps more importantly,
so weird. They got
PlayStation
paid off
3
for it.
was
Like,
already nearing the
why?
end of its life cycle as Dust was being launched. Typically, game consoles
timing.
have a limited lifespan due to the company's desire to create new consoles with updated hardware.
Yeah.
The first iteration of the PlayStation 3 had been released in 2006. This meant that, by the time Dust was released, the console was already 6 years old, and many were anticipating the release of a successor console in the near future.
What could it be
These
called?
expectations proved correct, as in February of 2013, less than a year after the release of Dust, Sony announced that the PlayStation 4 would be sold during the holiday season of that year. Frequently,
It's kind of weird to me that they
gamers
keep
will
doing
leave
the
behind
vertical
old
horizontal
consoles
thing for the
in favor of
PS4.
new ones quickly, and this meant that the future of Dust was in jeopardy.
Yeah, it was
the game
fucked.
had originally been announced with a 5-year development plan.
Oh,
and
no!
CCP Vice President of Business Development, Thor Gunnarsson, confidently repeated these claims to gaming publication Destructoid. Quote, "We know that our fanbase, Dust-curious players, are buying the PlayStation 3 to get into our game. What we hear anecdotally is that PS3 sales are increasing. Sony have done a phenomenal job of managing console
Woof.
transitions, like they did with the PlayStation 2's cost and size reductions. We can make the logical assumption that
Oofa-doofa.
something similar will happen as the PlayStation 4 comes to market. If you look at the large third-party publishers, you'll see that Sony is not falling away from the PlayStation 3." End quote. The author of the article, Joseph Larray, added that, quote, "Still, CCP will eventually need to develop a PlayStation 4 version of Dust 514, link it to the PS3 version, and then tie both of them to Tranquility, the London-based server that governs everything that happens in the EVE universe. And they'll do it, ideally, with as little downtime as possible." End quote. This would require even more development time and effort, something that CCP were already struggling to manage after the failure of Incarna and the death of World of Darkness. The game itself was rife with issues to which players consistently
looks like Halo a little,
referred
doesn't
as
it?
systemic and fundamental. For example, players could game the EVE integration by joining the opposite side and manipulating whether they won or lost, depending on what was more beneficial at the time in order to acquire territory.
Yeah,
Xander
wow.
Burnham,
Who would have figured that out?
Crossing
That
Zebras in
that it
June
matters.
2013,
He would just
discussed
fight for the right
this
side.
further in his article, The Tragedy of Dust 514,
Like,
in which he states,
genuinely, if there's
Dust
more
had
incentives,
definitely caught my
it
attention,
matters,
and
'cause, like,
before I knew it,
in
I
COD,
was
there's no
hooked on the
incentive
hype.
besides to win,
4
and
years
others,
later, I wish they had
you gotta
just
go for it.
scrapped the entire project altogether. Throughout this article, Xander discussed many of the fundamental issues, including one of its main selling points, its connection to EVE Online. Quote, "The key feature at the release of Dust was planetary conquest. 1 month later, several of the major groups involved with it have announced they've pulled out or will not defend the districts they've taken. Planetary conquest, in a nutshell, took the worst aspect of EVE, structure grinding, and
Oh,
made it their
no.
key feature. The other key feature that was sold directly to the EVE Online audience was the ability for EVE ships to orbital bombard planets. When the feature was
well, it
first
seems like it
revealed
has
at
a-
FanFest
has an
2012,
issue there,
was
doesn't
a
it?
lot of excitement.
You have to,
It
like,
looked and
be
felt
nearby
cool.
to do
A
it? You're
year
not, I don't know, a
later, the orbital
guy?
bombardment mechanic has been watered down. There are no launch codes, and you're limited to both the class of ship and waiting for ground teams to accumulate a certain
Yeah,
amount
see,
of
like,
war
look,
points before
literally
you
an
can launch a
unbalanceable
strike.
mechanic, because,
The
like,
novelty wore
imagine
off
if
very
COD you had
quickly,
to,
and
like,
the interest
rely
each
on
side
other people to do
plummeted.
the nuke for
There
you.
have been a lot of complaints
Wow.
within the Dust community that the links to EVE need to be drastically expanded in order to attract more players. I disagree wholeheartedly. The game itself will never sustain a community if there aren't drastic improvements to even the most basic gameplay. The link will be meaningless if the game itself is terrible, and developing it on both games will be entirely wasted if either game is suffering.
Yeah, it's
Eve is
fair.
in a pretty healthy state. Dust is on life support. Forcing interactions between the two when one game is in trouble is a disservice to the other. End quote. Despite the company's confident public rhetoric, it appeared less confident when, a year later in May of 2014 at EVE FanFest, CCP announced that they had begun development on a new first-person shooter game with the working title of Project Legion. This game would be developed for the PC, in contrast to Dust's PlayStation 3 exclusivity. The opening of an article by Andy Kelly for PC Gamer made clear the broad reaction to the announcement, notably referring to Dust 514 in the past tense, despite
God,
the
that
fact
gun looks
that
so
the
much less
servers
sci-fi
were
than the
still
guy.
online
It's
and,
kind of funny.
as far as the gaming public knew, development for Dust was ongoing. Quote, Dust 514 was a PlayStation 3 only FPS.
Daisy
set
comes
in
to
the
mind.
Eve
I like how
universe.
he's blocking out the
Limitations
Daisy
and
comes to
flaws were
mind.
obvious. Now, CCP
Oh,
are
the game
bringing
wasn't
a
good either, was it?
reimagined version of Dust to PC with a greater focus on community, customization, and emergence. It's an attempt to marry the free-form, story-generating magic of EVE to a modern multiplayer shooter.
No.
Dust 514 and Project Legion share a common DNA, but Legion is a very different experience, says Jean-Charles Godachon, executive producer. It's a competitive shooter that takes place in a sandbox that mixes PvP and PvE. There's also a player-driven economy, which is really important. If you use the EVE name, you have to have an economy that's influenced by the players. It's all about
What was
loot,
the
is how
economy in it?
Godachon puts it. We're going to have these sandbox areas, planets that you'll drop into, where you'll see other players and an ambient threat. In high-security systems, where Concord are present to protect you, it's more of a social place. Here you'll go
Ugh.
looting with AI-controlled drones trying to stop you. End quote.
That don't
Even
sound
if
great.
CCP were unwilling to admit it themselves, the message to players of Dust 514, EVE Online, and the rest of the
Oh, hey.
gaming public was clear. To the company, Dust was a failure, and the only question that remained was how
Oops.
long it would be allowed to continue. In the meantime,
2 years,
CCP
3 years,
was
I think.
also driving excitement for their new VR game, EVE Valkyrie, and much like their other games, the visuals were attracting immediate attention and building anticipation.
God.
With this game, CCP
Seems like the
were
graphics
again
department was just
attempting
better
to
than everything
entice
else
the general
for these
gaming public
dudes.
into the EVE setting of New Eden, where they had failed before with their various other materials. These perceived failures were cemented when, in October of 2015, it was announced that CCP Games was selling White Wolf to another game publisher.
Oh, what a
Paradox Interactive,
surprise.
known for their intricate strategy and simulation games, such as Crusader Kings, Hearts of Iron, Europa Universalis, and Mountain Blade.
Whatever happened
Despite
to
these struggles, by the mid-2010s,
that first game?
EVE Online had more
Crusader Kings had a new
subscribers than
release
at
recently,
any
didn't it?
other point in its history.
So they're still doing
While the
strong.
subscriber count would rise and fall with the breadth of warfare and peace, the overall trend was still positive, and even as players burned out on the game after long, brutal wars, many would inevitably return. Despite the lukewarm reception of many new features, the basic features of the game had seen continual improvement and well-received iterations, from
Yeah, the ships still look really
serviceability to
cool.
graphics, and despite the age of
Ooh,
the
new star
game
system.
and its poor
Look at that.
new player
Look at that
experience,
stuff going on.
it continued to attract players due to its continual modernization. As it was, EVE Online still promised to provide CCP with
So we're still 10 years
continuous,
in the
reliable
past at this point,
capital
aren't
for the
we?
foreseeable future, and the company was intent on building out
Look
their
at those little heads
library
moving
of
on those
games.
ships, though. It's kind of
Now
goofy.
that they had sold
Kind of goofy
White
little
Wolf,
lads.
they resolved that it was time to focus on building out New Eden. This was reinforced by another release from CCP titled Gunjack, an arcade
Gunjack?
shooter for VR in which the player takes on the role of a gunner for a mining expedition in New Eden, protecting against pirates. While a relatively small release, it received positive reviews, but the mainstream gaming public seems to have spoken little about it. But as crowd
Did it ever
control
come out?
productions seemed to be entering a new phase of their
I don't know if it ever
lifespan,
came out,
so
though.
too was the world of EVE Online,
That's the big
defined
worry.
largely by a single group of players whose clear ambition was to dominate all of New Eden.
Oh, right, that's what the Goon Squad was after, wasn't it? Just taking over the world. A noble ambition for a video game about conquest.
With all other major competitors in nullsec eliminated, the Goons and their federation had very few enemies with the resources to combat them. After consolidating their vast new territory, their first order of business was a name change. In April of 2015, the Mittani, leader of the Goons, announced that the CFC would be changing its name to
The Illuminati.
Imperium, something far more palatable to a vast swath of onlookers. While perhaps less representative of the attitude of the Goons and their allies in the past, this was a symbolic representation of their new stated purpose of becoming not only the most powerful,
Look at the
but
Illuminati
the
laser
dominant
eye in the back.
force in the entire game. To the Mittani, whose flair for the dramatic and desire for attention were well documented, the expletive in the cluster coalition's name was a reflection of the irreverent nature of the Goons, but a liability to his goal of appealing to onlookers from outside of the game, who had been hesitant to even call them by their name.
Yeah,
Articles in national
'cause of
media
marketability.
outlets such as Forbes had an obviously positive effect on morale and gave the players a stronger incentive to join fleets when called, suggesting that they were cementing their place in history. Later that year, he would attempt to crystallize this concept far more clearly. On November 3rd, 2015, the Mittani and military fiction author
The
Jeff
Mittani
Edwards
media.
announced the opening of a Kickstarter to begin production on a book titled The Fountain War, named for the eponymous conflict in which the CFC had annihilated the Reddit-based Test Alliance. Notably,
Ooh,
Crowd Control
interesting.
Productions had also chosen to endorse the project. The opening of the description read, quote, "The Fountain War book project brings best-selling author Jeff Edwards together with the Mittani Media and CCP.
Jeff Edwards,
in
what did he
creating the
write?
First ever book about EVE Online based on real player experiences. The resulting novel will be the first book of a completely new genre.
I don't think I recognize
nonfiction.
these guys.
On
This
the
guy's
afternoon
books.
of July 28th, 2013, the armadas of interstellar empires clashed.
I'm also not really
Millions
seeing
died,
this book show up in his
billions destroyed. It might have
bibliography,
happened in a fictional universe,
which
but that
is
doesn't make it
maybe this is
any
no. I think this might be the
less
wrong
true.
one. No, it's not.
This is the Fountain
Ugh.
War, the war that changed gaming
Oh my god, this
history.
also
The
died, didn't it?
firestorm that culminated in the largest single battle in gaming history, the fall of 6VDT. It consumed the players of EVE Online, it astounded the worldwide gaming community, and it
Yeah, he's some guy who wrote
commanded the
military
attention of
thrillers,
the
apparently.
mainstream press. Rather than allow those memories and
Nutshell
fascinating
management.
narratives to fade, we're going to
The lonely
immortalize those
bumbleshoot for
experiences
children.
by creating a world-class retelling of the Fountain War. A gut-wrenching thriller based on battle archives, in-game communication transcripts, and the testimonies of
Oh my
combatants
God.
from all sides of the conflict. Combining the remarkable writing talent of Jeff Edwards with the strength and support of CCP Games and the Mittani Media,
Yeah,
book
this-
is destined
this
to
didn't go
captivate
anywhere, did
science
it?
Fiction, action, suspense, and military fiction fans everywhere. The campaign was asking for $150,000
Oh,
US
Lord.
a number that seemed reasonable to those organizing the campaign.
That's an insane
For
amount
years,
for a book.
The Goons have been taking sponsorships
So
to
much.
push games besides EVE Online to
Lock
the Alliance.
poker.
Business ventures that have proven lucrative to both
Oh,
parties.
this died,
Similarly,
didn't it?
this project would be pushed to their
Yeah,
constituent
it totally
members.
died.
But onlookers
God,
were
that's an
secretive.
insane
The
for
project's
book.
Kickstarter
Like,
page included a writing
God, that's an
sample near the
insanely
bottom
high,
and a
like,
piece of
what,
historical
first payment
revisionism
for the
was
author?
already immediately apparent. Though they had been known as the Cluster Coalition during the war, the name had conspicuously been changed to the Imperium, the new name chosen only 7 months prior.
Yeah,
This change led
historical
many to believe
revisionism.
that this project would simply be another piece of goon propaganda. But not even the goons themselves seemed terribly excited about the project. Significantly shy of meeting their goal, the project was only able to raise $39,000 from 758
What a
backers,
surprise that a
quarter of what they
dramatization of an
needed.
internet
The Matanis'
conflict
official statement on the
where you have to turn all the
Kickstarter's made
dumb
clear
shit
its
people say in
frustration.
team chat
It
into
read in
serious
part,
dialogue would be
quote,
fucking
"In about
miserable.
an hour, I'm going to nuke the Kickstarter for the Fountain War and announce that it will be relaunched in March without all
Oh my
the stupid
God.
and now obvious f***ups. The 150k funding goal, the backer rewards, the shipping costs, the lack of sample fiction, the whole thing was rushed as and an easy win
And they
turned into
never
an
did it
opportunity for our enemies to
again.
come at us with
Our
long
enemies.
knives and settle scores. The
our
ultimate
enemy.
responsibility is mine.
Our enemies came at us with long knives of, why are you doing this though?
We've never listened to outside experts on anything, but for some reason on this one, even though my intuition was screaming that was wrong, I did the, what do I know, I just run a big space guild, and next thing you know, the whole coalition is attached to a f***ed-up version of what is legitimately a really cool project. The
The
f***up
man
was
just did not
outsiders
want to take
led us
any
astray
amount,
from them. The
any
f***up
amount of
was
critique.
listening to them at all. Whose fault? Mine. Every one of you got dragged along behind that mess, and I've been kicking myself non-stop since it began, and I'm sorry. The most obvious fuck-up was not making a thread on goonfleet.com saying, yo, here's what we want to do, how should we do this, and what rewards and pricing, etc. do you guys think would be cool, and all this would have been avoided.
That wasn't the problem.
End quote.
The problem was
Their
doing it to begin
imperial
with.
aims in-game, however, would remain unperturbed, and their boldness and confidence would be illustrated well in the public demands that they would soon make. On November 30th, 2015, the Mittani released a statement titled, Minifoe, there's only one way to deal with Rome. The naming scheme of the goons' internal bureaucracy mirrored that of George Orwell's book, 1984, which many used as shorthand for ministry. The side of the page was adorned with an advertisement for the doomed Kickstarter project. The release read in part,
This is a
Imperium
cascade
is
fuck
delighted to
clusterfuck.
present a new department
Literally
within
a
our bastion
cascade
of
clusterfuck.
civilization and prosperity. The Ministry of Foreign Oversight.
Oh my
aka
God.
Minifo. Fofo. The Ministry of Foreign Oversight exists to promote imperial values of unity, discipline, and victory in regions
These guys lost the plot so quickly.
sovereignty control.
It's insane.
It is our hope that through Minifo, we can bring civilization and order to a galaxy which has increasingly descended into incoherent, screeching barbarism. We will usher in a new era of enlightenment and opportunity.
They have so
to
lost the
those who are
plot.
not yet able to call themselves imperial citizens.
The
or
plot is
experience
entirely
the
lost.
security, prosperity, and variety we enjoy in the galactic
What do you mean
Northwest.
a variety?
Representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Oversight offer loyal imperial subjects a number of benefits in return for a small bi-monthly fee. We
You have to
understand
pay
that
to
as
be
a
in
new
it!
Dark Age sweeps
You
across
have to
the
pay
unenlightened
to be in it.
territories of New Eden, some will undoubtedly
This is the end
refuse
result
the
of an
kind
online
and
guild
polite
winning too hard.
entreaties of Minifo
They try to
in their
introduce
attempts to
paid
elevate their
subscriptions to be
situation.
their secret
To
police.
aid in the
What a
establishment of
fucking...
Dominion, the
What a
Imperium's
clusterfuck.
Black Fleet has been tasked to ensure that pacification and security are established in a smooth and orderly fashion. Look forward to civilization. Look forward to the arrival of the Ministry of Foreign Oversight
what do you mean
and its
civilization?
smiling, polite representatives. Help and hope are on the way. End quote. This release was dotted with links that left little room for interpretation of the Mittani's aggressive and tyrannical intentions. For example, the words small bi-monthly fee linked to a clip from the movie Goodfellas hosted on YouTube
Oh
titled
no.
You Pay Me, in which the extortion and support system of the Italian mafia was explained in basic terms. The words Black Fleet linked to the Wikipedia page for Black Ships, the Japanese name for the European
So
ships
tone
used
deaf.
to force open Japanese
So
ports to
dumb.
Western trade, and the words smooth and orderly fashion linked to a clip from the television show Firefly, in which the captain of the smuggling ship Serenity kicks a bandit leader into an engine turbine after he swears vengeance. The following day, the Imperium announced how this subjugation would take place: the Viceroyalty Program. The most remarkable aspect of these demands was that they weren't limited to those in Nullsec. This extended to the twilight regions of low-security space as well, where pirates and griefers plied their ships to the purpose of destroying and claiming whatever they could. In a public post, the propaganda arm of the Imperium announced that, quote, "The Imperium's plan, organized under the Ministry of Foreign Oversight, involves viceroys, or governors, contacting regional leaders with an offer that comes with two options. The first option is to take the benefits package of the Imperium in return for simple, reasonable,
Oh my god, this is insane.
fees and/or tribute.
This
The
is
second
actually
option is
just
much
insane.
more violent. If a subject alliance denies the offer, the full might of the Imperium will deploy and exterminate the subject alliance's sovereignty and assets. At first, there will be loads of resistance and rebellion, but that is the point. Resistance means war, and war means everyone gets to shoot spaceships." End quote. The different benefits and tribute methods were detailed below this, but the proposals were comical in their boldness and almost certainly intended to trigger an aggressive and hostile response. Eve News 24 attempted to capture the general sentiment in an article titled "Imperium Viceroyalty Met with Defiance." Quote, "This announcement has effectively declared hostilities on the rest of New Eden. The Imperium has officially begun the Viceroyalty Program and is actively targeting groups in neighboring regions." End quote. Below was included an exchange between an Imperium viceroy and one of the alliances that they intended to subjugate. After the viceroy demanded a 10 billion ISK deposit and informed them that their tribute would be expected every 2 weeks, the leader of the alliance, Merovingian, said, 117 billion. The viceroy replied, 117 billion, I'm sorry, I don't follow. Merovingian continued, 117 billion ISK. It's what you guys are gonna pay us to stop burning your assets to the ground when you come here. Send Mittens my regards. End quote. Here, the name Mittens is a nickname for the Mittani, used either affectionately or derisively, depending on the context. It would only be days before the Imperium began their assault on the low-sec empires, but they were met with stiff resistance by the largest corporations, including snuffed-out and psychotic tendencies, who were able to turn fights against them even when outmatched. Inspired by their first
So everyone
victory,
everyone ganged up on them, huh?
that for the first time in history,
Unity,
it was time
unity,
for the various
common
bandit
enemy, common
and
enemy.
reefers to band together and ward
Yeah.
off this threat to their way of life.
Do it.
creating
Fight,
an
fight, fight,
entity
fight,
that
fight.
They named Losec Voltron.
Hey,
Speaking to Crossing
good
Zebras,
name.
Imperium Fleet Commander
Yeah, that's a cool
Lemba
name,
said,
though.
Quote, "Low-sec entities are ridiculously good at fighting with smaller numbers but with more proficiency. The Imperium's idea of null-sec fighting is far different from what is needed for low-sec fighting. The first few times, including a fight I commanded, we got f***ing wasted. It doesn't matter how many numbers you bring. If the enemy brings a fat comp with perfect logi and implants and outplays you, there is nothing you can do but die." End quote. If the Imperium was to subjugate New Eden, they would have
So in
to
other
do
words,
so
years
inch
of
by
being
inch, and it
years of
was
playing
clear that this
PvP
group
was an
more than a
advantage for
match the
fighting
forces of
dudes
the
who mostly
Imperium,
rely on big
repelling
army.
them in multiple battles
It's
against
great.
bad
That's actually
odds.
kind of fucking
But
great.
this war
Where
would
did my water
not be
go?
allowed to continue for long, for soon a force long believed to be in repose would suddenly awaken.
Oh god, is it
and their
Band
actions
of
would
Brothers?
drastically alter the fate
Or
of
is it the
New
war?
Eden.
Or is it the wormhole coalition? Who was it? Who was it? Who was it though? Who was it? Who was it?
For years, while the alliances in Nullsec jockeyed for territory and resources, wormhole space churned,
Yes!
low-sec corporations struggled defiantly for their independence, and those in high-sec looked on nervously, another force had been openly gaining power with nobody to check them.
Ooh.
And in fact, many of the richest players in New Eden were funding them.
Oh.
The casinos. Far from underground operations,
Okay.
these casinos had become well-known and
Okay.
well-loved by many players, and their
Gambling.
advertisements could be found
It's just gambling.
everywhere, even on the Mittani's own website. Those that ran the casinos were commensurately
Yeah, that
wealthy,
tracks.
and this wealth would
That
sometimes attract
tracks.
attention when it was
Zero
sponsored.
enforcement gambling,
One of the
just got
most
money.
memorable was
Pure
this
liquid
Iron
assets and just
Bank
go
skill
insane.
injection incident. In 2015, Crowd
Yeah.
Control Productions had introduced a new item into the game called skill extractors, which could be purchased with a currency obtainable only with real-world money. These extractors could be used to draw skill points from a character to make a skill injector, and either injected into the character again to redistribute points, given to another of the player's characters, or sold on the in-game
Yeah,
market.
that seems like a
Skill
fucking way
injectors were
to
valuable,
definitely add
and it was for
RMT.
this reason
Because it's
that they
literally,
were
because you
chosen
skill up
for
over
a site
time,
that
right? So
is
it's
still
literally just a
remembered
time thing.
years later. As Jehoikin Goldstein wrote for Eve News 24, quote, ISK Ironbank of the ISK gambling website iwantisk.com has just maxed out a 3-day-old pilot with every skill in Eve through the use of skill injectors. The ISK trillionaire created his pilot under the name of Ironbank and injected all of the skills and points over the course of about an hour on his stream.
Jeez.
The character now stands
25K.
473,344,000 skill points, with the total value of his purchased skill injectors rounding out to around 1.8 trillion ISK, or $25,000 should you buy the ISK via Plex. Ironbank had promised his viewers that, in light of the new skill injectors, he would max out a new character live on stream. Quote, my reasons are simple. I had the means to do it, so I did it, and I kept my promise to my viewers.
He wants to.
Quote.
Hold on,
But the
there's
casinos were inconvenient.
there's a section in the middle where he said he also wants to be the youngest character to lose all four Titan class ships. Actually insane with the amount of money he has, guy.
For CCP Games, who were struggling with real money trading, or RMT, the practice
Yeah,
of selling in.
He's literally just flexing in front of them. They're gonna try to ban him, aren't they?
As writer
He's probably using
Madeline put
alts
it
to
in
hold
an
all the
article
cash,
from late
isn't he?
2015, quote, RMT happens all over Eve, and some guilty players try to launder their money through a gambling site instead of directly putting it in their wallet in an attempt to try and hide their tracks.
So the illegal, so the third-party gambling is also being used to launder money? They're just doing all the financial crime. It's great. Oh, it's great.
And the security team. The I Want ISK Corp wallet is constantly monitored. CCP e-raids are common, leaving suspected RMTers ISK frozen or confiscated while they are investigated. Many times, bankers see money reversed and taken away by CCP. The site ensures bankers' losses in these cases to keep the bankers on the job.
Oh my god, they just really couldn't hit the margins, could they? They never find enough people to completely destroy the damn thing. They're only trimming the hair.
Would flaunt their wealth, the average player was unaware of the amount of power that these organizations could project, primarily because it was never necessary.
Right, because they had just tons of
Casinos would
hidden
typically
liquid
react
assets.
predictably and had little reason to interfere in the affairs of other organizations as long as
But hey,
outside groups wouldn't
massive
meddle in
financial
their
liquid
own
power can
affairs.
translate into real
But
stuff if
this
there's
would
nothing to hold you
abruptly
back.
change due to circumstances that, at the time, seemed relatively minute. The public first learned of the disagreement due to a Reddit post which included chat
course.
logs between
A
Eve, the
fucking
creator
course.
and leader of the famous
Oh
and
my God.
fabulously wealthy gambling website I Want ISK, and Winnet, the director for the Space Monkeys Alliance, which
scammed.
was a member of the Imperium. The chat log itself was peculiar. After commiserating about their mutual struggle with stomach ulcers, the gambling magnate Eep accused Winnet and Space Monkeys Alliance as a whole of stealing from his
Oh.
bankers after kicking them out of their corporations.
Oh.
Winnet's responses were dismissive. He stated that the removal of the bankers from their corporation was due to them stealing large sums of money from Noobs Corp, their
Damn.
operation within Space Monkey's alliance, though he was unclear about the methodology used to uncover this information. Quote, "Noobs no longer wanted them in Noobs after they did some analytical thing, and their evidence is 250-ish
Shit.
billion is missing from Corp assets." End quote. He then distanced himself and the Alliance from culpability by stating that it wasn't the Space Monkeys Alliance that stole from the bankers, only individuals within a corporation within the Alliance.
Scapegoats.
And therefore, this wasn't an Alliance matter. The Space Monkeys would not accept responsibility for what its members did. Quote,
Hold a
SMA
second.
leadership didn't
Hold on a
scam
second.
anyone member.
Go back. There's something at the bottom there. There's something at the bottom of saying that one of the corporations was affiliated with I Want ISK, so it might have been an internal fuck up issue as well. I want to go back and read it though, because there's some text in the bottom that's
Alliance matter. The Space
funny thing. SMA was scammed right after for the same amount. Admiral Tyler was scammed on the leadership of Widget Zombies. I forgot the pawn they used. Isn't Widget affiliated with I Want ISK?
accept responsibility for what
If we go by
members
theory, I
did.
was scammed by the same
Quote,
person.
SMA leadership didn't scam anyone members within SMA may have, and let's be honest here, it's Eve. End quote. This was unacceptable to Eve.
He's just
If
game.
Space Monkeys didn't pay
No.
for what its members had stolen, then I Want ISK would, quote, constantly hire mercenaries to attack anyone related to Space Monkeys Alliance. Winnet replied with a map of Space Monkey's territory on Dotlan as a guide for the threatened attacks, and stated that he was unafraid. Dustin, one of the people who have been allegedly scammed by Space Monkeys, saw the trajectory of the conversation and added desperately, quote, Winnet, you have no idea how powerful I Want ISK is.
Oh my god, the other guy, friend in chat was like, please don't do this, don't start shit, and the guy went in for it anyway.
This warning went unregarded.
Actual wuxia
The following
moment.
day, the Space Monkeys Alliance released an interview with Winnet on their website, where he again alluded vaguely to a large theft from the players removed from the corporation,
God.
and reiterated
This image looks like it's trying to make it out, but this guy was 100% right, wasn't he?
his doubt about
History
the threat
will
of
prove
I
how
Want ISK
right he
posed.
was.
Quote, the idea of mercenaries is laughable. SMA is a nullsec alliance and lives solely in null. It's not unusual to have 20 or more war decks at a time.
Oh
I
my
personally
fucking
enjoy
god.
hearing
He
we're
literally
going
did
to
not
come
fathom how
solely
much
from
the
people
liquid
who
power
live in
was.
HiSec. There were some idle threats of 95 carriers moving into range of SMA home. That's really about it. Personally, I would love to see 85 caps within range of our super fleet, let alone the Imperium. I mean, if they want to give us content, I'm all for it.
You fool. You
But
poor
this went
deluded
beyond
fool.
basic shipping scams and words. A day later, Winnet announced in another interview that members of Space Monkeys Alliance who had privileged access to I Want ISK were siphoning money from the casino.
Oh,
To be honest, all the hard work from
so
this
he
point
he
onward
fucking
goes to
also
our
admitted he was doing it.
intelligence section, CLIT,
Double
and the
down!
person he had
He literally
infiltrated
doubled
I Want
down.
ISK Corp in game. He had some coding
literally
skills
did
and
it.
was given access to help code parts of the site, discovering major flaws in the back end of their code in the process. This code was used to do a few things, one of which was to have the coder
God, they really
move
did do
ISK
it.
into our main
A fucking
accounts.
idiot.
We were not sure if we
He
would
did
be
it and he
caught
let it,
here,
they just,
so
he
we
just did it.
decided to
Oh
play
my
a
god.
different way,
What a
which I
fool.
won't go into too much, but enabled us to win more
Ah,
often.
fool.
The I Want ISK characters, most of which are still active, were given a better chance at winning in raffles and jackpots. This code was already written into the I Want ISK backend, and any
Why would you
high-level
admit
banker
this?
had access to
This
it.
is such a bad
All
move.
this took was quiet hours when no major banker was online to switch the winning accounts to us. End quote. After they had stolen
It's
this
kind of wild
money
that some
and
of these
announced
places
this
were
fact
still
to
not
the
even
wider
24
EVE
hours yet.
community, members of the Space Monkeys Alliance teased them. As reporter Matterall wrote later, quote, at one point, Space Monkeys Alliance then jumped onto I Want ISK's TeamSpeak and chanted "ook ook" repeatedly. The channel admin kicked them one by one, like monkeys falling off the bed, until the cluster of noisy chimps became a trickle of individual "ook ooks." End quote. The more destructive and disruptive action that they took, however, wasn't stealing money, but rather an allegation.
Oh,
Quote,
attack on
"We were
confidence.
dismayed to find that the character of Eep was heavily involved in RMT. The method on how he carried this out is very simple. Essentially, Eep engaged in RMT with a close circle of friends and other people.
Why
he
do
had
people?
gotten to know
Did they?
over
Is it really
time
is
or
it
via
really
word of mouth.
suspect
They
that
would
they were
jump
doing
on
RMT?
Skype or TeamSpeak, no physical in-game logs, and ask to buy a battery, code for 1 billion ISK. A battery would cost a player $1, and anything bought in the thousands was given a discount. The money transfers were handled via PayPal, and once the money was received, iWantISK would credit the purchaser's account on their website with a certain amount of ISK. They would then use low-level bankers to pay out the prize winnings in the same fashion as any normal
Yeah,
transaction.
literal
In the
fucking
2
things,
weeks
huh?
we monitored these activities, we recorded around 1,200 US
Although I'll be
dollars of
honest, I don't
physical
think it was.
cash made by
I don't think you
selling
would be
ISK.
surprised that this gambling site was apparently
This
doing RMT, because
allegation
I
was
assumed they
accompanied
were
with an
to begin with.
incriminating audio clip, allegedly
Oh
of
my
bankers
God.
and leaders within
So weird.
iWantISK apparently discussing
Genuinely
real
surprising.
money trading. None of this was taken lightly by Crowd Control Productions, who swiftly began handing out bans to numerous players suspected of trading ISK for dollars to prevent the continued flow of cash through RMT. Pending
Oh,
an
what a terrible
investigation.
crying
This had
shame.
happened before. If Crowd Control Productions could find no evidence of RMT, then they would reinstate the account and the funds would be returned. Even so, many of the claims of the Space Monkeys, and specifically Winnet, remained uncorroborated. In the conclusion to his article, Matterall wrote that,
And hold on a second. How
quote,
much percent? How much percent was that of the total ISK in the game? Because I saw a very large percent number when they said of the 23 trillion. Like, what was that percent? That was 20% of the trillion. That'd be fucking wild. 20% of the entire in-game. Any group controlling 20% of your entire in-game economy that's ludicrous. That's just actually crazy. That's such an undue level of power, especially if you consider that most of the assets don't disappear over time unless you blow them up. Like, oh damn, what would that be? What would that be? Shoot, it's lagging again. So overall, it's been pretty interesting so far, but I feel like some of these middle sections are kind of slowing it out a bit.
then they would reinstate the account and the
8.6% of the 2.3 trillion. Oh my god. Oh, of a player-run bank. Okay, so this wasn't the total game economy, it was one bank's economy.
the funds would be returned. Even so,
Okay.
many of the claims of the Space Monkeys, and specifically Winnet, remained uncorroborated.
Interesting.
In the conclusion to his article, Matterall wrote that, quote, although the story came from SMA originally, they were the least cooperative once the story started turning away from their expectations. Ironically, the iWantISK bankers were incredibly open and helpful with the access and information.
Oh,
as
wow.
was Eep. iWantISK staff sometimes explained things 3 or 4 times to make sure the information was understood correctly. A few prominent players have confidently told me there is RMT happening at iWantISK's highest level, but for one reason or another cannot supply me with direct evidence.
Strange.
If they had, it would be in this report. End quote. What the public didn't know was that iWantISK had already signed an utterly massive 1.2 trillion ISK contract with low-sec corporations'
Oh,
psychotic
no.
tendencies significantly before the argument had taken place, tasking the pirates with
Oh.
performing raids on Space Monkey's territory. And when the details of this contract leaked, this disagreement served as retroactive justification. What few knew at the time
So
was
they were
that
already
this
feuding.
attack had a larger goal: to distract the forces of the Imperium, to an end that would soon become all too
Oh my
clear.
god, were they playing political chess? This is getting good. So they were artificially creating or possibly artificially creating conflict with the raids. Then PR happened, and they made a big scale conflict. This was all to just hide the fact they were using their massive liquid funds to build up an army. Wild. Like, actually fucking wild.
While the fate of a portion of I Want Isk's bankers was in jeopardy, the organization still had vast amounts of liquid assets, and these would be bent to a singular purpose. Making good on their promise, I Want Isk offered the fighters of Losec Voltron a lucrative contract, which would pay out for every Space Monkey's asset verifiably destroyed. The Losec fighters of psychotic tendencies proved more than a match for the quieter, less warlike players of SMA, and the attacks were so brutal that over 1,000 of its players left the Alliance, representing approximately a fifth of its population.
Damn,
Despite
5K.
their losses, the Imperium was slow to offer assistance. Only 2 weeks after the contract.
Wait,
had
they were
been
an
signed,
allied.
the
They were
Space
an
Monkeys had
allied
lost
thing to
100 billion
the Imperium.
ISK in assets, 70 billion of which was due to the Alliance.
That's a small
psychotic
amount.
tendencies. The phenomenal success of these attacks was seen by other alliances, who quickly became aware of the open contract that I Want Isk had opened on Imperium ships and structures.
Oh, they
Soon,
also made an Imperium
corporations were
contract.
into Imperium territory in war bands,
Oh, damn.
smashing anything that they could find and sending the resulting kill mails to I Want Isk to
Yeah.
collect their healthy reward. This pattern showed no signs of
Purely
slowing, and
liquid
in
warfare,
fact,
huh?
The website for I Want Isk was seeing significantly more traffic due to the attention.
And then they went back to.
receiving.
Then they took all the money and
Likely
went
that they were
gambling, and they got
making
their money
even more
back.
money than before. Money
What a
that could be spent on further
absolute
mercenaries.
Absolute
While the money
madman.
offered
Yo,
by
if we
I
give
Want
people
Isk
money,
was
they'll gamble on our
tantalizing to
website,
the
so we can blow
prospect
dudes
of
up for
attacking
free.
a group so
5 head.
universally disliked
10 head.
that the
Genuinely
players
420
were
head.
arriving from all over
Oh,
New
big
Eden
brain.
to collect their money while simultaneously biting chunks out of the Imperium. The belligerent announcement of the Viceroyalty program had turned public opinion sharply against them.
Yeah,
and
no
their
shit.
failure in Losec had shown them to be more vulnerable than others had expected.
Oof.
Corporations and alliances
That map
not
don't look good for
typically
them.
known to take contracts arrived and began drawing battle plans together. The war had begun. What precisely to name it was and still
Senator
is
Armstrong would hate
contention.
this. The
Many
war economy is
publications came
just
to call
destroying
it
real
World
nations.
War B, given the sheer scope and the fact that it was centered around the Imperium, whose fat bee mascot was instantly recognizable. Even those in high and low
food.
security
Marketability
space
was your
were eagerly
downfall.
launching attacks into Imperium territory. But the funding source offered another obvious name, one that would often be used colloquially. The Casino War. This
Yeah, I
latter
guess.
name was preferred by the Imperium, as it placed more focus upon the eponymous casinos and their
Rather than saying you're
suspicious
blowing up the
money,
bees.
as opposed to the Imperium's aggressive and inflammatory disposition and actions that had predicated the war in the first place. Those who had gathered to attack the Imperium had varying affinity to one another, and were clearly cooperating only because of the money offered and their common enemy. And so, even if they won, it was unlikely that this coalition of convenience would remain after the war, but still, they needed a name. Given the fact that they were originally drawn together due to the money, and that nobody disputed that fact, they took to
Hey, Goose, welcome back
self-deprecatingly
in.
calling themselves the Money Badger Coalition, a reference
God,
to the
that
contemporary
meme
internet
was
meme,
big at the
Honey
time,
Badger
wasn't it?
Don't give a The
That was
possibility
what
of
a
eradicating
society.
the
I hope you're doing
Imperium
well,
had been
Goose.
floated as recently as November of the previous
We're currently
year
learning
by
about how
Isk
an
Bank.
in-game
Milos
currency
Excellion
bank
wrote for
managed to get
Talking
so
Zebras,
big they destroyed
describing
everything.
How the Mittani have been tricked into deploying forces to attack an invasion fleet that simply did not exist. Quote, I Want Isk banker Lenny Kravitz too saw the deployment as a clear sign of the Imperium's weakness. Lenny determined that if the Mittani could be so easily deceived by an obvious ruse, then the Imperium's leader might be losing the situational awareness that had made him so difficult to challenge in the past. he could now be
Ooh.
tricked.
Dun dun
This
dun
might create a
dun.
window for action that the Imperium's enemies could exploit. Lenny contacted mercenary coalition leader Saber A and asked how much it would cost to bring down the Imperium. Saber estimated that such a war
Yo,
might take as
I would
much
like
as
to
2
buy
years,
a
which would
global
cost at
war.
least 7 trillion ISK to pay for the
Bruh.
necessary number of mercenaries. He was stunned when Lenny blithely stated that he could provide that level of funding.
Bruh, the guy definitely gave this. That man definitely floated this number as like a joke. It's like, yeah, this number's too high. No way he could pay it. It's like, oh, cheaper than expected. Signed. It's like, damn, I gotta wage 2-year war now, I guess.
End quote.
Oh,
Nobody was certain what to expect. Never before had
That is
such
crazy.
a massive mercenary force been assembled, and the depths of the coffers funding them were unknown to all but their
literally
owners.
Illuminati
Neither
level
the
money.
scale of the Imperium and its logistics capabilities, nor the scale of the Money Badger Coalition had any precedent in the history of New Eden. But this rapid series of failures and the vast enemies arrayed against them already had a severe effect on morale, and Imperium leadership was preparing to cut their losses in extraneous areas of their territory.
Dun dun dun
David
dun.
Andrews of JustForCrits.com wrote that, quote, after the decision was made to evacuate the Bastion and Lawn out of Vale of the Silent, the Tribute region became the front line for the Casino War, meaning Circle of Two became the front line for the Casino War. That's not exactly an enviable position, particularly for an organization that doesn't really have any beef with the attackers.
Oh right,
End
the
quote.
casino kind of did just
forces would
declare
be
war for the sake of
tested
winning,
when
didn't they?
infrastructure hub in reinforcement mode would become vulnerable again in the system of MTAC-OEE-8, the home system for a constituent Imperium alliance named Circle of Two. On March 28, 2016, nearly 3,500 ships gathered under the Money Badger's banner and prepared for combat, but it was immediately clear that the Imperium was not hopeful for this fight, having only sent 1,300 combatants and holding its super capital fleet from the
It's
battle.
wild how
Despite
these
the lack of
It's wild how
firepower,
these
the
battles went
battle
from like
was joined
200
and the
2 versus
Imperium
200 like,
quickly
yeah,
began
it was
to
only
struggle.
1,000
But something
dudes,
was wrong.
nothing big.
First and most obvious, the Money Badgers were fielding capital ships, which should have been prevented by Sino-jammers, which were conspicuously absent before the battle.
Oh, was that a
Secondly,
trap?
Circle of Two, the corporation
trap?
whose territory was being assailed, wasn't anywhere to be seen. Outside
It was
of
a
the
trap,
battle,
wasn't
more
it?
forces were waiting to join. The ancient gaming noob gave his account of the experience, writing, quote, I had finally gotten home and clone jumped to our staging system just in time to catch Oxygen leading a Hurricane fleet to the battle for the MTAC-OEE-8 iHub. Oxygen got us out to a Titan within bridge range of the 1P TAC VL2 constellation, where the biggest battle in ages was playing. We landed on the Titan and waited for a bridge. And waited. And waited. End
What?
quote. Then suddenly, as this peculiar and losing battle raged, the leader of Circle of Two made a post to the EVE subreddit that stunned the entire player base. Quote, for years now, we have been loyal toward the Imperium. We as an alliance have, for a large part, never been seen as a full member by Goonswarm Federation. As a result, we've never been treated nor represented as such. The basis of the coalition, it being a meritocracy, became an
Oh,
affront
it
over
was
time.
just internal
In the same
strife.
time span, the list of
It was eternal
grievances
strife
grew.
again.
I will not go into detail as the people involved know full well whom and what I'm talking about. They can mostly be summed up as Goonswarm Federation taking care of their interests and at the same time blatantly disregarding the coalition policies
Blacklisted
they
because it
claim
suited
to
us, remained
uphold.
sound.
Over the past few months, it has become increasingly
Oh, let's read the middle. We remain silent. They blacklisted corps recruited as allies. Unblacklisted because it suited them. We remain silent. We were not okay messing with Pro V's thing. We remained silent. The Viceroy plan ridiculed us. We were silent. 5 months ago, they threatened to expel us from the coalition. In very clear terms, we were ordered to fall in line or suffer. We chose the latter and informed our members that expulsion was imminent. From that point on. Oh, so they were given the ultimatum. And they said we're going to give up. We continue to do what good allies are supposed to do. Help at the same time we knew we should do. Take care of our members. Try to grow and better ourselves. We became separate. Oh, they knew and were just waiting. They were biding their time. Yeah, and then they get treated as a meat shield. So they just like, yep, fuck it, we're out. You know, they're at the door, they're knocking down the wall, we'll open the gate, leave us alone. We're done. Dunzo. Bedtime for Dunzos. What a twist. What a twist of all of this. It turns out, like all great empires, is the poor treatment of the people that led to their own fall. Much like Rome, the thing that they seem to be basing themselves off in some extent. Or I guess the 40k Empire, the Imperium is not exactly a hard thing. Or Imperial Rome. Either way, it's currently lagging out. I wonder if anyone else betrays the goons later on in this and they just completely destroy everything. It's like, we're just done. We've lost our allies. We're actually gonna we're just fracturing in and letting the casino win with their liquid assets. Financial victory, as a Civ player would call it. Ba-do-da-ba, ba-ba-ba-da-ba, bum-ba-dum-bum. Oh, God. You know, I'm gonna just put this on pause and grab some more water while I let this play. I think it's gonna take a little bit more time to buffer, so we're just gonna let this figure itself out as I go and grab some more drink. And I'm back, and let's see if the video's buffered done.
Interests, and at the same time blatantly disregarding the coalition.
I also got a load of
policies
ice cream
they
when I was
pledged
gone.
to uphold.
Small snack.
Over the past few months, it has become increasingly clear that we have served only as a meat shield. Circle of Two is not a meat shield. We will not stand as the wall that defends Declan from the angry hordes for the benefit of goons. We will no longer subject our pilots to the indecency of watching their hard work burn while goons sit in their ivory tower. We will no longer stand as an unequal partner in the Imperium. For the good of our members, we will be separating ourselves from the Imperium with a full and complete reset of all Imperium member alliances as of March 29th, 2016 at 0001 Eve time. End quote. Immediately, the Imperium scrambled a retreat, but it was far too late to make a clean disengagement, and according to EVE News website Crossing Zebras, the Imperium had lost over 300 billion ISK in the fight, as well as the system itself. Having salvaged what they could of their assets, Circle of Two would now act as the beachhead not for the Imperium, but their new allies in the Money Badger Coalition. The Mittani would later claim that he withheld the Imperium's supercapital fleet knowing that the battle was a trap from Circle of Two, citing the absence of Sino-jammers. Xander Fena, writing for Crossing Zebras, speculated that this betrayal, quote, may galvanize the Imperium into a singular military force that can dispatch the roughly aligned forces of their enemies. But the rest of New Eden were beginning to suspect that the Imperium was seeing the beginning of what Goonswarm had managed to stave off for years, something that they had purposefully induced in other coalitions and alliances.
Failure cascade.
What followed after Circle of Two betrayed the Imperium was so rapid that there was little time.
What I think is he was just so off the ball, he didn't realize he was in a rebellion stage and just didn't do anything.
Of Veil of the Silent and were actively driving the Imperium out of 3 more regions. Fade had been entirely abandoned. All of this was still being bankrolled by I Want ISK, whose coffers appeared bottomless. The sheer scale of this war had never been seen in New Eden's history.
It would be funny if it turns out at the end of the day, like, how did they have so much money? They just were using a money glitch. Whoops.
Those in the Money Badger Coalition weren't certain how much longer I Want ISK would continue to provide money for the war. What's more, the Imperium was doing all in its power to make this war as annoying as possible. In a discussion for Down the Rabbit Hole, Imperium Fleet Commander Asher compared their strategy to that of Fabius during Hannibal's attack on Rome. Rather than meeting them directly in every engagement, the goal was to annoy their opponents and drag the fighting out for as long as possible to make them lose
protracted warfare
and laying traps while committing few of their own resources. The Imperium were unwilling to simply retreat and harry any overzealous attacks either. Even into May, the Imperium lodged deep into the low-sec staging system of Saarinen, using it to lash out and even push back into Fade and Pureblind, even as the Money Badger Coalition launched periodic raids. After a particularly brutal battle in the system in May, Asher told Crossing Zebras that, quote, we still are vastly outnumbered. There is no stratagem where direct conflict works. We still plan to deny all ratting in the north and punish all capital usage where the entire Money Badger Coalition isn't formed to defend them. End quote. But even as the Imperium shed allies in the attacks, the prospect of destroying them entirely seemed unlikely. As Greedy Goblin wrote for his blog in 2016, quote, no one can finish an EVE alliance unless their leaders give up. You can take their moons, their sov, their stations, you can make the opportunistic members leave, but as long as the leaders stay, there will be enough core members who stay because of loyalty, friends, or simply content. Remember Test, broken and evicted, but as leaders stayed, they came back and now boldly spam memes against goons while pooping on their lawn. End quote. Also recognizing that they couldn't afford to spread their forces too thin, what remained of the Imperium launched an attack on the contemporary residents of Delve, seeking to once again take the region for themselves, displacing their current residents with their massive supercapital fleet. However, by the time this conquest was complete, the Imperium was a shadow of its former self. Yinton, writing for
Who's even
Call
left at this
Heroes,
point?
provided a list in mid-July.
Look at the little chibi.
Quote, I would like to explain why I am calling them the Goonswarm Federation and not the Imperium, as has been
Because
their
the new
preferred
name's kinda
nomenclature,
stupid.
and what I have stuck to calling them these past few months. That is because the Imperium, even if GSF does not want to admit it, is dead. It was a defensive coalition based around strong holdings in the north. Counting down the list of GSF's former coalition mates reads more like a mixed obituary and divorce proceedings than a list of allies.
Oh, they lost that many of their own men to it?
SMA almost completely collapsed with only a 300-man dust corp holding it above the 500-man mark. CO2 turned to the side of the Money Badger Coalition and holding a larger chunk of previously Imperium space.
Hey, good to know those guys
Razor,
expanded after the raid.
Y-dotted previously with the acquisition of 4S and fully so with the leaving of both Roving Guns and Gladiators of Rage to MC. and Chaos respectively. FCON left the Imperium on good terms to find a new home within either the Vanguard Coalition or Stainwagon, depending on what
Some of
day
these
it is
names are
and
pretty
who you ask.
wacky, though.
TNT seems to have kept relatively steady.
Hey, they're there.
That's down nearly 700
Ooh,
members
that's-
this month alone.
And again,
This
that
leaves the
700 is more
Federation
people than were in
almost
entire
entirely
giant
alone
fights in the
terms of
early
being a
game.
strong,
They're shedding
self-sustaining
people so
alliance within
quick.
The Imperium, and whilst I would expect them to still lug around the alliances and help them to not cascade to the point of actually becoming non-entities, even the facade of being a coalition of equals is now almost painfully obvious in its falsity to an outside observer. End quote. But by the time everything else had been taken from them, there were few left on the offensive. The Losec coalition had fallen apart over the course of June, as is perhaps unsurprising for roving pirates,
Hey.
and while I Want Isk was still willing to fund the war with their incredible wealth, much of the impetus for the initial invasion had vanished. While ostensibly driven by profit, this narrative was undermined when almost all of the Money Badger coalition abandoned the offensive, their members exhausted from the fighting and content of
The
their
classic
victory.
mercenary
By the
issue.
time the Imperium had
They
completed
considered
its
it good
invasion
enough
of
and
Delve
called it a
launched
day.
themselves in, the only
Fair enough for
alliance
them.
pursuing them was Test, believing that if the offensive was continued, they could
Look at that.
stand off the
Look at that
Goons
goofy
entirely.
T-Rex.
But without the support of the
Test
rest of the Money
alliance,
Badger
please
coalition,
ignore.
there was little hope of cracking the defenses of what
Yeah.
remained of the Imperium. The supercapital fleet of the Goons was still far too strong, and without allies, they were eventually forced to retreat.
Aw.
Again, Nullsec was fractured, and after half a year, they could return to their numerous smaller wars, as was normal. But this war had elucidated myriad problems for Crowd Control Productions,
Oh.
and even as the company desperately attempted to juggle
Third-party
its other
liquid assets were
projects,
too
it would
strong.
have to continue its custodial duties to EVE Online or lose their only reliable
This is still like
source of
2015, isn't
income.
it? Or 2016. We got another 7 more years of history to go through before we catch up. Because the game is still going on, right? Da 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 da.
Even before the war had begun, casinos were a contentious topic for more than the players. Crowd Control Productions consistently had to dedicate valuable and limited resources to monitoring the players involved in them, and bankers were frequently flagged for investigation for real money trading and subsequently banned, a detriment
God,
both to
it's
the company
actual
and to the
sports
casino,
betting?
the latter of whom would need to
I
dedicate
wonder if real
further
sports
time
betting in
and
the States has
resources
wiped
to
that
these
part out
new
because there's just no more
bankers.
need.
But the casinos represented an existential problem for EVE Online. As had been doubted but now demonstrated over the course of the war, it was feasible for a faction with enough liquid assets to determine the shape of all of New Eden, and these factions already existed in the form of the casinos, with the bulk of their money-making mechanisms hosted outside of the game, where it was difficult.
Which
for
I guess
Crowd
makes you bring the
Control
question is like, how much value do they want liquid
Compared
assets to have to
other
begin with?
in-game methods of generating profit, the casinos were too efficient. This was in part due to their clientele. While many less wealthy players participated, many of the richest had concluded that there was little to do with their amassed wealth, and so
yes,
and
that's a
moved
game
large
fucking problem,
amounts
isn't
to
it?
Casinos. While
No
the
use for
Ethereum
high
barely
end
managed to
accumulation.
survive the war
That nearly
with
killed
leverage
WoW for a
tactics
while,
designed to
because
prolong
everyone gained
conflict,
so much
and by
money that
moving
inflation
farther away
destroyed the
from its
value in
enemies,
pricing.
it was clear that any faction not operating its own casino would be unable to compete
Whoopsa-doopsa.
financially, and by extension, militarily. But the gambling
So they had to add in
magnates were
something
not
for the
simply
high end of
content
money,
to
huh?
continue collecting money in EVE. Rather, they were preparing a total takeover of the financial markets, predicated upon an
Ooh.
important expansion to the game released initially in April of 2016.
Oh, this was like the giant factories,
during
wasn't
the
it?
war. Citadels. These massive static constructs, known officially as upwell structures, were to incrementally replace the player-owned stations that were necessary for war, industry, and trade, and instead allow players to establish much more entrenched positions. While intricate and requiring significant setup, the plan
They're pretty cool
itself
looking
was
too, though.
straightforward. By creating a web of stations throughout all of New Eden, players aligned with the gambling magnates would be able to utilize a special kind of cargo hauling ship called jump freighters, in tandem with the station's unique properties, to make themselves untouchable. Much like other large
so
ships,
free teleporting
these
of
jump freighters were able
merchant
to
goods.
eschew the Stargate network by jumping directly from one system to
Ah,
another
yep.
within a certain range, and one potential destination for a jump would be these new upwell structures.
The neutral
If the
citadels.
ship's
Oh,
jump arrival
clever.
was close enough to an upwell structure, then they would immediately tether to it, making them completely invulnerable to damage. By jumping directly from structure to structure, there would
Free
be no
trade
time during
permanently.
which a jump freighter would be vulnerable,
Just infinite free
making it
trade
impossible to
of free
disrupt
shipping
supply
routes.
lines or trade routes
That seems like a
without
bad
assaulting
idea.
these sturdy
It feels like you
structures.
need to have
This
some sort of
safety would
spacing
make
margin.
their stations the most attractive to traders and buyers, which is where the final
Pure
mechanism of the
economic
plan allowed
power.
them to make their profit. All goods bought and sold in these stations,
Markup,
in which players
like
could
0.5,
dock like
1%
existing
markup is
stations,
infinite
were
money.
subject to a tariff collected by the station owner. If
Bet it was-
they could
bet it wasn't
become
even
the
that big,
primary
too.
method of trading, especially in dangerous regions of space, then the gambling magnates could make untold amounts of money. This scheme was given
And
the
people say
tongue-in-cheek
that
name
cyberpunk
of the
plans
New
of
Eden
corporate
Trading Company. Their
monopoly is a
utility
fake
extended
thing.
beyond acting
You
as
fucking
hubs for
idiots.
trade, however,
Corporations will
with
always
effects
rise.
that
It's
would,
inevitable.
conceivably, make them nigh untouchable. While the immediate use for this network was to make the transit of jump freighters safer, they could likewise be used by any capital
Yeah.
and supercapital ship, allowing for relatively safe
Oh,
passage,
damn.
and this would require good standing with the gambling magnates. If
That's-
they succeeded
that is
in their
insane.
plan, then any party working
Shipping and
against them would
shipping
become a more
monopoly would be
vulnerable
wild. It's like
military target.
I like Dune
But their
actually.
dreams of a trading
The
empire
guilds
would be
controlled
cut
everything
short
because they were the
by
only ones who could
crowd control
teleport ships
productions.
faster than light.
On October 12th, 2016,
That's crazy.
they made a
Cray
bold
cray.
update to their end-user license agreement, with one particular section highlighted in an announcement. You may not use, transfer, or assign any game assets for games of chance
Ah!
operated by third parties. They then clarified, this addition to the EVE Online
Specifically shot the
EULA
gambling.
means that as of the launch of EVE Online Ascension, players will be prohibited from using in-game assets and currency,
But did it work?
as well as the EVE IP, to take part in or promote gambling services or other games of chance that are operated by third parties. With this in mind, as of this announcement, we have taken action against two organizations that are currently offering third-party services based around gambling and games of chance. The third-party service I Want ISK has been shut down in-game.
Yeah, they just fucking
and all
shotgunned
ISK
them.
and assets have been confiscated after extensive and exhaustive
Oh.
investigation has brought forward compelling
They just
evidence
took out the
of
gun and brought him out
real
back.
money
Blammo!
Permanent
Blammo! You're
suspensions
gone.
have
You're
been
done.
against
You got
those
gun
involved.
done.
The third-party service EVE
I mean, it's a
Casino
it's a
has
big
been
take
shut
they have to
down
do, but they
in-game,
fucking went
and
for it,
all
huh?
ISK and assets have been confiscated after multiple and sustained
I wonder what
breaches
percent of the
our
in-game economy
developer
just
license
disappeared.
agreement. Permanent account suspensions have been issued against those involved. As of the launch of EVE
They won't be
Online
reimbursing
Ascension,
for
the
outstanding
hosting of
ISK
and
or debt with the
participation in
organizations.
any
So if you
form
had
of
gambling
third-party
debts
gambling
or gambling had your
services
money
utilizing
in the banks,
in-game
you're fucked.
assets, currency, or the
Whoops.
EVE IP will be strictly prohibited. End quote. But there was a major piece of information missing in this press release. Who had been banned? After investigating them, a large number of I Want ISK's bankers had been targeted, but the most notable
Ooh.
names were Lenny Kravitz II and Iron Bank, the architects of the war, though they continued to protest their innocence. Lenny
Yeah,
would
that
take
wasn't
to
fucking
Reddit
true.
to inform everyone
Reddit!
that the network would continue
He went
as
to Reddit.
planned, but it would face stiff resistance. After being beaten back into Delve, the Imperium lacked much of their old infrastructure, but they still wielded one of the most threatening fleets in the game, and they would be joined in attacking some of the early structures in the trade network by some of their former enemies in
Oh,
the
you had to
Money
build them,
Badgers,
huh?
intent on preventing its eventual establishment. With such powerful forces arrayed against it, and few willing to come to its defense without being paid, its
Yeah, that's
future
the
was
thing,
in
isn't it?
question, as the limitless supply of money from the casinos was
Dried
now
up.
suddenly gone. How much money they still had left over was unknown. Crowd Control Productions' decision to forcibly dissolve the gambling corporations had dramatically altered the shape of New Eden's future, which they hoped would improve the health of the game.
And it
But
might
even
very
as
well
they did
have.
so, they would finally lay another part of New Eden to rest.
Did they kill the MMO? Yeah, they did kill the MMO. It's 2016. They killed off the FPS MMO. Rest in peace, Dust. Yep. Goodbye.
At last,
Goodbye,
in
you
February
poorly conceived
2016,
glimmer of an
Crowd
idea.
Control Productions announced that they would be shutting down the servers for Dust 514 in May, only 3 months later. This was not a surprise for contemporary players who had been monitoring the ongoing development of the game, which had been live for only 3 years. 2 years prior, when the company announced the development of Project Legion, players of Dust were concerned that this new FPS was being developed because CCP lacked faith in their console-exclusive shooter title, in spite of their confident rhetoric. This concern was bolstered by the way that Project Legion was framed upon its announcement, with employees stating that it was a reimagining of Dust made by the same team. As Hilmar Pedersen
Yeah, it ain't going anywhere.
Quote,
I
"It's
bet that
taking
thing
all
died
we
too.
learned from Dust and almost making a new game from scratch, even though it's the same team doing a first-person shooter, so they're very experienced now, and we've made good headway on it." End quote. With some of the Dust team now working on an entirely different title, future updates
Oh, look at the
were in
cell shading on
question.
that thing.
Another
It's kind
CCP
of.
staff member,
I
Sean
mean,
Decker, stated his dissatisfaction with Dust at the same time as he spoke of his hopefulness for Project Legion. As VG247 paraphrased it, quote, "It's in the same IP, same place and all the rest of it, but we want to do some fundamentally different things with it that we feel we missed out on and that we didn't do right with Dust. Honestly, we didn't make a great game to begin with. We tried to do too much." End quote. Even as CCP Games proclaimed the success of Dust, their employees seemed to deride it in favor of their new project. The concerns of the players proved correct, and after one final major content update in 2014, the game would only see maintenance and hotfixes until its death in May. But major changes were happening to EVE Online itself as well, and the introduction of Citadels promised to dramatically alter how warfare worked in New Eden. In contrast to the posses that had come before, the largest tiers of Upwell structures could house capital ships, with the monumental Keepstar even able to house Titans, meaning that any station could act as a staging site both for attack and defense. Perhaps more importantly, any friendly ship close enough to an Upwell structure would become tethered, making them invulnerable to damage until taking an offensive action. The tether could be reinitiated simply by refraining from any offensive action for a full minute, again rendering the player's ship invulnerable. The defensive advantage this afforded to players was immense, and their ability to
I'll
house
say.
fleets meant that invading any territory with upwell structures would become significantly
Because you never know
slow,
what's going to jump
if
out of the
not
jack-in-the-box,
blunted
won't you?
entirely. This was particularly
Could be
helpful to
nothing,
the
could be a ton of
Imperium,
stuff.
who now had been granted the space to nurture their coffers and rebuild with their core members, waiting for them to return and to bring others into their organization. What's more, the defensive capabilities of these structures were significant beyond their support role. They could be equipped with weapons and
So when do they
modules
introduce
similar
bigger
to
ships
a
to start
ship,
cracking these things
projecting
open like
power against
nuts
anything that came
in front of a
too close
cracker?
and being
Not a
granted
nutcracker.
reinforcement timers, much like other structures. Keepstars were even granted their own doomsday weapons. But the introduction of upwell structures had another unintended effect. Before the Citadel update, the parts necessary for capital and super
Oh, do they also
ships
build
were
big ships
constructed
too?
at specialized posses, which could be destroyed in raids if an opposing faction knew where to find them. Now, these production capabilities could be moved into heavily fortified stations. This meant that significant resources could now be funneled into the production
So it was
of
harder
large
to hunt
ships
big
with
ships
significantly
when they were
less
being
risk.
manufactured.
What's more, this safety allowed for
Damn.
mining to be performed in nullsec at a capacity previously
Oh, because you
unheard.
just put a
sudden
citadel
increase
nearby
in
everything,
mining
huh?
output was precipitated by the Rorqual, a specialized capital ship proficient at rapidly mining asteroid fields, and the changes enacted by the Citadel expansion made them far safer to field and easier to protect. The wealth
Nice.
amassed by all nullsec powers began to reach what had once been ludicrous extremes. What followed was a long period of stagnation. While the existing powers would occasionally lash out at one another in massive battles, territory changed hands more sparingly than before, and nullsec
Oh, too much
gradually
stability.
divided into three large power blocks who had little interest in earnestly attacking one another, a state of affairs that came to be known pejoratively as the Blue Donut, referring to the disk shape of nullsec around Empire space. Soon, the rapid proliferation of massive supercapital ships became nigh unstoppable, yet with few targets, their use was limited.
That sucks.
Despite the relative power of the upwell structures, the potential effects of the proposed trade network were too threatening to the nullsec powers, who lashed out against the citadels which served as its foundation. Without the money flowing from the casinos, the endeavor was cut short in 2017. For the next few years, New Eden was relatively quiet as the powers in nullsec amassed wealth and bided their time unchallenged except by one another. Many agreed that, with the introduction of citadels, a protracted era of peace had begun, one far different from the New Eden
But
that
that
most
seems
had
like
come to know,
that seems like
fueled by
boring
the safe
things for
income
people.
enabled by upwell structures. Even though the grand trade network envisioned by the one-time casino owners hadn't come to pass, many players established upwell structures in high-security space and allowed players to trade there, taking a broker's fee from every transaction. In March of 2016, Eve blogger Greedy Goblin made a post detailing his concerns over an increase in the amount of money that players could make in these citadels, writing that, quote, "There won't be any serious wars." Ever. Do you remember whining over top-down income because of moons? Imagine something 10 times bigger, without siphons, without having to fuel towers, without hauling, without even
What's even the
logging
point of
fees.
money then if you don't get
Remember
anything
that
out
if
of
you
it?
can RMT 1 billion ISK for $7, the trade citadels net you $200,000 per month. You don't choose playing a video game over getting such money. Every major alliance leader and FC will agree to
Yeah,
keep the
but like,
peace and stomp
if
on
you keep up the
anyone trying
peace,
to
like what the
disturb
hell's
it.
the point
Such
of the
peace
money
will
then? Like what's the
obviously
value
be
if you
the
can't
end
use
of
it for
Eve.
winning or fighting
End
war?
quote. This state of affairs culminated 2 years later on October 15, 2018, in the establishment of the Tranquility Trading Tower, a Keepstar-class citadel, the largest and most powerful available. Deployed by Test and supported by the Imperium, this Keepstar was meant as a central location for their alliance's traders to sell their wares, where the broker's fees could be collected and split between them and their allies.
The game really looks a lot
location of
better
this
this many years
station was
into.
also conspicuous.
16
It had
years
been
and it's so
deployed in the
cool
system
looking.
of Perimeter,
Look at the
immediately
you look at all the
next to
little
Judah
angles and the
its
shapes of these ships.
all-important
It's just
trade hub.
wild.
Prior to this, their enemies in Federation's NC. And PanFam had held a monopoly on trade in this vital system, but the establishment of this Keepstar and Test's ferocious defense of it ensured its survival, and soon, nobody was willing to strike out against the Tranquility Trading Tower. For a time, its survival seemed uncertain, but soon, PanFam, the Imperium, and Legacy Coalition, three of the major power blocks in Nullsec, agreed to split the money generated by the tower,
So they just
despite
said,
their shaky
damn, they just went for peace
this
again,
all
huh?
but guaranteed its survival going forward, as these three came to be the dominant forces in Nullsec and exerted significant market pressure on the whole of New Eden. As players reckoned with the effects of these drastic changes, skirmishes still would occur between belligerent parties, but even if the stakes were less sweeping, the scale of combat had drastically changed. Speaking with
Rip.
Down the Rabbit Hole, Fleet Commander Asher recalled a war in 2018, 2 years after the Citadel's patch was released, when they launched an incursion into Northern Territory with their refreshed supercapital fleet. This culminated into a massive fight over a vulnerable Keepstar in the system of X47LTAC-Q, a fight that ostensibly should have been unwinnable due to the dearth of benefits that the Keepstar provided to the defending
Did they actually
fleet.
crack it?
Not to be outdone, however, Asher hatched a plan. In spite of the powerful modules that could be fitted onto a Keepstar, its most useful tool was tethering. When a player fired their ship's
Oh, did he
weapons on
exploit
another
a
player's
tether
ship,
bug or
it
something?
would begin what was known as a weapon timer, which precluded the attacker from utilizing the tether or docking for a full minute. Once the minute had elapsed, the player could again be tethered and dock, meaning that while protecting the Keepstar, all a defending ship would have to do if targeted was refrain from firing any weapons for 60 seconds, and then their ship would become invulnerable until they were prepared to enter the fight once again. This problem was exacerbated for the attacking Imperium
So was it like
forces
focus fire then?
due to a bug. When a Titan fired a Doomsday, a 5-minute weapon timer was
Oh,
supposed to be applied instead
Eesh.
of the usual 1-minute timer. But if the target of the Doomsday died to the blast, then the 1-minute timer was applied instead, making it
Ooh.
difficult to target vulnerable enemy Titans. But there was a way to prevent enemy ships from tethering to a station. Warp scramblers. If a ship was warp scrambled, not only was it prevented from engaging its warp drive and
Okay, so there was a
traveling
counter for
elsewhere in the
tethering
solar
then, huh?
system, but it would also be prevented from tethering until the warp scramble was broken. To this end, Asher ordered warp scramblers fitted to a small fleet of supercarriers, what had once been known as motherships. These ships, typically deployed at long range and dealing their damage through the use of small strike craft, would serve a singular purpose.
to
They
use the
would
strike
leap
craft
directly
to
into the
get things
enemy
over?
fleet and deploy their warp scramblers on any vulnerable ship, delaying the tether
Oh, so they're
for
using
as
the
long
HP
as possible.
pools. Got
Beset
it.
by this new strategy, there seemed to be no correct answer. If the defending fleet attacked the supercarriers, then they would lose valuable time to damage the main enemy fleet. But if they attacked the Imperium's Titans,
So these guys were
then
chosen for just having the
defensive
biggest
benefit
HP
of the
pool for
Keepstar
sending
would be
in without being full
entirely
Titans, huh?
nullified. This was compounded by
crazy.
the sheer defensive potential of these supercarriers, which Asher estimated at the time to be 75% that of a Titan for only 20% of the cost.
Nice.
Fantastically
Good ratio.
cost-effective trade for the utility that these specialized supercarriers provided.
So they were just
The
mech
pressure
shield,
from the
warp
Imperium
scramble,
was
huh?
too great, and they were able to deplete the armor of the Keepstar. When its hull was exposed a short time later and the Northern Fleet rallied to defend it, the pilots fell back behind one another in an attempt to avoid being targeted themselves, lest a supercarrier arrive to lock them in place and deny them their tether. leaving only a fraction of available ships to return
Tisk,
fire.
tisk,
This
tisk.
second battle was won without a single warp-disrupting supercarrier deployed.
Ooh.
Despite this fantastic victory, the territorial gains were minimal, and instead of
Do they at least
pressing
blow
their
up the thing, or do they
advantage,
take it
the
over?
Imperium retreated back to their home systems, further
God.
emphasizing in the minds of players the immortality of the Blue Donut. The sheer size of this battle was beyond what had been seen for years, and the number of Titans deployed was unthinkable a few
There's
short
gotta be a
years
bigger thing to
prior.
break the
But
citadels
this
then,
raised
right?
the question: if the proliferation of supercapital ships had reached such an absurd level, what would an all-out war look like, and was one even feasible given the state of the game? Even
Yeah.
before the Battle of
'Cause if the citadels do
X-47,
so much,
another
what do you
battle
do?
had broken the record for the most number of players in a single fight, with over 6,000 as the Imperium attempted to destroy a Keepstar held by Pandemic Horde. But given the resources that the different factions had amassed, this was clearly far from the level of destruction that was possible. It would take another 2 years, but the answer would eventually be known, and it would defy the scale of anything that had been seen in the entire history of New Eden.
But what could it have been? Find out soon.
While the players of EVE Online reckoned with the effects of these drastic changes made to New Eden's landscape, Crowd Control Productions continued work on their first-person shooter title,
God.
which they renamed to Project Nova, and in October of 2018,
This thing was still going
at
on,
a
huh?
special event for EVE fans in Las Vegas, they allowed reviewers to play an early build of the game, both in its cooperative and competitive modes. Reports from reviewers were generally hopeful, with much of their articles discussing the history of CCP's first-person shooter endeavors, including the discarded Dust 514. But those who had the opportunity to test it also noted that the game, while enjoyable, would require something unique to draw a player base, something
And what
that
was
still
that?
missing from what was playable. Gaming journalist Joe Screbbles, writing for IGN, echoed other reports when he stated that, quote, "It's challenging, hectic, and, it must be said, unspectacular. What I played is an early build, so elements may change, but no matter how right it feels under the fingers, Nova doesn't quite connect in terms of excitement right now. Sound effects are oddly muted. A space magnum with exploding bullets shouldn't sound like my oven door closing. Enemies appear without
critique.
fanfare and traipse around the gunmetal battlefield unthreateningly, and even the act of evacuating
Wait,
at
is
the
it
end of a
PvE,
round
not
feels lacking
PvP?
in peril.
Ugh.
Given that I've criticized Dust for exactly opposite issue, it might seem a little damned if they do, damned if they don't, but I can't stop thinking that a solid foundation isn't quite enough at this point. CCP does have wider plans for Nova and even more hopes, but
What do I
crucially,
think that can
I
be?
don't see any evidence of them other than
I
being
wonder what
told
that
they
could be.
exist one day. It's promised that Nova will bring a level of customization to suit even EVE players, creating custom clone trooper builds piece by piece from hundreds of options. But what I see are the game's introductory classes, built more like the set heroes currently in vogue in FPS games." End quote. The pressure on the company to release a popular title would only increase with time. On September 6, 2018, Crowd Control Productions was bought by another company named Pearl Abyss, a game publisher known for the popular MMO title Black Desert Online.
Oh,
Players were nervous.
no.
Black Desert Online
Eesh.
utilized a radically
Pay to
different
win.
monetization strategy
Kinda
compared
pay to
EVE
win.
Online.
Basically just pay to
Eschewing the
win.
Subscription-based model in favor of the now far more popular free-to-play method, with numerous microtransactions.
So many micro.
Selling in-game items such as weapons, consumables, cosmetics, and, most importantly,
The XP packs.
loot boxes. by targeting a
I
small
read that they do
number
that
of
too.
players willing to spend exorbitant amounts of money on
Happy little
microtransactions,
oh
called
no.
whales by the industry, video
Jesus.
game publishers have managed to drastically increase
Ooh,
their
yeah,
profit margins,
Overwatch,
introducing them even
yeah.
into full-price
Fucking
games
kill
to increase their
me. I don't like
revenue, and
those.
the most lucrative method of selling in-game items proved to be loot
Blech.
boxes. Rather than simply buying the items that they wanted outright, players in contemporary games instead were offered these boxes, which would contain a random item or set of items, with more
God, I remember when
desirable items
Overwatch
being
looked like it
rarer
might not
and
be
a
bringing
chance
back
for
its the
duplicates
first
that the
Halloween
player
event for
already
Overwatch.
owned. This
I
would
remember
attract
saving up
not
my
only
levels
those
so that I
with
could level
significant
back down to
disposable
1 on a
income, but
on the
gambling addicts as
whatchamacallit,
well, further
so that I could
widening the pool of
re-level
whales.
quickly
To
because they didn't
conceal
make
the
it so that early game
chance-based nature
leveling
of these rewards and to
was
avoid
non-linear.
various countries' gambling
So you got the early game
regulations, they would
benefits for
often
free.
be
It was so
veiled
dumb.
or obfuscated in some way, with these obfuscations growing more convoluted as time passed. But this method of monetization, to many players, was anathema to the new Eden that
Is
they
it anathema?
knew. One of the most appealing aspects of the game was the fully player-driven economy, in which every object collected, crafted, and used
Besides
was
the
made by a
monocle.
long supply chain of players,
Bazinga.
and to damage that supply chain through the sale of microtransactions would potentially destroy what made the game so appealing. This was a fear that had been harbored ever since the internal magazine with the title
God,
Greed
what
is
a
Good
terror!
was released,
Why
where
would
the
you make
company
that
had
on the
written
Eternal
extensively
magazine?
about their introduction
It's
to
just
the
so
game.
bad.
While EVE Online could technically now be played for free by new players, the vast majority of content was locked behind a paid subscription fee, and most of the other games that still utilized a subscription fee had been released at around the same time as EVE Online. A game
Like,
that had
wow.
once been a pioneer in gaming technology now seemed outdated, at least from a business perspective. Some items available for purchase with real money had already been introduced, such as skill extractors, but the greatest fear of the player base was that the company would move beyond these smaller items and start selling the most
Ships.
vital item in the game:
Yeah.
ships. More than tools, ships were a social item as well, and represented great strides for player progression, with larger and stronger ships often a point of pride. One of the greatest leaps for many new players was moving from a venture, a small introductory mining ship, to a mining barge. This early goal is so ubiquitous that new players will often fall for scams involving such barges. With Pearl Abyss's purchase of CCP Games, the possibility of selling such
Yeah.
ships, and therefore the
I can
destruction of the
understand that
player
apprehension.
economy as
It
the
could have gone
players knew
real
it, seemed
pear-shaped.
much closer than ever before. The role that Crowd Control Productions would take was not immediately clear. An article by Chris Kerr for GameDeveloper.com read in part, quote, "CCP will continue to operate independently as a developer from its studios in Reykjavik, London, and Shanghai, while Pearl integrates the Icelandic outfit's development and publishing expertise into its own pipeline."
I do wonder how this went, because the game already seemed like it was kind of stagnating if large-scale conflict wouldn't do much, like, where's it
Project Nova's
going?
webpage was altered with a statement. It read in part, with familiar reassuring corporate prose and cliches, quote, "Over the course of Project Nova's development, we conducted a number of player research sessions with external partners, tirelessly playtested the game internally, and brought community stalwarts in to help us evaluate the project. Now, after taking all this research and feedback into account, we see that the gameplay experience in its current form does not live up to our original vision and would not achieve our ambitious goals for this project. As a result, we will not be moving forward with the upcoming invite-only alpha until further notice. We hope you understand that we need to take a step back and return to the drawing board, where we will spend more time figuring out how all this hard work can translate into something better and more meaningful for the EVE universe. Remaining true to our vision of Project Nova's future in connection with EVE is essential. Project Nova continues to evolve, and we remain committed to delivering a high-quality, team-based shooter experience to EVE Online fans, while exploring new and exciting opportunities to integrate the two games. CCP is in no rush to release Project Nova until we're satisfied it provides a rock-solid gameplay experience and visuals to match. End quote. Though Crowd Control Productions had released multiple standalone single-player experiences over the years, EVE players remembered the company's failures much more prominently.
Which they have failed at a lot more than EVE, to be honest.
High profiles. As it was, the only major product that had managed to survive to that time
Literally just EVE.
was EVE Online. Their VR space combat game, EVE Valkyrie, had been released on March 28, 2016, but further development was halted only a year and a half later.
Jeez, that
despite
died
a paper
quick.
shotgun called Bullishness about VR only 7 months before the shutdown.
Damn.
EVE Online continued to be the only public-facing project that provided returns for Crowd Control Productions, and though it was public knowledge that the company had been hiring staff for a new action massively multiplayer online game, excitement for anything except EVE Online had long since been dampened, and even that excitement
What are they even
was
adding
being
in content at this
tempered by
point?
trepidation.
Like, just
This
after
happened
Citadels, what do they
because
add? Like,
on
they never made.
February
We haven't seen
17th,
bigger ships show up yet, despite
2020,
2 to 3 years of
Massively
Citadels
OP
in.
published an article
So I'm really
titled
curious.
Pearl Abyss had a strong Q4 2019, but CCP's EVE spin-off Project Nova is
Yep,
officially
never came out.
canceled. In it, they
Died in
described
inception.
an investor call that stated that Project Nova was officially canceled and that a Dust 514 veterans group had been informed by the project's game director that, quote, "We are evolving the scope of Nova beyond our previous plans for early access, and the development will continue in our London studio. I am personally optimistic about this, but also wistful. That also means that the Project Nova codename is retired, and the London team will find a new one. This is not a fiscal decision. The London team had been working on very interesting ideas and concepts, and adding them to a shooter sounds very promising to me." End quote. With the public knowledge that Black Desert Online was making 6.5 times the revenue of EVE Online, players and onlookers were
Yeah,
nervous about
whale
Purpose's
economies
outlook on
do
the
be
game.
doing that.
But inside the game world itself, a long period of peace had established itself, and the leaders
He's
of every
dominated by
faction
RMT,
knew that
apparently.
if they were to keep their members entertained and playing for them, then something would have to change. Even if the game's systems seemed uncompromising, every denizen of New Eden knew that war was inevitable, and when it began, the scale would be unprecedented.
Well, yeah, because they've just been building shit up with nothing to do but build ships that can't break the citadels. Like,
While
God.
much of New Eden had
Who's
been
that?
watching the situation in Nullsec pensively and bracing for the effects that a large conflict might have, another group was seeing a resurgence.
Those are the
Early
warpers,
in New Eden's
wormholers.
history, when Nullsec was first being colonized, two of the major factions, the Stain Alliance and the Northern Coalition, had been founded in part by role players looking to play
Oh,
characters
okay.
within the game world. But as time passed, this method of play had declined, as the players focused on efficacy took over their space and granted them few options to make an impact.
Yeah,
upon the
because
game world.
the
However,
economy really
these
didn't like
players would
that.
sometimes still engage in the practice, and among them was the character Katya Say. While the player had other characters with which they engaged in other sundry activities in New Eden, Katya was created with a singular goal in mind: to be the first character to visit every solar system in New Eden without losing a single ship. When her journey began on December 1st, 2009, the Apocrypha expansion had just been released, and with it, the new systems in wormhole space, meaning that there were
Oh, new places to go.
5,201 star systems in normal
Damn, that's
space
a
to
lot.
explore, and another 2,000
How big is this frickin' map?
in wormhole space, a total of 7,805 systems. enough that they knew
Jeez.
that they would need to pace themselves.
Oh,
In an
Lord,
interview with
yeah.
Polygon, they said, quote, "I only did this for an hour and a half each day just to unwind after work. I wasn't killing myself doing this." End quote. The systems in Empire space
8
were not
years?
difficult to visit, and Katya
Oh,
only
dear
needed
Lord.
to avoid gankers who were generally uninterested in destroying the small ships that they utilized. But as they moved into low-sec and null-sec, ships with the ability to cloak would be necessary, and for a character trained into such a specialized task, the skill requirements would be trivial. The player also had the skill set to avoid anyone who might be interested in destroying their ship, a kill mail that would certainly be coveted by anyone who could
Well, yeah, I'd
acquire it.
imagine after they
In
went
an
on long
interview for
enough.
Down the Rabbit Hole, Katya stated that, with their experience, avoiding such hunters was a trivial affair. They would chronicle their travels by writing in a blog, role-playing as the character and capturing images of places that they found particularly beautiful or interesting, including the hull of Steve the Titan
Aw,
in
Steve's
C9N
still there.
at CC. But their role-playing endeavors would extend much farther. The RIA expansion in 2014 had introduced a new, special wormhole system named Thera into the game, unique to other wormhole systems in that it featured numerous amenities
Ooh, that's a lot of
unseen in
planets.
other systems, such as approximately 12 entrances to normal space and indestructible
It's like a hub.
NPC stations, making it an attractive system for players hoping to quickly travel from one location to another in normal space. Interested in the opportunities that Thera provided, a group of explorers gathered together under the name Signal Cartel with the intention of creating a peaceful outlet for themselves in a highly competitive game.
Aw, that's fun.
Their credo today, whose spirit has been maintained through the corporation's entire life, reads in part, quote, "Signal Cartel is a service corporation to all of New Eden. In this role, members are encouraged to treat all players with respect, regardless of affiliation. In challenging situations, our goal is to look for a graceful
nice.
resolution and set an example of dignity and friendship through our actions. We embrace the attitude of a true explorer. We are friendly to others in our travels, neutral and never initiating aggression, and endeavoring at all times to be perceived by the New Eden community as a non-threat. Among our own ranks and with others, we are patient and generous with knowledge, ideas, and experiences." End quote. This ethos appealed strongly to Katya, who was among the first to join, and by the end of the first year, they had amassed 700 members,
Ooh, that's
a remarkable
pretty
amount
small.
for such a niche corporation, which was thought to have limited appeal. Their most public-facing activity would be the establishment of Eve Scout, a tool that tracked the appearance, disappearance, and status of the numerous wormholes connected to Thera. By utilizing this list of connections, players could drastically decrease their travel time anywhere, though its lack of any NPC security meant that doing so was somewhat dangerous, given the sheer amount of traffic through it. Among other things, Signal Cartel's philanthropic aims included what they called rescue caches. Unknowledgeable, inattentive, or reckless players could sometimes find themselves stranded in wormhole space, and without the proper tools or assistance, it could be impossible to discover any route out, finding themselves stranded in hostile and unknown territory. Placed in systems all over wormhole space, these rescue caches were containers equipped with everything that a player needed to chart a route out of wormhole space, as well as a few other objects that the cache's creator might find amusing, such as fireworks for the player to launch in celebration of their rescue.
Aw.
On November 1st, 2018, 4 years after the Signal Cartel's founding, Katya Say would approach them in need of assistance. After 4 years, Katya had managed to visit all 5,201 star systems in New Eden.
Damn, that is that's a long endeavor.
The journey in their blog, and had
That's a
begun visiting
lot of
every
places.
wormhole system as well, still without losing a ship. A remarkable
That's like at least
feat
3 a
given
day.
the belligerence of the
Especially in an
roving
hour and a
band of
half
players who made their
a day
home
as
in
well.
wormhole
Plus,
space.
after
But
4
visiting
years,
the
it must
first
be a hell of a
2,000
target to try to
wormhole
get her.
systems, a problem that Katya had been dreading became an issue. The chaotic nature of wormhole space and its constantly shifting, labyrinthine pathways made it nigh impossible to find every one of the remaining 600 systems. They would need assistance, and their friends in Signal Cartel were more than happy to oblige. To find
This is happy.
connections to the
Bit of a happy
remaining
story.
systems as soon as they opened, they would crowdsource data from their players. To do so, they utilized a game tool made specifically for Signal Cartel members that assisted them in tracking the status of their rescue caches. but in this case, it allowed Katya and their small cadre of trusted players to see when a cartel member was in a remaining system on Katya's list. Speaking with Polygon, Katya said, quote, "When a system was found, we generally had less than 24 hours to get through the pass, and depending on how deep it was, the more critical it was to get there fast." End quote. Finally, on March 9th, 2019, Katya announced to the rest of New Eden their accomplishment. Assisted by Signal Cartel, the character Katya Se had visited every single star system that could be visited in just over 9 years without losing a single ship.
So long
the
though.
accomplishment was noted even by those who had shunned roleplay, and the character came to be one of the most famous in the game's history, with a monument created by Crowd Control Productions in the game to celebrate the success. Sometime after this achievement, Katya would become the leader of Signal Cartel, helping to manage it and continue the work of aiding those in and outside of wormhole space through Thera and their rescue programs. But even as Katya, Signal Cartel, and the rest of New Eden celebrated, those in Nullsec bent their aims toward a much different end, and they wouldn't have to wait long to see their plans come to fruition and take part in the most intense and expensive war that the game had ever seen, a war that would drag out far longer than any could have thought.
To the present day, maybe? It is 2018 or 19 in game time, so
the establishment
we're pretty
of the
close to the
Trading
time.
Tower had ensured at least a measure of peace out of mutual economic interest, but as the years wore on, the fear of member attrition grew in the leaders of the various Nullsec powers. Many who had joined these factions did so with an interest in fighting in grand battles, and though the supercapital fleets grew, their use had dwindled. Fleet commanders would take their players on roams through Nullsec looking for fights, but these wouldn't remain enough to sate their desire for battle, and there was concern that significant amounts of players would leave if not entertained. Murmurings of war propagated. Over the years, as more contained wars forced out smaller alliances and corporations from Nullsec, the political situation
sounds like real corporate growth of just the big guys slowly squeezing out the remaining little guys.
Operating out of their home regions
Dang,
of
they're all the way
Delve and
back.
Fountain,
They retook
which had
Delve!
historically
Hey,
been
let's
the prize
go.
of and home to the most powerful factions in the game, and this period was no exception. To the south and
They used to be in the
southeast
north, now they're
was
not anymore.
Legacy Coalition, a group of associated independent
Man, they got a lot of
states that
land.
formed after the war
Or
in
space.
2016 and conquered significant territory over the intervening 4 years. To the north and northeast was a larger group going by PandaFam, consisting of some of the most venerable corporations. In June of 2020, as players began to return to EVE Online in expectation of war, EVE YouTuber Yinton estimated that the Imperium had 50,000 characters, Legacy Coalition had 45,000, and PandaFam had 62,000. The distinction
Not as even
of
as I thought it would
characters
be.
was important due to the propensity of EVE players to have multiple accounts, a practice that Crowd Control Productions now subtly encourage through its user interface.
Whoops.
Yinton attributed
Gotta get
the
that extra
growing
dollar
tension in
bills.
Nullsec to the decayed relationship between the Imperium and Legacy Coalition, the latter of which was home to Test Alliance, who had a complicated past with the Imperium, at times cooperative and most of the time adversarial, having been the final attackers in the last major war, hoping to eradicate the Imperium. While they had worked together to fight against their mutual enemies in the north years prior, Test attacked a smaller coalition in the northwest, a coalition that the Imperium was supporting, and according to Yinton, the Imperium and Legacy Coalition fought against one another in small-scale battles, but the Imperium's allies would fall, leaving a dearth of territory awaiting capture. As PandaFam alliances moved into this territory and skirmished with the Imperium, however, Pro-God Legend, the leader of Test Alliance and one of the principal leaders of Legacy Coalition on the Imperium's southern border, made a strong allusion to war at an Alliance town hall. Reacting to this, and likely other intel gathered from their intelligence
You think they
network, the
puppeted this war?
Imperium
It's all just
withdrew
fake and they
from
just
their less
made it happen because they
defensible
needed people to do
shipping
stuff and it's not
all
really about the
stations
land
and
anymore?
goods that they
Because I'm
could
starting to
their
suspect that
core
might be.
regions to prepare.
I feel like
for
that's
what
where this
they
is
knew
going. It's
was
like they,
coming.
and then they made the war
Approximately a
for no
week
real
after
reason other than to
Pro-God
have it.
Legend's statement, a post made to the
Clear out the
Imperium
Cold War
News
stock,
Network
I guess.
website alleged that, quote, "The past couple of months, Pro-God Legend has run around talking to basically every alliance who has ever shot at the Imperium and gotten them on board with the idea of invading us." End quote. The Mittani, leader of the Imperium, announced publicly the strategy that they would employ for what was now understood to be an imminent war. He had commanded all members of the Imperium to fall back to Fountain and Fortress Delve,
Ooh.
as well as the more peripheral regions of Quarius and Period Basis, where they would establish their defenses at choke points in anticipation of the impending
Oh, it's really only
attack.
leaving the routes
Soon
open, so like I really
afterward, the
wonder
leaders
how
of
much
Legacy
that actually
Coalition
means.
announced their withdrawal from the non-invasion pact, which dictated a 2-week grace period before an invasion would be permitted by the agreement, though as was perhaps to be expected, various breaches of this stipulation were ignored by both parties. The goal of this war was clear, one that echoed the goals of the war 4 years prior.
Currently, there are well over 400 Titans converging from all over Eve, and that will combine with our Titan fleets from Legacy and Fire and all of our allies, and it
God.
will be the
One-
largest Titan force
At one point, one
ever
Titan was the
assembled
largest
in
Titan
Eve
force.
Online. Most of Eve is unified around one goal. At this time, goons must finally be destroyed.
I know,
All of
man.
the alliances joining forces today have agreed that we will not make the same mistake we made at the end of World War B. We will see this through to the end. And months from now, when this war is won, we will finally be looking at an Eve that is worth playing.
Once
I mean,
again, the vast
I don't know if the
forces
absence of the
Nullsec
goons gonna
and
make the
beyond
peace
gathered
even
together,
better.
But this time, there would be no
If anything, their
outside
continued
funding.
existence would be a,
Using the
you know, more of a
resources
thing.
amassed during the years of peace, the united forces of Legacy Coalition and Panda Fam would fund this war themselves, with the express purpose of destroying the Imperium once and for all. This
Doro,
temporary
Doro.
alliance between these two massive coalitions against the goons would be called PAPI, a portmanteau of Test Alliance's abbreviation TAPI and Panda Fam. While the goals of the previous war were more nebulous, this time victory was singularly defined.
I always find it funny when a
Complete
portmanteau
eradication
combination has
of the
3 letters from
Imperium.
one and 1 letter of
roles
the other, because of the way it
participants in this
overlaps.
war were also clear. The Imperium had willingly nestled themselves into just a few regions, preparing to act as the defenders against the invading forces of Papi. This concentration of military might was a boon. All of the resources of the Imperium were now centrally located, and any ships or modules necessary could be moved from one front to another with relative ease and speed. Their
probably using the
centralized,
Citadel
autocratic
teleports, huh?
organizational structure also meant that making important decisions would be a rapid process, something that had historically proven vital in New Eden. Despite the Defenders' advantage, the war seemed to be almost a foregone conclusion. Papi's forces constituted the combined populations of Legacy Coalition and Panda Fam, and together they outnumbered the population of the Imperium 2-1. At
Dang.
this stage in New Eden's history, when population
That's a pretty
was vital for
severe
any alliance,
difference.
these numbers seemed insurmountable. But the Imperium's defenses were stout. If defended tenaciously enough, any gains made by Papi forces would be incremental and costly. In an unprecedented show of solidarity and mutual effort, multiple alliances on the attacking Papi side moved their Titans into position, prepared to siege the home systems of the Imperium. But if Papi forces were to successfully attack the primary home systems of Fountain and Delve, a multi-pronged offensive would be necessary. Attacking from the southern systems would be brutal, if not impossible. The Quarius and Period Basis regions were separated from their easterly
Oh, is that the limit on the
neighbors by a
2
massive distance,
lanes? Yeah.
too far to make a jump. But the only other option was, in practice, unacceptable.
Warp
Moving
gates.
fleets of capital ships through the traditional Stargate network was a dangerous proposition, due to the pattern in which ships arrived through them, making them extremely vulnerable to attack, and such a decision was considered out of the question in the vast majority of cases. And so, the invaders from the south decided to take a different route, instead coming through HiSec through the system
Ooh,
of FWS
clever.
TAC-8. Technically, neither this system nor a few nearby systems belong to the Imperium, but rather
I guess
they were
leaving the safe
irrevocably
zone doesn't
claimed
count
by
as
a
violating the
non-player
safe zone
pirate
things,
faction
huh?
called the Blood Raiders, that defended
NPC
structures such as
pirates?
Sino-jammers couldn't be deployed. Either side would have the freedom to deploy capital ships to FWST TAC-8 as they so chose. Forcing their way through
It is
this
kind of
route,
unfortunate they never
however,
added
would be
super titan
brutal
ships to the
and
game.
costly, and the fleets were harried by the
Because
forces
these
of the
citadels seem
Imperium
so hard to
constantly,
break without
and
something
the
big enough to
entire
break them.
time, the Imperium fleet commanders were studying Pappy's fleet movements carefully. Finally, after months of grinding battles, the Pappy fleets made it to their destination. The goal of Pappy forces was to anchor a Keepstar as a base out of which they could prosecute the war on the northern front, a boon that would make raids and attacks into Imperium territory far easier. If the Imperium could blunt this attempt, then victory would almost be assured. Pappy would attempt to anchor the first Keepstar in the beginning of October, and the
I wonder how long
Imperium
it takes to
were ready,
lock one of
with
these
hundreds of
zones
dreadnoughts
in.
prepared to bring their heavy weapons to bear against the Keepstar before it could come online. When the Imperium arrived, they were significantly outnumbered by the Pappy forces, a trend that would continue to repeat itself throughout the war. And they
Yeah,
had
that
little
manpower
hope of
difference is pretty
driving their
severe, ain't
foes
it?
from the battlefield. However, their definition of victory was not to push back the enemy fleet. Rather,
Stall
they
'em.
needed only to destroy the Keepstar, a goal that superseded any concerns over cost. As the dreadnoughts focused their fire, they in turn were targeted by enemy ships, and they began to drop one by one. But the damage output of these siege batteries was too great for the Keepstar to weather, and the structure would be destroyed before it could come online.
Ripperoni.
Despite achieving their objective, the toll was extremely heavy for the Imperium, with 250 of the attacking dreadnoughts destroyed, significantly more valuable than what Pappy had lost.
Oof.
And so, they tried again. But the response from the Imperium would shock both New Eden
Did they just
and
let
the
him do it?
gaming community at large. On October 6th, the second Keepstar was deployed. Pappy ships surrounded it, ready to defend it against what the
Wait, did
fleet
they feint them
commanders
out and hit back at their home
expected to be
base?
A massive response from the Imperium's supercapital fleet by stationing their own Titans around the Keepstar. But what they received instead was an unbelievably massive swarm. In an offensive that mirrored the old strategies from the beginning of Goonswarm, thousands of players from the Imperium arrived in Raven battleships armed with long-range missile weapons and charged headlong into the fray.
Okay.
What would come to be known as the Fury of FWST TAC-8 had begun. As the battle escalated,
Just waves of
and
disposable
more and more
minions, huh?
ships arrived, time dilation automatically activated, reducing the speed of all actions to 10% of their normal values and allowing support ships to arrive much faster relative to the pace of the fight, further increasing the scale. As the hours wore on and more battleships arrived to replace those lost, Pappy leadership realized that the damage was too great for the Keepstar to bear, and forces were scrambled to intercept Imperium ships as they arrived, but the flood of incoming Imperium forces was
It's
too
always
great
funny
to
when an
stem.
old
As
tactic
the
comes
fight
back to
spilled into
viability.
The following day, the Keepstar disintegrated, and Pappy ceded the field. Whether they knew so or not, those who attended the fight had made history. According to CCP, the battle in FWST TAC-8 had broken a record, with 8,825 characters involved, more than had ever been seen in the game's history. While losing 2 Keepstars
Pretty
was a heavy
large.
toll, the losses suffered by the Imperium were even greater. But unlike previous wars, the vast accrued wealth of all sides made such losses far less impactful than they had been in the past. At this stage, the 3 more important factors were strategic objectives, available population to fight, and as always, morale. For Imperium leaders, such monetary losses helped to show their resolve. But Pappy would not relent. 3 more times they would attempt to deploy a Keepstar as a forward base of operations.
So they lost
and each
five of the
time
damn things?
Imperium
I guess they've
swarmed
really
with
all
their
been saving up a lot of
battleships
money
to
over the last
batter it
5
with
years
missiles
of
and
peace.
prolong the assault. But finally, on the 19th of October, in the system of YZ9 TAC F6, they would find purchase. Imperium forces once again arrived in their missile
Too little too late, I guess.
But this time, Pappy were prepared. Rather than allow the enemy fleet and their reinforcements to arrive at a safe range, they surrounded the nascent Keepstar in warp disruption bubbles, which pulled the arriving enemy ships into range of the entire defensive fleet. By calling their targets carefully, battle groups could pick off the battleships one by one with little trouble.
No, the
Imperium
swarm
was forced to cede the field. Frosty's OP, an EVE player and YouTuber chronicling the war, estimated that about 140 warp disruption bubbles were deployed for the purpose, each of which was then destroyed by the Pappy forces, so that they could enter their newly anchored Keepstar. In reference to a popular science fiction show, the method by which it was defended, and the number of attempts to anchor a station, this new structure was dubbed Babylon 5. The tactic of bubble wrapping a station was not a new idea, but according to Asher, this tactic had been explicitly banned by the game masters of EVE Online until special permission was secretly given to Pappy forces to perform it. In response to this claim, Pro-God Legend made a post to Reddit which read, "Despite what Matani is pinging to you, placing 140 anchored bubbles on a grid is not an exploit. Whatever the case may have been, Babylon 5 would stand." The war had dragged on for
It is
3
weird they
months, from the
selectively let
summer into
them
the
do
autumn
it.
of 2020, and there was hope from most of New Eden that this Keepstar would perpetuate a swift end to the war, one that would
This
again see
might
the
not have
Imperium
happened, I'm willing to
defeated
bet.
and,
The way you're
time,
leading this on makes me
obliterated.
think it didn't happen.
Such wishful thinking would prove comedic.
Yeah.
Shortly after this
I was
Keepstar was
right.
anchored, the Russians of the Red Alliance announced
Yeah, those guys
suddenly
still
that
exist?
They were changing their allegiance from Pappy to the
Betrayal.
Imperium, bolstering the forces
Betrayal.
of the defenders who were suddenly taking losses to their infrastructure and
Grave
facing incursions
betrayal.
that disrupted their resource harvesting operations, damaging both their reserves and their morale. In order to preserve some of their industry, the Imperium made the decision to enact a gate camp in a choke point leading to a large
but isn't that
dead-end
illegal?
area of Delve.
Is that
now
illegal,
vital
or do
for
they ask
resource
permission to do
harvesting,
it?
a situation likened to Helm's Deep. As long as the defenses held and the Sino-jammers were active to prevent any capital ships from jumping in, the industrialists could continue to gather their resources and produce the tools for war. But there was now no question. Delve was under siege. While significant assets were being lost, direct fights were uncommon, as neither side was willing to commit to risky, decisive
Cold
battles,
War.
instead choosing to fight only over major strategic objectives such as Babylon 5, and Pappy continued to spill from the north into Quirius
Because that's where it is
as
on the
well,
map.
foregoing the southern connections entirely. The next major fight, however, would once again break records, and the price of the war would reach absurd levels.
Does it matter if everyone's got so much in-game money at this point?
That not a single Keepstar
Like,
had been
at what point does this start damaging their coffers? Like, when does it put big dents into the war fund?
Chosen to target the numerous Keepstars to break the defenses. This effort was proceeding at a grinding pace compared to other wars in the past. It had already been raging for over 6 months, which dwarfed most other wars in the game, and at the turn of the year, the Imperium was making an effort to take back key systems in Delve. To do so, they lashed out against the Sino-jammers that Pappy had deployed in numerous systems. While they sent a major force to a system, they simultaneously attacked the Sino-jammer in the nearby system of M2 TAC XFE in a
split
lightning
prong.
strike. With the Sino-jammer
He called it lightning
destroyed,
strike
the
instead of
Imperium
blitzkrieg this
was
time.
finally
He called it
able to
blitzkrieg the
bring
last
their
time, didn't he?
supercapital fleet to bear,
That's what it
and
means. Blitzkrieg is
immediately
lightning
the
strike.
signal was given.
Or lightning
A beacon
tactics,
was
lightning
lit, and a
rush.
fleet of hundreds
Something
of these
similar to
massive ships
Blitzkrieg.
moved into position to defend their vulnerable Keepstar left behind some time ago. For tense minutes, they were silent as Pappy brought their own fleet and began firing on the Keepstar, unable to target the Imperium's fleet due to the protection of the tethers. But suddenly, the Imperium forces all opened fire at once in a massive
Coordinated
cascade to take
strike.
the initiative. Even as they traded blows in a somewhat conventional battle, the Keepstar was forced into its reinforcement timer, meaning that there was no longer an objective to take, but in a move that surprised onlookers, neither side was willing to cede ground, and the fighting continued. At first, Pappy appeared to be taking the fight, but server downtime was coming, meaning that all of the fighters would be logged off and wouldn't appear again until they logged back in. According to
So it was a
Frost,
race against the
Pappy
clock.
forces failed to make the proper preparations to effect a retreat from the fight, and after downtime, the Imperium pounced, placing warp disruption bubbles on the location where Pappy's Titans would return when they logged back in. Pappy's ships were
So they use their own bubble
as
spam
long
technique
as the
against
Imperium
them.
continued to place warp
Clever.
bubbles, these ships would be out of position
Clever
when the
girl.
reinforcement timer finished, and the Keepstar would be vulnerable again. Pappy spent the intervening days bringing more Titans to the front lines to assist the attack on the Keepstar, and when the time came to jump into position, they decided upon a bold strategy. They would jump in directly above the Keepstar, just out of range of the enemy, accepting a small sacrifice of Titans in order to bring the full weight of
God,
their
it's amazing how
ships
we've
to
gone
bear
from
at once.
making
The
one was
previous battle
hard
had
to, we'll
attracted
take a few,
attention,
we'll
and
sacrifice a
according to
few.
PC
More than
Gamer
one?
magazine,
Shit.
Over 13,500 players were in position for this second battle, prepared for a fight. This was a tactic that had never been implemented on this scale, and with good reason. With so many actors operating in the same area at the same time,
Do they have to ramp up the
each
time
service had a
dilation percent?
tendency to react in unpredictable ways that were almost always more detrimental to the attacker than the defender, making it difficult for an attacking force to assail a position with too many enemies. Still, the leaders of Pappy decided that this was a risk that they were willing to take. The call was made, and this
Damn, look at these.
unprecedented fleet
Look at how
made the
close they're all
jump
bubbled together.
simultaneously.
These
The
big old
servers for EVE
swarms.
Online buckled, and strange things began happening. The jump was taking over 45 minutes to complete, and while the players waited to load the system, their Titans would arrive without them, completely bare of any modules. The waiting Imperium jumped at the opportunity, sending the heavy fighters of their
It's amazing that they don't have like
destroy the
flex servers to
vulnerable,
bolster at this
naked
point.
Titans.
It's kind of
Many the
insane.
Titan pilots of Pappy
After years of this
reappeared
problem,
in
they
the
just never
system
figured
from
it
which
out.
they left, with their
By just having some
Titans
flex
and all of
backups.
their modules intact.
Just fire up.
Others, however, were not so
Well, maybe it
lucky,
overstepped
and
that, and
ships
which would
continued
make a
to
lot of
trickle
sense
into
too.
M2
But you never know.
XFE
Sometimes
for the
companies are very
Imperium to
oversighty about
annihilate.
that.
This fight broke a new record. When converted to real-world fiat currency, it had cost over $350,000,
Damn.
catapulting the total
I wish
estimated
I had
cost of the war
$350,000.
well past $1 million by any metric, and still there was no end in sight. Because of the failure of the attack, those approximately 300 Pappy Titans which had been caught by the Imperium were forced to stay in limbo, ready to be destroyed the moment that they returned, but they wouldn't be abandoned by Pappy. Titans were of particular importance because, while expensive to build, they also needed over a month to produce compared to the overnight builds of battleships, further increasing
So does this mean the
importance of
time delay?
retrieving as many as
Does that mean
they
that the
could.
time delay on
Steve
building is
Mester,
going to be the real
writing for
factor, not the
PC
money?
Gamer, interviewed Titan
Who had the
pilot
bigger
Dran
surplus and
Arcana
who
about the
bled them
plan to
out the
break them out.
slowest?
Quote, "When I asked Dran what the next step would be, he gave a vague answer about continuing the fight elsewhere until the right moment presented itself to stage a jailbreak. What I didn't know was that moment had already come. The day before, pilots received a personal message from Villy, Pappy's military commander. Good afternoon or evening, it read. Your Titan/Super has been noted to be in bubbles. Please be available to be online starting between 0430 and 0600 Wednesday Eve time, Tuesday night USTZ. Do not share this message with anyone."
Coordinated meta strike,
When the
coordinated meta
time
strike.
came, almost a month after the camp had begun, approximately 170 of the Titan pilots were prepared, and as they logged in, Pappy suddenly jumped subcapitals into position, who began slamming the Imperium's camping force. The Imperium responded quickly, bringing a Titan fleet of their own to bear, but Pappy were prepared, and they snuck a fleet of over 400 dreadnoughts close to the Titans. As Pappy Titan pilot Tony told PC Gamer, quote, "It forced the Imperium to choose, continue shooting our extracting Titans who weren't shooting back and take extreme losses in their own Titans, or only shoot our Titans with Doomsdays but use their guns to save themselves from the onslaught of dreadnought fire." They chose the latter. The Titans were
Oh,
gradually
really?
able
So it's
to work
conservation
their way
versus
out of
conservation.
those
The whole,
disruption
the
points
risk
that
adverse
were
mentality
destroyed by
creeps
the
in again
arriving
for Eve
Pappy
players, huh?
forces, and only 6 Titans were lost, a number shared by the Imperium. In the meantime, Red Alliance was striking back in the south, pulling significant Pappy forces away from the front line in the Imperium's capital of Fortress Delve. The centralized command structure of the Imperium meant that resources could be distributed where they were needed, with primary consideration given to the survival and good of the Alliance as a whole, but Pappy were far more splintered, and while they had been able to work together well enough in Delve, such distractions placed pressure on those living in the southern regions to protect
Three-way war,
themselves
three-way
and
war.
leave the front line. From Delve, sending liquid assets to the Red Alliance for their fight could create outsized value. What's more, other small alliances pounced on the weakened home systems of Pappy corporations, striking and taking territory while their defenses were away. Suddenly, Pappy alliances were losing territory, and the longer that they fought in Delve, the worse their losses became. The Imperium fleet commanders were also learning the patterns of their opponents in a way that opened up opportunities.
Yes.
After studying the way that their supercapital ships jumped together in a tight formation, they hatched a plan, known internally as Operation Enho, but known to others by another name, the Boson Trap of YZ-9 TAC F6.
Oh, just massive
It would be an
explosion
ambush, the
vehicles?
likes of which had scarcely been seen before. Such a tight grouping of ships left them vulnerable to a particular kind of Titan doomsday weapon, a bosonic field generator, or as it's commonly known, a boson. This weapon, when activated, dealt damage in a cone in front of the ship, and while not nearly so oppressive as the original doomsday weapon from years prior, its damage
From the
was
origin.
still incredibly high for a weapon of its kind. While requiring careful coordination and tight restrictions
Oh, so they just use
prevent
a big
information
old
from
death
leaking,
sphere,
the plan in its
like a
essence
gamma
was
knife of things going
straightforward.
pew pew
When
pew
the
from different
supercapital
angles.
ships of Pappy
Okay.
jumped into a fight, a fleet of Titans, all spread out across the solar system, would warp into predetermined locations, aim their bosons, and fire all at once, dealing enough damage to wipe out the Titans clumped together. While it wouldn't be enough to turn the tide of the war, it would be an incredible victory. The day of the battle came, and everybody was prepared. At first, there was concern that Pappy's supercapitals wouldn't even show, or they would jump into the wrong location, but such worries suddenly fell away when every cynosural field was placed on top of one another, unprotected by warp bubbles. As Asher wrote after the battle, quote, "The load-in for their supers took forever. Our Titans were creeping closer in warp. Eventually, they started hitting grid and no supers had loaded, but the warp-ins were perfect. I thought again, if it works. We had executed the warp-in perfectly, a beautiful spread, a fleet killer. I keyed up to all my fleet members and said, if you believe in a deity, we could use a few prayers right now." End quote.
Dramatic.
Finally, all of the supercapital ships from Pappy arrived, and the bosons were fired all at once, capturing the helpless ships in the crossfire in a fantastic display. But as
I wonder
the
if there's a video of
bosons
this.
cooled down, their targets continued floating in space, barely scratched. Due to a bug, only a tiny amount of the damage
no.
from the bosons had been applied.
Oh,
With the entirety of
that
Pappy's fleet now in
sucks.
fighting position, and the Imperium's Titans all in awkward locations, the only
That
thing
really-
the
that's kinda
Imperium could
lame.
do was retreat.
Load for
Such a
second
tactic
shot,
would
it
not be
doesn't
allowed
work.
by Pappy again.
Damn,
Months wore
that
on as
sucks.
Pappy
That sucks that it's like, yeah, we had the
systematically
perfect plan, it
destroyed the
worked, and it's like,
Imperium,
yeah, and the
the
game
gradual
fucked up
pressure
again.
even allowed them to
Whoops.
lash out
Sucks to
against
be
the
you.
defenses
It
in
really
Helm's
does,
Deep.
too.
And over the course of months, system after system of Delve fell. Soon, the Imperium was locked in one final constellation of 7 systems, with their capital of 1DQ1 TAC A as a choke
That
point.
looks like
The
6
sheer
dots.
defensive abilities
Where's
of
the
the
7th?
Imperium and the key choke point that allowed them to maintain sovereignty in the constellation meant that attacking directly would be foolhardy for Pappy, even given what they had learned in M2 TAC XFE about the effects of massive numbers of players in a single system. Though they had the Imperium surrounded, there seemed to be no way to break into their capital, and the longer they took, the more chaos brewed in their home systems, and the
AKA
worse
the rest of the
morale
alliances
became.
and the other
purpose
bits
of the
just
war
circled
was
in on the
clear
middle.
From the outset, demolish the Imperium, but the Imperium refused to budge. The longer that Pappy took to achieve total victory, and the more losses they took on the home front, the more morale dipped for the attackers. In
Unfortunate.
contrast, the Imperium's morale was only building, as every day that they survived was another day that they defied the enemies that sought to eradicate them entirely from the game. The
Yeah.
Imperium continued to hold until summer, when they finally began to strike back out. And
This is still
Pappy
2020,
could not
huh?
afford to leave Delve without losing
I wonder if Rona has an
territory that they
influence
had
on the
fought so
people.
desperately to take
Or if
and
Rona
hold.
makes it so people just
The
stick it more
deciding
often
event
because
of
there's
the
more
war,
people are more
however,
free.
wouldn't be military, but economic. As Pappy had been laying siege to Delve, they had relied on the continuous income from the Tranquility Trading Tower, but suddenly, Crowd Control Productions announced a change that would reduce the taxes that players faced when buying and selling goods
Gasp.
at NPC stations, making it more profitable to sell in Jeddah rather than at the neighboring
Whoops.
Tranquility Trading Tower,
Ay.
meaning that the income for these corporations relying on the trading fees was suddenly and drastically diminished.
Although wait, weren't
While
all
far
3 of those
from the
groups
only
relying on
factor, it would
tranquility?
prove to be the final one. The call was given. Pappy alliances were ordered to unanchor their citadels and
Oof.
leave. Different outlets would blame different factors, including splintered interests among Pappy leaders, the loss of territory, low recruitment numbers, and waning resources, but it's most likely that all had some role to play in the decision.
I mean,
After a
probably. It's
long
never
and
one factor like
arduous
that.
year, the war was over. The Imperium now stood victorious and defiant. But while Nullsec returned to a relative state of equilibrium, the game itself would undergo turmoil. After Pearl Abyss
Ooh.
purchased Crowd Control
They
Productions,
did slip micros
there was
in, didn't they?
concern in the community that they would eventually begin to offer purchases for items that had traditionally only been available to those who worked hard to earn them in-game, and these fears were made far more tangible when,
they
in
did it,
March
didn't
of
they?
2022, they announced a special pack that
Yep,
they called
the very
Prospector
thing.
Pack.
Gasp,
While
how
many
could you have
different
done it?
things were offered,
How could you have
among
predicted this
them
besides
was
the
a
benefit of
mining
knowing what
cart,
happened?
The Retriever.
Yep.
The sale of this ship was a shock to almost everyone in the game. Those who started playing EVE Online often began by mining in HiSec, saving in order to afford a new Retriever so that they could mine more efficiently. And its existence was symbolic of the struggle for success in new
Yeah.
for new and old players
Rest in
alike. The ability
Piscatios.
to purchase this ship felt like a betrayal. The Council of Stellar Management said as much in an open letter. It reads in part, quote, "One issue that has been a perennial player concern is that of monetization. From the 2011 Summer of Rage to the monthly complaints
Tisk,
from
tisk,
players
tisk.
over different ads and new monetization
How could this have
schemes,
happened to
no one
us?
can argue that the core player base in EVE
Besides
Online cares deeply
money,
about
money,
monetization
money.
and is
It's always
highly skeptical about the
money.
direction
Doubles.
CCP monetization has been going. The one line we have always said should never be crossed is the selling of fitted ships. This has been consistent. It has been long held and passionately held by most core players. None of us have talked with any of our fellow CSM members who believed that selling fitted ships was an acceptable means of monetizing the game. Any sale like this would have a negative impact on the
And it
in-game
did.
economy for a variety of reasons, but most importantly because it would both set the in-game price for ships as a function of the real-life cost of the sale, as we see with skins, and
Yep.
because it would edge
Which would
out
also fuck up
producers by
the
introducing
balance of
free
money, like the
ships
way that
did
Sec
not
did, didn't it?
require in-game time and materials to produce. We cannot
Wait, they wouldn't give a time production. You could just instantly get ships. Ooh, that's a severe issue. You could almost Wallet Warrior spam an army then, couldn't you, if you make the right sort of swarm ship?
good faith tell any player concerned with this sale that this is as far as the line goes, because we have seen, twice now, CCP willingly cross a line that we were confident was strictly off limits. End quote. After a coordinated effort by EVE content creators to draw attention to this issue that they called EVE Blackout and significant pressure from the player community, the Prospector Pack
It didn't
was
work, did it?
removed. The
Oh, did?
question for players now
Oh.
was simply,
Hey.
how would they attempt
Wild.
to monetize the game next? It was
More
clear
skins,
that they
maybe?
wished to move away from the monthly subscription model, but it wasn't clear how precisely they would do so in a game that prioritized player effort so highly. What precisely the company will do with the game in the near future is difficult to predict, but the players are passionate enough to stay, even in the face of profoundly unpopular decisions,
Haha.
and fight for the virtual world that they have made their second home, both against one another and the company. As this video is being completed, a new war has broken out involving much the same belligerents as the war that preceded it, and its trajectory
Still
will
ongoing.
chart yet another chapter in the history of the game. After 2 decades, EVE Online not only refuses to die, but continues to thrive, and its stories will continue to be told in characteristic, nigh incomprehensible jargon by players passionately recalling their time spent.
Wait, but did they ever introduce a way to
in
crack
Eden.
citadels or a way to balance the giant sums of money people had? What happened to that? Is that just still
This has
ongoing?
been an incredibly
Damn it,
incomplete
it's still ongoing, isn't
overview
it?
of the history of
Fuck!
EVE Online.
God.
Every aspect
Curses.
discussed,
It's
from the
too
way that
close to the
ships are fitted
time.
to every
Damn it.
subculture of
Damn
the
it, it
game,
is.
rich with history
Oh,
and
what a
complexity.
shame. What a terrible
All
crying
of it
shame.
would be more than a lifetime's worth of work, and it is still growing. A single aspect discussed could have filled multiple videos of the same runtime. This is true for the maneuverings of high-sec corporations, the drama swirling in low-sec, the intricate politics of null-sec,
Wonder what the wormholes are
history
doing at
of
this time.
evictions in wormhole space, the growth and evolution of industry, the history of day trading commodities in economic hubs, the regular tournaments between skilled combatants, factional warfare, the lore of the game, the science of
What is the lore, actually?
doctrines, and a cavalcade
Like,
of other
hey,
topics,
this is this lore.
not
What is
least
it?
of which
I don't know.
being
You're
the
in
stories
space.
of
Take over.
individuals such
Is
as
that not
the
it?
maneuverings of the late Vile Rat, the resignation of the Mittani from Imperium leadership.
Oh,
and
we
the
know what that
efforts
was.
of
It was
Jade
apparently
Constantine to
Goon
create the
Squad's
first
sexual
null-sec
harassment
trade hub. The
allegations
harrowing tales
of him just not
spies,
doing enough to stop
saboteurs,
it.
defectors, and fleet commanders cannot be overstated either, all leaving their mark on New Eden. Special consideration goes to Andrew Groen and his work Empires of Eve, without which the creation of this video would have proven far more daunting. His effort to chronicle the history of the Nullsec empires has not only been foundational to this video, but its knowledge is essential to all those hoping to understand the complexities of those factions. EVE University and its Wormhole campus also deserve mention, without whom the game would have been far more mystifying and impenetrable. I wish to personally thank Rogueflight, who patiently sat with me and explained the most bare of basics multiple times. Much of what was discussed in this video was knowingly incomplete for the sake of viewer comprehension and runtime. There are almost certainly inaccuracies due to error or
Well,
ignorance.
I wonder how
I have
much.
presented this
I wonder
work
how
knowing
incomplete
that
it
these
is.
deficiencies exist, and I both hope for your forgiveness and for your enjoyment regardless. Thank you for your time.
Damn, that was a good video. I thank you all who were here to stick for that stream, but it is long, and I need to take a piss. This is actually just all credits. Damn, what an insane game. Like, it's a shame we never found out what's currently happening, because I kind of wonder if they ever found a way to balance out the fact that the way the stability is added from the Citadels, just seems to be everyone having a lot more money and a lot less output for it. You gotta kind of keep adding things to spend all your money on, otherwise your game will plateau a bit. It happened that way with the casino war, it seemed, because everyone had all the money and were just gambling because there was literally nothing to spend it on. And it seems to be happening now where it's like, yeah, they're fighting each other again. It's a big conflict. But it's like, after everyone built Citadels, it's like, yeah, what's the money good for except just building up a large amount of Titans and slapping each other around for a few months. I do wonder what's going to happen. I kind of hope Down the Rabbit Hole starts putting in more videos sometime soon. Because I remember when he used to put out more regularly, and I think it's been like months and months since the last time this guy made anything. I think it was the last time he did something. Yeah, it was 2 years ago. Damn, with the Battle of May Island. Sure has been ages. Kind of what else he's been up to. I heard he made himself a VTuber. Maybe that's what he's been doing. He's been just live streaming. No, apparently not. He's made one live stream, and that was ages and ages ago. Oh, that's kind of wild. Well, I guess I gotta go find someone to raid, huh? Who's gaming? Let's see. There's no one I really know. Yeah, we've raided Yozo so many times. Oh, Barnes is on. And they're on break. Kind of want to raid them. But they're not live. Who else is there that I know? Who are you? You're a big person that we can't even do the raid message on. Oh well. Now come on, Twitch, give me someone to raid. Keep clicking the random dudes I see, and I'll find the random person to do it too. As long as these random people show up as like smaller dudes, so I can raid someone small, as opposed to someone big who never know I existed. That's always kind of sad. Let's see. Oh, Paper Mario, that's a cool one to raid. Let's just raid you. I don't know who you are, but we're gonna raid you. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Tomorrow we will not be streaming because it is Friday after all, and Saturday we won't be streaming as well because I take those 2 days off. But Sunday we'll be doing something cool, and I'll let you know what it is when it happens. So thanks for tuning into this. God, this is a hell of a video, and it's way too long. But yeah, we've reacted to a video. We're finally a real VTuber. We've done a react stream, even if what we did it to was just utterly idiotic. Anyway, have a good evening, y'all. Raid messages, raid. Let's go!